Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fight Night Legends EU. We are back once again with a stacked lobby, 8 players invited for our viewing pleasure. We've got finally a little bit of science done on Aphelios. Last week, he was a bit too new, a bit too unsafe for the players to bring, but now that he's kind of really taken the meta by storm, we're going to be seeing a little bit more Aphelios today, which I'm excited for.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's maybe a bit more, research like you're saying, I still think it's a champion like Zoe that has so many options and versatility and so
hmm
many ways to build it with different champion pairings and even region pairings that even though it's, a bit more research, I think people are going to have very differing results in what the research concludes to. And we're going to see a lot of different Aphelios decks with, we're going to see Lee Sin in this tournament with Aphelios and just so many different options that I see on ladder as well. So yeah, exciting champion to see release. And I think all the cards also made the game a bit more exciting now as well, and this a little bit before the next expansion.
And speaking of the expansion, well, I guess that's a really bad segue, but we need to talk about the format for today's Fight Night Legends. It is a double elimination bracket. We invite 8 players, and all matches are best of 3. Now, the players need to bring 2 decks that cannot overlap regionally. So both decks are going to have 2 completely different regions, 4 in total, and it's really hopefully going to bring some diversity. And when you win the match, you are forced to switch to your second deck. So you have to get 1 win with each of your decks in the best of 3 in order to win the match. And again, I love double elimination because if a player is eliminated, they go down to the losers bracket and then they can come back out.
And we're going to
But
see,
let's
some champions from last week's event, OE coming in, and also the runner-up. So that's something to look forward to in this tournament as well. If you do win the tournament or you get second place, you get runner-up, you qualify for the next tournament automatically. So you can kind of chain that and maybe stay in Fight Night for the rest of your life if you're good enough. Maybe not, but there's the goal at least. Looking at the bracket here, we see OE, last week's champion representing France, at the top of the bracket against Coinflip, someone who we've seen before in the Fight Night tournament, and he's making a return here, hopeful to make a bigger stamp on the tournament. Sergio Vamos and Extasio, a Spanish match there in the second quarterfinal, so I'm very excited for that one. Personally, we have Faul, last week's runner-up, also Spanish, so a lot of Spanish players this tournament, and Colby. And then we have Elix and Fresh Lobster, 2 titans of the European Runeterra scene to finish it off.
Yeah, the bracket is fantastic. I even Faul Aoi, who ended up being last week's champion against Fouls, even said that that is a player that's very hard to beat. So giving this player another chance to run it through the bracket is going to be exciting. But the first match that we are going to be casting today is going to be Coin Flip versus OE. Coin Flip's brought some really interesting decks today. But we'll get to that in just a moment. You can see favorite archetype mid stock henchman. The Coin Flip, I think, is known as a huge memer. He's hanging out in stream all the time, giving his feedback, giving his advice. Very opinionated player about what he thinks needs to be nerfed and buffed. And I think the decks he's brought today really demonstrates his just view on the game.
And before anyone gets excited, Midden Stoke Henchman is not being played in this tournament. So he is, teasing a bit with that favorite archetype. I think that is a lie. It's not an honest opinion. Or at least he's not bringing it to this tournament. Maybe he's preparing the deck for seasonal and wants to keep it secret. That could be an option as well. But despite that, a lot of interesting decks for sure. And now moving on to Owi. Of course, he's last week's champion. Everyone knows him as well from the EU Masters, where France was runner-up as a country, losing to Portugal. And he was a big part of that team, one of the more veteran players in the European Runeterra scene, but definitely one of the most accomplished. Has proven a lot in tournaments and on ladder as well. So looking forward to what he's brought to this tournament as well.
Yeah, Oe even told us yesterday, last week rather, that most of his experience comes from laddering a lot, and so just the short tournament career he's had so far has really borne fruit. I think, like kind of converting that generalist ladder experience to a more competitive and cutthroat meta-dependent environment. It has really been paying off, and now with the chance to run it back in Fight Night Legends. We'll see if Oe will stick to his good meta reads that maybe he did dig up from the ladder. But we will take a look again at the decks brought by Coinflip. So let's take a look at this Targon's Peak. I think that it is the deck that Coinflip is most known for. It's a list that has a lot of emergent lines of play. If you have Peak in your opening hand versus what matchup, how can I empty my hand to best make use of Peak? Really, really interesting stuff here. We've got Triple She Who Wanders at the top and a Sunburst, which a really strong Targonian card that we often do not see.
Yeah, that's probably the most unusual addition to this lineup. But of course, the silence effect, if it's a daybreak, if it's using the daybreak capacity, is very strong in some situations. So similar to a vengeance, a bit cheaper, but also has that extra little bit of the silence effect. But this deck, I mean, you can see that it's built around Targon's Peak. That is the card that you're building the entire deck around. If you don't draw it, that might be a problem. We see Ramp in the lower manas with faces of the old ones. We see something like Spacey Sketcher that's able to discard one of the lower, cheaper cards in hand to then make Targon's Peak a bit more consistent in hitting something like a Mind Splitter, She Who Wanders, Feel the Rush, etc. Some of the big bombs.
Mm-hmm.
And this deck on its own could seem kind of like a meme, could seem something that you're just playing for RNG and all this, but if you're reading the meta properly and if you're expecting things like TFIs, things like Aphelios that generate cards that are very cheap in hand, and Aphelios, or even something like Lee Sin Zoe that has gems, for example, as well, it makes it's going to be quite consistent in reducing your very expensive cards to 0 and reducing maybe your opponent's gem from 1 to 0, which is not very effective. So I think in this meta, it is not a meme. It is, it could be definitely a competitive deck, and we'll see what results it can produce today.
That's a really fair assessment. And don't forget as well, in a slower mirror match, in a control matchup, you can just play it as a standard field rush list. They're going to let you get to those later stages of mana pretty easily. And a lot of decks rely on just field rush, but when you have the extra capability of Mind Splitter and She Who Wanders, you still have more outs against your opponent than what they would be expecting. So overall, I am looking forward to this first match for sure.
And look at the second deck from, I'm not sure if we're going to see it here, but it's a deck that we don't usually see very often in Spooky Karma. So if we see that played, I think, if we can get a little peek at it, it's nothing too innovative. I mean, it's just Spooky Karma with the Go Hard edition, kind of changed the deck a little bit. The Pesky Scepters also got added, and that's, maybe a new addition. But overall, it's a deck that we haven't seen in a long time, at least in these tournaments, and overall in ladder, I think it's not a very popular deck either. But I think it can be strong again in this meta with elusives being so strong. Having board clears like Withering Whale in the box could be definitely interesting. And it's a late game control list similar to Anivia, for example, with a different spin on it.
Yeah, the Pesky Specters, really odd inclusion as you mentioned, but I think that Coinflip is really looking to screw over the decks that are trying to draw a ton of cards like Fizz TF, of course. So you have like just that two-pronged attack, just really trying to hate on this specific deck. So Coinflip, there is a lot of Twisted Fate Fizz that was brought to today's tournament, so hopefully this meta call-out lineup that Coinflip has brought might actually make it happen.
And players are in challenge, are waiting to start off this first match of the tournament. And it's going to be an interesting one because, again, these decks are not the usual decks you see on ladders, not the usual decks we get to cast. We usually see, I mean, there was a whole meta with Ezreal Draven being everywhere. Now it's TF Fizz. There's some decks that are very clearly, standing out in terms of play rate. Spooky
Mhm.
Karma and Targon's Peak are not those decks. Those are very, out of left field kind of decks, and it's always interesting to see how they perform against the meta and if they can be kind of surprise picks coming into the seasonal, for example, coming up. Players might look at this tournament as a reference point and see, this deck is performing. This deck has a very surprising, win rate against all these other meta decks. And yeah, it's very interesting to see what will produce results and what surprises we might find in this tournament today.
A really surprising off-meta pick like that too can confuse the opponent where they aren't sure what to mulligan for, they aren't sure how to play it out. If they misinterpret your game plan or the speed at which they should be piloting the matchup, then it can just open up a lot of free opportunities. But we can also take a quick look at Owi's lists. Now, last week Owi did take the win with Soraka Tom Kench. Again, just brought a sort of anti-Lee Sin, anti-control sort of lineup. Soraka Tom Kench came up huge against Lee Sin Zoe combo decks. And this version here, I think, is exactly the same one, right? Not a lot of changes. A couple hired guns, I think, are new.
Yeah, overall, the archetype hasn't seen much innovation from the initial starting point when it became just a very
Hmm.
strong deck on ladder. And it's an interesting deck where it has a very different win condition, and there aren't really any landmark clearing effects in the decks for coin flip, so that could be a problem. Um, I guess if that's theirs, can do it, but maybe not very
Hmm.
cheaply. But that's one option in the Target's Peak list. But that's basically it. And a lot of decks don't have answers to the Star Spring, and that poses a problem because this deck is very good at stalling and playing its own win condition with Astral Protection. It almost feels unfair because some matchups just are very polarizing for the
Hmm.
Tom Ken Soraka deck, and some matchups are very polarizing against it with Fearsomes, for example, and very aggressive lists. So it's a difficult choice to bring this to a tournament because it is risky, of course, but it definitely
Hmm.
paid off for OE last tournament. It seemed like it just couldn't lose against most matchups. So we'll see what it can do today. But the second deck is going to be different from last week's. We'll be seeing Ezreal Draven instead, making a comeback. Kind of fell off from the meta, but OE decided to bring it here today, and
Bringing
we're not seeing the shrooms list, which I'm very sad about because I love the shrooms list.
Yeah, this version of the list is shocking, simply especially because after the Captain Farron nerf, I think that it was, a pretty much known fact that the deck was essentially removal and then Captain Farron at the top, right? That was the main win condition. So to bring this list after the Captain Farron nerf and to bring 3 copies at that, right? Because even before the nerf, players were starting to bring like just 2 copies, just so they weren't drawing like 2 of them super early and bricking. And I think that what Aoi was trying to get at with a list like this is something with the Get Exciteds and the Ravenous Flocks and the Scorched Earths is just to have a way to stop like the Aphelios Veiled Temple style decks with just a lot of removal and board control and get to that Captain Farron, hopefully.
It's an unusual split of cards, though. Only 2 Ballistic Bots and 2 House Spiders. You have 3 Farons after the nerf, which is and maybe you run 2, but now still running
Mm-hmm.
3. Double Get Excited is not run, usually not always run in Ezreal Draven. So that's also just having more burn, having more removal, like you're saying. But when you're running less Ballistic Bot, you have less discard fodder. So you do have double Chump Bomb, which is maybe not as standard anymore either. So it's an interesting list. Definitely, I think Ezreal Draven is one of the decks that has the most takes on it in terms of, 3 or 4 cards being different and
Yeah.
having everyone has their own little what you're comfortable with or what you think works for you. Basically, it's not just one standard net deck, so it's not necessarily bad. It's just different. But in the current meta, I think there's a reason why Ezreal Draven fell off considerably the last month, and like you said, the Farron nerf did not really help that at all either.
And again, it's one of those lists that you might write off, say, oh, it's finally the meta's shifted away from this, but maybe OE is taking some of Coin Flip's energy and trying to bring this as a really specific meta tech. And we'll see if it pays off. Again, both these players are just going toe to toe against one another with anti meta lineups. And as we move through the bracket, perhaps these players will get a chance to show off their lines against more established and favored decks. Again, the Twisted Fate Fizz and some of these Aphelios builds. But we're jumping right in, and Coin Flip has Targon's Peak in the opening hand, and that's exactly what you want to see here. Against Ezreal Draven, I think the only other deck in the entire bracket that has landmark removal.
That is the case, yeah. It is going to be a difficult match because Targon's Peak will not last very long on the board. Currently, there is no Scorched Earth in hand right now, so that is at least, a small silver lining, but there are a few draws until Targon's Peak is played, and it could definitely, find its way to Owi's hand. But there are some, pretty decent cards in hand for Coin Flip. He has some healing with a Tavern Keeper, which, Ezreal Driven isn't an aggro deck, but it does try and burn you down quite quickly for Farron to kill you off later on. So some heal will be nice, and the Avalanche as well to try and clear off some of this board is also going to be an option here for Coin Flip.
With Targon's Peak, you do have these opportunities here in the early mid game. Like most landmark based decks, you forego a lot of early game, just be trying to save up mana and then just curve into your landmark. But one of the notes about Ezreal Draven that a lot of people forget, they think of it as a slower, just burn deck, but it can have these strong tempo openings. The Draven being played here in round 3 is actually immense damage being threatened here. Coin Flip meditating on whether to cash in this Avalanche and does pull the trigger.
Yeah, I think you have to kind of get ahead of the game plan for Owi, if not the board. I mean, Owi's a smart player. He's not going to obviously play too much into Avalanche. I think he can play around it a little bit. And this allows you to play Avalanche first and then play your ramp card so it survives the Avalanche, doesn't get affected. I think that's the way to do it. You're at 17, but you can heal back up later. It's not too big of a deal here. One thing with Draven is that he produces axes, and these axes cost 0 mana. So if they get discounted by Targon's Peak, that's not very good value for Owi. So although there is a Scorched Earth possibility, there is also a big downside in this deck with those axes being generated.
It's going to be both players participating in this sort of hand management mini game that Targon's Peak presents, where you have to try to get a lot of the cheap cards out of your hand and get something discounted. The curse of Targon's Peak, of course, when you play it against Ezreal Draven, is it's going to discount their Captain Farron, and then they get to play 0 mana Captain Farron to sort of meet your tempo, and then they just have those decimates that potentially get discounted on future turns. So Coin Flip thinking right now, if I play Targon's Peak and Owi has Scorched Earth, where does that leave me? And I think with Aurelion Sol and Infinite Mind Splitter in hand, it seems worth it to just throw down the Peak here. The issue becomes the Catalyst, the Tavern Keeper, and the Starry Scamp have not had a chance to get cleared out yet.
And there is no Scorched Earth in hand right now, so there's no answer, but this Rummage can do 2 things. One, discard the axes, which it solves kind of the problem with, the Targon's Peak, discounting those axes to 0 when they're already 0 mana. And 2, trying to find the draw here with this Rummage. You can get the possibility of a Scorched Earth. It is in French, but the card art doesn't lie. That is a Scorched Earth, and it will be removing the Targon's Peak. So already your game plan has been shattered if you're Coin Flip. You're looking at a pretty awkward hand now without Targon's Peak to discount these very expensive cards. And Ezreal Draven's a deck that works on tempo. If you're falling behind, you're not able to defend yourself properly. In the mid game, you're going to have a lot of trouble later on if you're Coin Flip.
So now with Owi in the driver's seat, a lot more options are opened up here. You can just go ahead and develop. You're worried maybe about, the second Avalanche or something like that, but you just want to keep cycling through. This is exactly the sort of matchup where you don't mind drawing Captain Farron very early, and Owi could start to cycle, but she's just going to go for Ezreal, actually. Wants to push through a little bit more damage here after getting that nice tempo swing with the Scorched Earth. Coin Flip does still have Catalyst to offset some of this incoming damage, along with the Tavern Keeper, so all is not lost, but the window is closing here, where Targon's Peak can get that mid-game spike of value and just coast on victory.
Yeah, Ezreal may be a card sometimes you play later on when it's already leveled up, when it's less risky, but because there isn't really any mid-range type removal in this deck for Coin Flip, only really Sunbirds and of course the Avalanches, you feel much safer playing it early, trying to get value from it with the Mystic Shots as well, and just get card advantage and get some more targets onto Ezreal's counter this way as well, without having any real risk of losing this Ezreal for playing it too early on.
The 3 HP, it's very difficult for Targon Freljord to actually deal with. So we've got a lot of great targets for Peak in hand. It's really unfortunate that that it had gotten answered the way it did.
And this hand, other than those targets, is extremely awkward. You're playing a heal and a ramp. Okay, that's fine. You did heal for 3. That's fantastic. You have a Starry Scamp that isn't usually played from hand. This is more synergy with things like Spacey's Catcher, and it comes out for free usually, and also reduces your hand of cheap targets, and you get bigger targets only for Targon's Peak. But like I mentioned, once Targon's Peak was removed, it makes the game plan very different for this deck, and it suddenly starts crumbling in terms of what it wants to do.
Yeah, It That Stairs can maybe come back into this with an Avalanche, but...
And just in case, if a second Targon's Peak is drawn, there's a second Scorched Earth waiting to attack it the moment it touches the board. So it's looking pretty good for Owie here. An open attack should be the answer here, because at 8 mana, there are a few possible issues that can occur if you do not open attack. So I think just trying to guarantee this damage here is the way to go. You have double Mystic Shot in hand, so you have some burn ready to go, and you're going to get one more from the Ezreal touching the Nexus Strike here. Because, I mean, there's really not anything that Quantum can do at fast speed here to answer on this open attack. So a lot of damage being pushed through, a lot of burn in hand also for Owie, for the Ezreal player. And I mean, this will be a pretty nice It That Stairs here, and we're able to stabilize a little bit, but you're already at 12 HP, and your opponent still has 7 mana to play with on this round. We're learning a lot of French here as well, getting all the different French translations for the cards. We get to see Runeterra gameplay and also learn a language while watching these Fight Night tournaments. We have such an international cast of players always, so it's always refreshing to see as well. And there is the big board clear coming in. Ezreal, like I mentioned, still surviving at 3 HP. He is pretty sticky against this deck in this matchup particularly, so it is okay here. And now the Scorched Earth. That's the last Scorched Earth, so committing it to kill this If That's Theirs is maybe a bit risky, considering that Targon's Peak can come down. But at this point, I think maybe you're not so worried if you're Owie. I think Targon's Peak, the more impactful part of it is in the mid game, when suddenly a Feel the Rush or Aurelion Soul gets discounted to 0, and you're able to play it on turn 6, turn 7. That's where it's very, very impactful, and you don't really have the mana to deal with it. At this point, going into 8, 9, 10, you're maybe a bit more prepared if you're Owie, so you're not too worried. But there is the second If That Stairs. That's one way to remove an Ezreal. Maybe not the most cost-effective, but definitely an option, at least. And there's really not much that Owie can do here. Maybe level up Ezreal if you wanted to, but not really the option here. He does have 10 mana to work with now. The Tri-Beams were drawn a bit late, so I don't think they have too many charges on them. You can play just a Sum Treasure now, get one more charge, or if you want to opt to try and remove If That Stairs, and it's a very mana effective way of doing it without losing really much in terms of card advantage and having a lot of cards to play still in the next few rounds.
So the Thermogenic Beam being cast in here for the It That Stairs, after everything that's gone down so far, the Captain Farron not being in hand is actually making it very difficult for Owie to close out this game. And now with us finally at maximum mana, these big bombs are going to start dropping without hindrance.
This is where all the burn in hand is pretty effective, but a star, a little bit of a heal was drawn at least. So there is going to be a bit, right now Coin Flip is going to be essentially at 17 HP. So you can't really do it just by burn. You have to still play on the board and try and get some advantage on the board once again, even after those double It That Stairs clearing out pretty much everything, including the Ezreal.
And if you're Owie, you're just praying that this Sum Treasure can draw that Captain Farron, and you can try to get as much damage through here. She Who Wanders is going to clear out pretty much anything that else that this deck is going to have, right? I think all of the units in the list besides Captain Farron get hit by She Who Wanders, and so the Improbulators are just going to have to start chipping away at this thing with Regeneration just to get some extra bodies in play.
This is one of the most nice effects to look at visually, but also one of the most interesting effects in all of Runeterra. Burning a card in hand or multiple cards in hand, sometimes depending on the matchup, is obviously a very expensive effect, but very unique effect that can always be, just a big problem usually. And this is a pretty good hit here from the beam, able to deal with this big body from Coin Flip, and now we're back, resetting back to 0. Basically, the board is clear on both sides, but the hand is looking a lot scarier for Coin Flip because he has so many these big bombs. The deck normally wants to try and ramp, find Targon's Peak, and play him for cheap, but you can't just play him for their actual price later on in the game and still, benefit from huge, powerful effects.
Oh man, and Coin Flip just taking the Scourge there. I think the Great Beyond is like the all-star invoke, but the Scourge again just giving you that extra overwhelm presence, that challenger in order to keep the board clear is something that coin flip is really looking to do from this position. Now with 2 Aurelion Sols in hand, you also have access to the Sky's Descend to stop anything ridiculous that your opponent might get. So right now, the coin has flipped into coin flip's favor.
Yeah, there just wasn't enough tempo and pressure put on by Obi in the mid game, I think. And at this point, you're looking at a hand that has double star shaping to just heal back up whatever damage is taken. The Captain Farron draw does change things a little bit. That was really necessary here for Owi to really start putting more pressure on the board and have things like Decimate also to put pressure, because Aurelion Sol is not going to finish the game anytime soon. Obviously, that was a big 10 attack hit on the Nexus, but Owi can block next turn if he needs to, and we'll see if there's enough burn in hand to finish this off. But the tempo was missing a bit in the mid game with that double board clear from it. That's theirs.
We finally do have the Captain Farron coming down. There's the nerf, only 2 decimates instead of 3. But now that the Farron has finally gotten here, and there's 3 in the deck, there's a chance maybe for another Farron. And with the star shaping, there's not going to be enough to keep up with these, with all the decimates and all of the out-of-hand damage. You got to remember, Owi's version, I believe, is running double Get Excited. And so the burn is there. The burn is definitely there. It's a matter now of just Owi surviving.
And that was a very clutch Mind Splitter, pretty much locking in both of the potential blockers for next turn. And right now, Owi is at 10 HP, which means 1 hit from Aurelion Sol, and he will be dead. And it's very hard to remove with the spell shield and the just 10 HP, very big body as well. But there's an attempt now. At least now this Mind Splitter is vulnerable to a double Mystic Shot to get killed. But all this damage is now not going to face. It is going to be, you have to play it this turn, basically.
And Owi just going to trade in the Captain Farron. You might as well. It's going to be stunned next round. You get to attack. You can get Aurelion Sol to block, and maybe this sets up some sort of removal. You use a Mystic Shot to pop the spell shield, but I think that would be folly. Owi just needs to send all the damage that's in hand right now needs to go on the Nexus, and you just pray.
He has to survive first, though. I mean, that's priority number 1, survive his attack. Don't let your Nexus reach 0, and then we can think about, burning your opponent's Nexus. I think the priority list is pretty important there, because if you don't do number 1, you can't do number 2. So we'll see what he ends up doing here. He has, like I mentioned, double Mystic Shot, can't take down this Mind Splitter. Coin Flip might just not go for an open attack, because he knows that, obviously, there is a lot of fast speed responses in hand from Owi. So I think he's going to be, better off developing here. He can take it slow if he wants with Space Catcher, and then decide what the optimal play is after this.
Coin Flip, I think, was eyeballing that the Cosmic Rays, but one of them is stunned, the other one's just a 2/2, and just goes for the Invoke here. Holding on to these star shapings, Coin Flip, I think, realizes that with Aurelion Sol in play, I'll eventually just win through pure value. I can save the star shapings to, just as a burst speed emergency heal.
He does get the Moonglow from the Spacey Sketcher. He has a lot of very expensive options in hand as well. We'll see what it ends up going for. And he has, like we mentioned, the double star shaping in hand to survive any kind of burn from Coin Flip. I think he has enough to really, wither through any of it. So I think Coin Flip is in a very good position now to win this game. And like I mentioned, Owi had a chance in the mid game where Target Speak was removed. And there were a few turns where there was nothing that Coin Flip was really doing with his game plan. But there just wasn't enough from Owi, enough pressure in the mid game, I think.
Yeah, the Spacey Sketcher coming down here just as a waiting game, right? Your Coin Flip just is like, do you have another Captain Farron maybe? That would maybe change my plans some. But other than that, the bombs are just going to keep raining down here.
This is a bomb that not only is an 8/8 body, but it also removes one of the potential blockers. So that's obviously huge for Coin Flip. Especially considering the hand that Owi has, where he does not have any other blockers. He only has spells. So that becomes an issue when you're getting attacked by an 11/1, you're getting attacked by an 8/2, just very expensive and big units.
And from this point, yeah, it's so much damage coming through. There's really no way to stop this. You can use Mystic Shot. Now that Coin Flip is tapped under Star Shaping, you have Mystic Shot against the Spell Shield into Ravenous Flock to kill Sol, but then that's still 16 damage coming through.
And you still have Moonglow into Star Shaping to maybe heal the Aurelion Sol or the Mind Splitter if once Owi maybe commits all his mana or a lot of the different spells he has. So we'll see what the options going to be here.
Oh, yeah, the Spacey Sketcher into Moonsilver. Oh my god, that's so dirty. Where you're like, oh, I don't have to worry about star shaping anymore. You go all in on this, and then, oh, that's a heartbreak.
There will be a Get Excited, though, as a potential answer to anything that happens here. We'll see if it's going to be enough to take down whatever one of these units decides not to decides to heal. Looks like it will be the Mind Splitter, I think, because I think Ravenous Flock is doing so much damage that it's hard to out heal it. But now with this Mind Splitter at 7, Mystic Shot plus Get Excited is 5. So the math does not quite check out, and that will be lethal here for Coin Flip. So very heads up play, very nuanced way of winning with the Moonglow. Kind of people play around certain cards and certain manas. When you're at 4 mana, they don't play around Star Shaping, and you can find a potential lethal that way. So very interesting play here by Coin Flip, winning this matchup without Targon's Peak, and against a matchup that maybe you're not very favored in is very impressive. So for now, a very, very strong start for Coin Flip and a very strong start for the Targon's Peak competitive deck list.
Targon's Peak, it is competitive. You said so yourself. If it has a lot of interesting lines of play, a lot of different scenarios that can arise depending on what your opponent has, whether they can answer the peak, what kind of archetype they're playing, and things just develop from there. The lack of Captain Farron, I think, really made that matchup. However, Owie was bringing 3 copies, which is very unusual in a couple different ways, but the fact that they only drew 1 was very unfortunate. The She Who Wanders also kind of locked up the game, right? There was one more unit, and it was a Sump Dredger that could have cycled for another card, and just completely negating that card, it was like She Who Wanders, got a nice 2-for-1 there.
And of course, Coinflip now cannot play his Targon's Peak deck list again. He has to switch to a second list to try and win this best of 3 and advance to the winner semifinal. And that'll be a Spooky Karma. So both unusual deck lists. He finds a win on one that we thought, maybe wouldn't find a win, and against a pretty meta deck, or a deck that's been proven to do pretty well in tournaments in Ezreal Draven. But we're going to game 2, and this is, of course, Owie sticking to Ezreal Draven. He has a chance to continue playing the same deck, but Coinflip has to switch, and we're going to be seeing Spooky Karma after, at least for me, a very long time that I have not seen this deck. So we'll see how it performs in this matchup and in this current meta as well.
The take of Karma, like with Go Hard, was definitely tried out when the card was first introduced, before the very infamously popular Twisted Fate variant kind of took over. And the concept is there. Karma has a lot of value, a lot of late game sustain, but this sort of deck still has the similar issues of other control decks where they can't deal with things like the Great Beyond and etc. So you're still going to get potentially killed by Targon. And this one, as we discussed earlier, is designed pretty much to bully Twisted Fate Fizz. You've got tons of board clear. You've got pesky Specters in the deck to also mess with their card draw. Also has a little bit of an edge maybe against Hexcore Foundry because of that. And Coinflip just going to pass here. Burns the 3 mana. And because of Ruination, because of Vengeance, because of Palm, is actually not too afraid of this opening curve right now from Owie. This is a repeat of what we saw in their previous game. House Spider into Draven, and now a Sump Dredger.
Yeah, an awkward hand for Coinflip means that you just couldn't do anything on turn 3, which is unfortunate, of course. But with some of these very control-heavy lists, whether you're playing with the late game in mind, sometimes you have awkward hands in the early game where you don't have the right mana curve. So not too surprised to see it happen. It is, of course, unfortunate, but you're still, pretty alive here. You were able to stun Draven and get the trade there on the Sump Dredger, but the board continues to be filled up. We mentioned it, always list the tempo list is going to put a lot of pressure in the mid game, and with these late game control lists, that can be a problem sometimes.
And just going to 5 mana draw 2. The box is really nice. It does scoop up the Ezreal here. Oh my goodness. Not enough mana. Tisk, tisk, tisk. And so you got to take this hit and then Mystic Shot onto the Nexus. This is so much damage coming through.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna, if you reach the late game, fantastic. We saw it with the Targon's Peak list. He was able to take over, and there just wasn't much that Obi can do. But in this case here, you have no board, you haven't developed anything, you haven't done anything to maybe help either clear the board or develop your own units, because you're just playing for card advantage with Deep Meditation. So it is looking a bit tricky right now for Coinflip to survive past the next 2-3 turns.
And Owie is just going for the throat here, gonna Improbulator one of his own spiders in order to get another unit and get some lifesteal here. The 3-2 is not really relevant at this stage, but now We have access to Vengeance again, Withering Wail, and
This is
yeah,
where
I
the
think.
value is really just not ideal. Playing Vengeance
Hmm.
on a 3 mana unit, even though Draven, of course, is a very strong 3 mana unit, not really the trade you're looking for, especially when you're trying to claw back into the game. You're trying to look for, more value than usual on your cards. Vengeance on a 3 mana is that's not it at all. You're gonna be falling pretty low here if you are coin flip, and it can get tricky to try and stay in the game in the next few rounds.
Yeah, no go hards. The Withering Wail came through super late, where it kind of missed that sweet window of opportunity there, and so the draws just weren't there for coin flip here. The denies, while handy in the later game to maybe stop denies, excuse me, to stop decimates, just not really good here. And at this point, the ruination is looking decent. You don't want to get caught in the two pronged attack of, if I ruination, they'll just play Captain Farron and hit me anyway.
And there are plays that can be made in hand for OE with like something like a static shock that can get value out of your mana right now, but not play more into ruination as well as kind of just a passing play, let's say. But Pesky Spectre showing maybe another reason why it's included in this deck list for 0 mana, a very good priority pass in the mid to late game where you're
Mm.
trying to get value out of ruination. That being said, ruination is a card that if you're playing against maybe an average skilled opponent, can be very effective. But with open deck lists in a tournament with some of the best players in the world, not as easy to bait someone into playing more into this very, very, very strong card. But also, I think it's pretty easy to play around if you expect it.
And coin flip now. Thinking about maybe just passing here. Really wants the card draw off the River Shaper. I wonder if you'd ever deny this. It's all of your mana though, and it's very high chance that the River Shaper doesn't connect with anything anyway. There's another Mystic Shot, etc. So just gonna let this go through. At the very least, you keep a blocker.
Yeah, double attack here. I mean, they're ephemeral anyway, so no reason not to attack, other than maybe giving life back to Owie. But I think Owie's not really worried about his Nexus health. It's more he's worried about Coinflip's Nexus health. So I think not too relevant regardless. But there's a second spider. Now the open attack is looking very threatening if you are Coinflip, and this is the box coming in to try and clear that up and make that a little bit less threatening next turn. Which means that now you can open attack if you're Owie, or you can develop. If you develop, you're playing into Ruination, so it's maybe not as ideal.
And there's a 6-drop, the Zephyr Sage coming through, so it's just a 4/4. A lot of low rolls off of Impopulator. I think K to the Arm, however, from the previous game was pretty strong. But overall, the Impopulators haven't been that good. And yeah, just the open attack coming through. The Withering Wail can't stop this. And just, again, really unfortunate. Coinflip was not able to keep up with that tempo at all. The early game just was not there, and then once you're forced to play from behind, a lot of your options, especially in Shadow Isle, start to become less and less efficient, and even you can deal some damage with Withering Wail and heal a little bit because you aren't clearing the board. They're just going to keep hitting you, and it just offsets that healing entirely.
Yeah, I think Spooky Karma, it's always had an issue with not having Avalanche, of course, in the deck. It means that you're not able to board clears effectively for good value in the mid game. And it means that a lot of these decks that put a lot of pressure early on that have units with more than one health are a big problem. And it's why Spooky Karma on ladder, at least when it had a kind of a resurgence maybe 2-3
Mm-hmm.
months ago, it had one of the worst win rates of any deck because it just had a lot of problems in many different matchups. And this, I mean, we're seeing it here with Ezreal Draven. That's one of the decks that has the most
Mm-hmm.
effective and most value-oriented tempo and pressure game in the mid game of any deck that we've seen in Runeterra, I think, especially with things like Impopulator being very good for removing a blocker and also getting another unit on the board. And we saw the effects of that in this game. It seemed like a very polarizing matchup, and now both players on one win each, and both players have to try and find a win with their second deck.
So I'm really curious how this Karma deck is going to do against Soraka Tahm Kench. Soraka Tahm Kench is another deck, actually, that I think is considered typically to be very slow and very patient, but can sometimes get some very aggressive tempoed curves, right? If you get like turn 1 Codger into Boxtopus that doesn't get immediately answered, those can like just start beating you down and snowballing the game too.
The only problem I see is that Spooky Karma doesn't really have any kind of removal for
Mm-hmm.
landmarks, which means that the stalling game that you're playing with Spooky Karma kind of benefits
Yeah,
Tom's
the
Kench
Star
Soraka
Spring.
list. any kind of damage you're putting in with things like, Withering Whale or the box also benefits. There's not really it's more damage based removal than actually, straight up removal. Maybe Vengeance is the only thing really. So I think it's going to depend how much pressure you're able to get, how many units you're able to get on the board, and how many units you're able to keep alive with the Star Spring being here. But a very good hand with Soraka and Star Spring for Owe. Always great. Maybe missing the Tahm Kench.
So now, with this setup here, Pesky Spectre turn 1, just get it cycled. You want to try to mess up your opponent's draws just a little bit. And yeah, we've got Star Spring available, or Owe potentially going for the hired gun here, just as a tempo play. There's not going to be a lot of units coming down that you actually care about giving vulnerable to, and it gives you an open attack for 2 damage. It's very close.
That being said, there's Concussive Palm in the deck list, so I think really, if you're looking for the open attack, there's a very clear answer to that usually for, with 6 mana available on turn 3. And Coin Flip does actually have it in hand as well, so it would have been maybe not an ideal play. Instead, going for the Star Spring first and maybe trying to find value out of that vulnerable from the hired gun later on.
Just get set up. Yeah, there's like, as you said, the time is on Star Spring's side. So there's no rush. If your deck kind of offers you the draws for a more aggressive game plan, then you can go for it. But if not, you're totally fine. And Coin Flip there doesn't even take the hit into Soraka there. Doesn't want to get any progress on that Star Spring.
Yeah, your Nexus health is not usually a problem playing against a Tahm Kench Soraka list. It's more the Star Spring that is a problem. So when you don't have removal for it, you want to try and slow it down as much as possible. So I'm not surprised to see the hit there onto the Nexus instead. And there's the vulnerable now finding a bit more value onto the River Shaper.
The River Shaper will get pulled onto Soraka next round, potentially. Coin Flip now, just playing the very slow 5 mana draw 2. Does get a go hard. Very, very rough card in this matchup. Getting it stacked up is going to be difficult. And with Fortune Croaker, it's just going to keep on trucking. We finally even got the Broadback Protector. And you can see now, right, Coin Flip taking such a passive game plan. Even with all these low attack units in play, the damage is going to start adding up.
The hand is a little bit awkward though for Owe right now. If he wants to have a bit more units, the Broadback Protector will be great at getting a unit that can maybe damage itself and heal back up and try and get more ticks on the Star Spring. But it's there aren't really much in terms of blockers in the deck for Coin Flip, so maybe it's a good thing as well, because it's going to be hard to damage these units if you are Owe, and you don't have a Star Shepherd to really start putting damage to the Nexus to counteract that. So might be an interesting mid game here with both players not really doing too much.
Yeah, Owe right now, I think, recognizes that with only Broadback Protector in hand, I can't really commit too much into a Ruination, say. So is probably just going to stick with these units, just trying to get some value here. The River Shaper will draw a card at the very least, but Coin Flip thinking, do I want to palm this just to keep the damage from going through? Do I want to potentially risk a Vengeance getting eaten up by a Bastion or something? If Owe taps down here, then I think the Vengeance on Soraka or something is very likely.
Yeah, but with 6 mana, I think it's way too risky. It would be a huge setback to lose a Vengeance, lose all your mana for this turn, not have spell mana next turn as well, and have Soraka still alive and with even more attack now with the +2 attack instead.
So we'll see if Owe just passes. Probably the safest bet for them.
Coin Flip has the option to Vile Feast if he wants onto this hired gun, but of course with 6 mana up, you're going to expect there's going to be all kinds of protection spells and healing spells from Owe's standpoint.
And now the ball is in Coin Flip's court. There's really nothing to do here. You're just sort of like in a Thresh Ruination waiting room at the very least to do something more proactive. Looking at Owe's Soraka Tahm Kench list, there is 2 copies of Bastion, so we see 1 in the hand, but at this point it's still risky, right? You're using your whole turn to play that Vengeance, then Owe doesn't have to worry about Ruination, just fully develops into a really strong open attack. So here comes 6 more damage through.
And Thresh has been burned there on the draw, so that means that now Coin Flip only has 5 champions in the deck, less than ideal, obviously, but we'll see what the option is here. Now Vengeance being played. I think maybe Coinflip feeling the pressure, not just from the start frame, but also on the Nexus, because if you're just dry passing, your opponent has 3 units on the board, you're going to get hit. And looks like Owi lets it resolve there. So able, I think he's maybe happy to trade that Vengeance. 7 mana was wasted for the Soraka, and just develop the Tahm Kench now and have the Bastion to protect Tahm Kench instead.
The units here, you don't really care what they are. There's not a lot of good ways to get your board damaged. So having Soraka alive doesn't really matter. You've still got like Guiding Touch for a little bit of card draw if you need it. Basically, looking at the board right now, you've got everything that you need to just close out the game. So the card draw is less important for keeping Soraka alive. And again, Coinflip is presented with the exact same question. There's 6 damage, there's 8 damage coming through, and unfortunately, you only have answers for 1 or 2 targets at a time.
And just go hard, able to do something at least, priority pass in a way, and still have the Ruination mana available to at least threaten with. So I think, still passing game for Owi. He's happy with the current state of affairs. He has, like you said, a very full board. He's going to have a big open attack that now Coinflip has to answer, and has to answer, effectively with heals, etc., to try and take down some of these units and not get hit for so much. And Star Spring is still there, slowly, getting 1 or 2 points per turn, doing its thing, hoping to eventually reach that final counter.
And at the very least, you do have Concussive Palm here to kind of slow things down, take a little bit less damage. You aren't looking to... Yeah, you're looking to maybe just get that 3-2 in the... Yeah, exactly. You're looking to get the 3-2s in play. The River Shaper's not going to do much.
And I think you're still not too worried about the damage. I mean, you are at 5 HP, sure, but there is no burn, obviously, in Tahm Kench Soraka, and you still have heals, you still have things like Vile Feast, you still have Withering Wail, etc. But the hand is, looking a bit awkward for Coinflip. Rekindler, but no champions. A lot of heal spells that are great against certain matchups and boards, but definitely not this one where you have so much protection, like I mentioned. It's an awkward matchup overall, I think. Both players just passing and just waiting, and eventually, maybe Coinflip finds a Ruination that can kind of wipe most of what Owi has on the board, and then Owi has a hard time coming back into the game, but I'm not sure if that's ever going to be the case.
So now, you're just waiting for Karma at the very least to bail you out. With 5 HP, you're gonna have to start playing into the Star Spring in order to get this healing. So the without Ruination to keep this board clear, Coinflip is really left high and dry. Burning the Thresh was enormous.
And that's just another deny where there's so many burst speed spells from Owi that it's not really going to be valuable at all. I mean, I'm having flashbacks now, and I'm remembering why I don't usually enjoy commentating over Spooky Karma games, because they last so long, nothing happened, people are just passing constantly. I remember a game, I think it was Anivia versus Spooky Karma in EU Masters. It lasted like an hour and 20 minutes, and it was some of the least enjoyable time I've ever had casting Runeterra. And this game is giving me, starting to remind me why that was. A lot of just priority passes, and I, obviously at a very complex level, it could be very interesting to look at what these players are doing and why they're doing it. But it is a bit boring at times. We're going to see here a lot of passes happening, and not very exciting gameplay, that's for sure.
The Soraka Tahm Kench, I think, kind of produces that sort of board state, no matter what the opponent is, though. So I can't really blame Karma for that. It's just, we're in this situation where you're playing a really reactive deck against another deck that doesn't mind waiting. And so we're just stuck in this endless cycle. At the very least, Owi is looking to close out this game in the next turn or two. So, again, just the card draws really coming back to bite Coinflip. After they made it through with the Targon's Peak in the first round, the Spooky Karma just wasn't able to come through. It's one of those decks you mentioned, very low win rate, because sometimes it just doesn't get a chance to do what it wants to do. It just doesn't have the cycling, I think, that it really needs to tie the whole list together. And even when you get the removal, like the Vile Feast, the Withering Wail, there's just not, it happens to come out in a matchup where it's not relevant.
It's bad when Owi is playing to get just 1 heal per turn on this Star Spring. That's when the game has slowed down to a crawl, where you're happy just playing this one, getting this one bit of healing on the Crusty Crowdger, and that's good enough for a pass. If your opponent takes it, you're good for that. End round. You got 1 point on Star Spring, we're good to go. That's a successful round from Tahm Kench Soraka in this matchup.
8 out of 22. Oh man, we got second Star Spring
Uh-oh,
though.
things are getting interesting now. This is a completely new take on the gameplay now. Double Star Spring action, maybe.
Now what we need to do is we need to get Tom Kench to actually start eating some of these units, because when you do acquire taste, the unit does strike Tom Kench and you can get a little bit of damage on there. But again, just trying to just punch the Nexus is the highest priority here.
Obviously now with so much mana to play with for both players, you have a lot of, we're going to have a very full stack of spells here probably, because maybe lethal isn't threatened, but it can be now problematic, and you're getting all these, damage on these units as well, which is going to be great for Star Spring or for double Star Spring. So we'll see what the option is here from Owie. I think he definitely wants to keep his units alive and try and get these counters on the landmark.
Yeah, with a full hand, you still got Guiding Touch in hand. You don't necessarily care about losing out on the card draw from Pale Cascade.
And we'll see what it is Coinflip can do now with 11 mana. Most of the cards in his hand are pretty much just cannot be played because they just don't do anything. They're reactive spells, or they're things like Rekindler that don't really have a champion to resurrect, so things become a bit difficult. You have the Vengeance possibly on the Tom Kench, but you have still the Bastion that's been waiting there very patiently for many turns. But at this point, Coinflip maybe has to start thinking about doing something. He can't just continue passing and stalling until he finds Karma or Thresh, because he's at 3 HP and the Star Spring is obviously still getting counters, and there's a lot of damage units now on the board. They're not fully healed like they were before.
And the Vengeance, now that Owie has attacked, you could maybe play the Vengeance. If it gets eaten up by a Bastion, you don't care too much, because you're still going to be refilling your spell mana. As once you get to like these really late turns and you have access to all this mana, you can absorb those hits a little bit more. So it looks like the Vengeance might be put down here. The longer you wait, the more likely it becomes that the Bastion is a thing. And you have to remember too, the other Vengeance went through, and Owie did not use Bastion to counter it. Just let it go through and played the Tom Kench instead. So I'm wondering if Owie cares and is just going to let this Vengeance go through as well.
There's an option to maybe just let it go through, because Tom Kench, how much is he really doing in this matchup where you're not really trying to eat a spider, or there's just not really great value in Tom Kench's removal unit, and instead maybe you want to develop something like a second Star Spring and a Broadback Protector. But because you're at 20 HP, there's not really any chance of trying to get some cheeky heals on the Broadback Protector. So maybe trying to keep the Tom Kench was optimal, but there is a response there from Coinflip.
Beautiful. Now we have room on the board to play the Boxtopus, which goes down to 1. You don't have to worry about it dying to Vile Feast or Withering Wail, and this gets a double Star Spring. So that's going to be a lot of progress, actually. All the way up to 14 out of 22.
And they cannot be removed, so no matter what happens, this progress is locked onto the board, and you're slowly creeping towards that win condition if you are Owie. And there's not going to be, immediate pressure from Coinflip. This is not a deck that can suddenly take you down from 20 to 0 in one turn. It'll take something like 15 turns to do it. So I think it's definitely just trying to slowly get these baby steps in for Owie, try and get this Star Spring. Like I said, 1 damage or one heal counter per round is probably good enough value for Owie, to be honest.
And there's the Ruination. Finally, there's only 2 Ruinations in the deck, and that's basically what you want. You need the Ruination to go through and just keep your opponent from beating you up, reset their progress. We saw how difficult it was over all of this time to get the progress on those damaged units for the Star Spring. And now when you have to rebuild your board from scratch, this could, if Coinflip gets some bodies down here to block, could survive.
Yeah, I would have hoped for a body from that Guiding Touch draw last turn, or a body he could play. Tom Kench, of course, being 4 mana, not quite 3, but couldn't play it that turn. And now, once again, Karma able to continue stalling after resetting that huge board that Owie had. And now the hand for Owie isn't looking too great. He suddenly run out of cards. But, I mean, Coinflip is a 1 HP, so that is at least something that you can try and strive for and try and get the win that way, which is unusual for Tom Kench Soraka, but in this matchup, it might be a possibility.
And interesting there, Owie showing a lot of restraint there, not going for the Pale Cascade to try to get the lethal. The chance of that actually resulting in lethal is really high. You maybe force a Withering Wail so you can get some more Star Spring progress if you do threaten the lethal there. So
That's one way to spend your mana. If you are coin flip, you don't want to damage, of course, the Drawback Protector or the Soraka. You do want to have another blocker on the board for the next open attack. So if you could just immediately pass, it would have been less than ideal because it would be 2 attackers and only 1 blocker. But in this case, now he has at least 2 blockers to stop these units from hitting the Nexus.
And because coin flip is forced to block, again, you're just putting more progress on the Star Spring. And here's Vengeance. Doesn't safety block, is going all in against the Bastion there.
He would have had the Whale anyway to try and heal back up a little bit, so it would have never been quite lethal, I think, regardless of the outcome. But yeah, a risky play there. I think you do have to sometimes take risks when you're a bit far behind, when you're at 2 HP if you're coin flip in this case. But he has a lot of different plays that can stall out. He has a concussive palm as well for next turn. But now Owi able to rebuild his board a little bit, and he has, like you mentioned, 1 heal counter there. So 15 now for the Star Spring out of 22. We're 7 away from maybe reaching the conclusion of this game.
And another Rekindler top decked. No champions have died. The only champion I think that's been drawn was that overdrawn Thresh earlier. The other 2 Threshes and all the Karmas are at the bottom, and coin flip is basically having to pilot this one on their own. There's no help from the champions in the deck.
I mean,
now
look at his hand. There's not a single card he can play. If, like, for any sort of usual or somewhat okay value, acceptable value, there's not. I mean, nothing. This turn at least, he literally cannot play a single card that would, aid his game plan right now.
You have to just pass, hope that Owi takes it, so you have another concussive palm just to keep unit parity.
Of course, there's the threat of Ruination, and there's a threat of Owi not knowing what's in hand for coin flip. But in that current hand, and this is something that happens with Spooky Karma, especially with a deck that, like Tom Ken's Soraka, that is very unusual in its game plan, where you just don't have any viable plays to make at some points in the game.
Yeah, so there's going to be another block. We've got another concussive palm. The other issue becomes, too, you have to find a way to kill this Broadback Protector before you can start hitting the Nexus, because when the Nexus is damaged, Broadback Protector will sacrifice some of its HP to heal the Nexus and then get healed by the Star Spring. So this is incredibly rough.
The palm comes in, at least able to use it effectively here to stop the attack there and stop that damage from coming through onto the Nexus, of course. But now Tahm Kench is, once again, 1 counter is good enough for a pass. So once again, Owi takes it. Now we're up to 17. We're reaching maximum capacity there. 5 more heals. And we have a finish to this game. It might last, it might take a while to get there, though. Things are going to get slow at this point in the game.
With the concussive palms gone, I don't think that coin flip really has a way to keep up with just Owi drawing cards and filling up the board here. We've got Codger now. We've got another Tahm Kench in hand. We've got this Pale Cascade that has yet to be cashed in for more card draw. It's slow going. And again, when you're in a tournament setting, you're going to play very cautiously, of course. Owi could, if you try to go all in on the board, you can get wiped out by that second Ruination, and then where do you go from there? So that's 18 out of 22 now. Tahm Kench back up to full HP. And this River Shaper can't draw any cards.
Drawn. Karma has finally been drawn. She is actually in the deck. We thought for a second coin flip had forgotten to include her in the deck. Maybe he was rushing the deck list at the beginning of the tournament start, but no, it is in the deck list. So it is there, and it can maybe finally start doing something flashy now that we've been at 10 mana for 20 turns.
If you play Karma, one of these units is going to get eaten by Acquired Taste, right? I mean, Owi has not been focusing on using Acquired Taste to get the unit advantage here to swing for lethal. Has just been swinging in because they get a little bit of chip damage on the Nexus, or they get progress on Star Spring. And I wonder if Owi is finally going to pull the trigger here. Coin flip can't really play Karma. I think the threat of that second Ruination has been the only thing that's kept Owi in check this whole time.
And Karma can, of course, get hushed the moment she comes in for, there's 3 turns of hushing. So before it was coin flip stalling with all his different, one card per turn with the concussive palms and Ruinations. Now it might be Owi stalling with hushes instead to silence Karma and stop her, very strong and light in effect.
Yeah, Hush comes down immediately. You're gonna stop the doubled up healing, any of the value, or Insight of Ages or something like that. But at the very least, Coin Flip can block with the Karma.
Acquired Taste can be played, but a Deny will be able to answer that, and it will be the last play that Coinflip can make this game, of course. So you can still develop the Crusty Codger if you are OE. You have Pill Cascade to sneak in a little bit more damage as well, and you have even Bastion to just get one more piece of damage onto one of these units and try and find lethal.
It's really disrespectful that Karma was just hiding in the deck this whole time and comes down right before the game is over.
It's giving Coinflip some hope, at least for the rest of the tournament, because this might be a game lost. And then he'll be down in losers bracket trying to fight his way through. And in that situation, you do need hope. You do need good thoughts, good mental state to try and claw back and make the losers bracket run. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm speaking too soon, and maybe there's a way Coinflip can do this. But that is a Deny on the Acquired Taste.
And Karma stays alive. She stays on board at the very least, but as you said, the Codger's available. There's only 3 mana left. You don't have to worry about any removal. Just gonna go for the attack, huh? OE is committed to this this Star Spring plan, I suppose.
I'm not sure what. I guess Go Hard's Vile Feast all still available. I obviously looking at the hands and having full information, playing the Crodger and the Pill Cascade would have been guaranteed lethal because you have an extra unit and there's no removal possible. But this might be the safer way, of course, to do it if you're OE. And you don't want to risk. Obviously, we can see the hands, but OE does not have full information. There are quite a few cards that can be played for 3 mana still in Coinflip's list.
So Black Spear comes down, eaten by the Bastion. This is the second Bastion in the deck. So OE getting that long-term reward of saving that first Bastion against the Soraka. So that's going to be units on the board with the double Star Spring, and that will not do it.
Nope, because the second Star Spring heals after the first one, checks to see what's going on, and then it doesn't get the information from the second one. There's a lack of communication there between the 2 landmarks. So delaying, the lag there between both landmarks means that there isn't a win there that turn, which is maybe why playing Crusty Codger and Pill Cascade and going for that line of play would have been ideal, but it's not lethal just yet. Obviously, once this round ends, if Obi can survive this, he's at 20 HP, he has 11 mana. If he can survive this, he will win.
All right, so what do you do?
You have to find Crumble from these Karma cards, but 5
There's
mana.
also didn't Homecoming get buffed? Can't you return landmarks with that?
I'm not sure, but there's a surrender there from Coinflip. Thankfully, we've been removed from this punishment that we've had to cast Spooky Karma, and that will be Coinflip unfortunately dropping to the losers bracket. And OE, our champion, remains in the tournament. Tompkins Soraka once again able to prove it can get a win in many different scenarios, including this one, and he's able to advance to the semifinals of this Fight Night tournament.
Yeah, so well played from both players. I think that Coinflip does have the right idea with the lineup. Brought something really sweet with Peak, and the Spooky Karma just not coming through. Hopefully, all the bad RNG is out of the way, and the draws will come through in the losers bracket. But we're going to see if we can catch the end of one of the other games that are still going on in the bracket, surprisingly. Despite, again, that Tom Kench Karma match kind of going pretty long. There are some other matches that are still concluding, right? The metagame in Runeterra, we got spoiled because it was so fast for a long time. There was a lot of 2-0s happening. There was a lot of really aggressive and explosive decks, seeing tons of play at the time. And now things are slowing down a little bit, especially with Aphelios being added. Games are a lot more value-based. There's a lot more cards being generated and played. So we do have these options now to hopefully see some more gameplay.
Yeah, it seems like Elix and Lobster are still in game 3. So if you thought that game was slow, there's someone slower out there in the world, and in this case it will be Elix and Lobster. We're seeing a Shroom deck list versus Fiora Shen. So this is usually not a very slow matchup because the Shrooms are there. They start piling up, and eventually your Nexus reaches 0 if you're not able to deal with it in time. We see double Hexcore Foundry. We'll try and find out how many mushrooms are already in the deck. Could be quite a few if we see Puffcat Peddler, and we are on turn almost 7. So we'll see just how much there are and if there's any sort of lethal possibility with the Hexcore Foundries being on the board, but still 14 HP for Elix is pretty healthy.
And so 4-mana Thermo coming down, trying to finish off this Cythria, but instead gets denied by the Sharp Sight. So that's going to be an 8-1 Cythria. At the very least, she is still vulnerable to Brittle Steel, but the open attack looks really massive here for Elix.
3 draws and no mushrooms makes me, deduce that there aren't many mushrooms in the deck, or Elix is the luckiest player in this tournament. We'll find out very soon which one of those two it is, but Fiora comes down as well now. You still have mana for at least one of these spells, or any of these spells, sometimes 2 with Sharpsight and Stolen Combat being in the deck. So we'll see what kind of counterplay Lobster can have here, but he does have quite a few Frostbite effects though, so gonna have a pretty easy time, I think, just stalling out this round.
The open attack kind of gets eaten up by Harsh Winds anyway, so I do like that Elix is just going to keep developing. You just need enough mana, right, to back up your plays. You still get the AoE buff from Cythria, you're still threatening with the Fiora here, you're pushing some damage through, and without the Shroom pressure, Elix is not trying to play the game at an accelerated rate. If you give Fiora Shen the window to just kind of kick back, develop board, draw all the spells they need to reinforce their plays, they're more than happy to do so. And with double Hexcore Foundry, they're going to get those cards. Fiora Shen is infamous for its ability to brick, and the double Hexcore Foundry is going to fix that right away. We've even got Sharp Sight here to make sure this attack still goes through if that's what Elix wants to do. The denies are a bit problematic, but just looking at the board state right now, Elix looks in a pretty strong position.
The Harsh Winds might have done quite a bit to help Ezreal level up, and this Sharp Sight being played this turn to try and get a favorable trade here on Fiora, or potentially just the Fury and the favorable trade on the Screeching Dragon could be beneficial here for Elix, but that means there's no blocker for Ezreal next turn. He decides to attack and is played already leveled up, but there is a single combat, so there is still a pretty easy way to deal with that Ezreal.
Mm-hmm. If the Ezreal is leveled up, then things could really swing. Once it comes down, the second Ezreal becomes a Mystic Shot, and with the Hexcore Founders refueling Fresh Lobster's hand, the arsenal of spells to start dealing direct damage to the Nexus, could still happen, right? We think about these Hexcore Foundry lists to be very reliant on mushrooms, but it has these cheap burst spells from Freljord that can fuel some very old school style Ezreal play. And there's the orange glow. The Ezreal is leveled up and ready to go if Fresh Lobster wants to go for that line.
And there was 2 answers to Ezreal, but they were both used in a very aggressive, maybe even greedy fashion from Elix last turn to try and get the maximum trades, get the Fiora counter as well, get the Screeching Dragon to a 6/4 stat line as well. And now there isn't really an answer to Ezreal, and it's leveled up. You're at 14 HP. You don't have heal and Fiora Shen usually unless you have Spirit's Refuge. So it could be a problem. I mean, there's going to be a lot of stalling cards in hand. You have the Veteran Investigator, a Fearsome Blocker for only 2 mana. The Chump Pump as well can provide its blocker as well, and you still have Brittle Steel and Flash Freeze to get 2 big freezes next turn as well. So Elix might be in trouble.
Yeah, Fresh Lobster right now has a window of opportunity to maybe get this Ezreal set up and get some continuous damage. Now that we know Elix does not have the interactivity, but after so many combat tricks were used last round, I think that Fresh Lobster, being a seasoned tournament player, recognizes that very high chance they aren't going to be able to immediately answer the Ezreal, and is just going to get this set up now. There was a line maybe where you go for something a bit safer, a bit meatier with the Sejuani. Looking at, of course, Sejuani in hand, we know that she's not leveled up. The mushrooms have not come through, but this Chump Wump has the double purpose of also fueling Ezreal.
And here's the thing, even though Elix was very greedy in his use of his spells last turn, Fresh Lobster does not know this, and he cannot really attack with an Ezreal because the Sharp Sight would just immediately shut down any chance he has of dealing damage to the opponent's Nexus and of having some sort of a game plan moving into the late game. So you're kind of never punished if you're Elix. You're able to play kind of greedily. You have a very menacing board, of course, with double Cythria, Screeching Dragon, Fiora, etc. And maybe now Lobster has to take chances, has to maybe attack with this Ezreal, try and get chip damage in, and try and survive the next round, really. There's no Relentless Pursuit in hand, and just win off of Ezreal damage, basically.
With a board like this, you're also terrified of Bright Steel formation, and as you already said, the Relentless Pursuit. So Fresh Lobster might take that risk.
I think Elix is counting the amount of sharp sights he himself has played to see, what chances there are that Lobster takes the risk. But I think, in card games, when you're so far behind and when you're at a position like this one, where you're staring at a board with, 6 big units hoping to kill you, you have to start taking risks and have to start taking, bigger leaps in your gameplay to try and find some kind of an out, some kind of a win condition.
So Sejuani going to swing in here on the Cythria. Of course, takes down this one with 1 HP in order to force through as much overwhelm damage as possible, but not risking the Ezreal. Even if it does connect,
Ooh.
you can't use the Mystic Shot that Ezreal will generate. So it's just going fully. What's that 2 damage worth to you, Lobster?
Maybe a lot if you're trying to get lethal off of the Ezreal with so many burst speed targets with iterative improvement, Brittle Steel, Flash Freeze, Mystic Shot that you can hit for face as well without there being healing in Elix's deck. It could be potentially very important to have that 12 HP.
And the Prismatic Barrier is coming through for Elix here. This is a card that you often don't see in Fiora Shen, but teching in a cheaper barrier gives the deck a more proactive stance here, right? Where your opponent is, especially Fiora Shen, since it's been around for so long, they're so used to playing around. Do they have 4 spell mana up? I have to play around Riposte. But this one opening up that floating 3 spell mana, which feels a lot more natural when you compare it to other decks. And here it is, the double Cythria open attack. Each unit getting +2/+2 and fearsome. Ezreal can't block this.
And if Ezreal would have attacked last turn, I think you had almost burst speed lead, or maybe not quite, but you had a lot of damage. And this is a big attack here. We'll see what Lobster can do. A lot of damage being pushed here. You have Riposte and Sharpsight for even more damage from hand as well after a freeze. Maybe Lobster should have taken more risks last turn. The Sharpsight was drawn on the next draw this turn, so it was very close to being top deck, but not quite last turn.
And it looks like there's enough Frostbites in hand for Fresh Lobster to survive here. Hang on. Yeah, and then one more. There's 17 right now showing.
I think you want to heal just above staying alive and then have still a bit of counterplay with the second Flash Freeze, for example. You control chance still to take away 2 and survive at 1 HP, and then maybe hit a bigger unit for a big Frostbite. But I don't think Elix will play too much into that by boosting the Cythria even more.
It's so risky, right? Because Fiora Shen, when you're playing Hexcore Foundry into it, you're giving them so many extra cards. And normally when you have these reads of, aha, they don't have Sharp Sight, they don't have this combat trick, your read is gone the next round after they've drawn 3 cards. You know what I mean?
And Sejuani wasn't quite there to level up either this turn, because that could have also been a pretty surprising way to stop it with the full Frostbite and the Shroom hitting the on the draw this very turn as well for Elix. But Riposte is being played here now to try and find lethal. 1 HP currently for Lobster. You can't really accept this if you're Elix because you don't have any kind of burn in hand. You don't have Relentless Pursuit either. You have to stay, I think, at least at 4 mana to have a deny available to stop.
Wait, hang on, isn't this lethal? Iterative improvement into Mystic Shot on the Nexus?
You have deny still for Elix?
Ooh, he might risk it.
As long as you stay above 4 mana, you're playing around Mystic Shot if you're Elix. And you can do that with both. You still have Sharp Sight for 2, and then you still have 4 mana to play reactively. So
the Frostbites are enough here? My heart is racing. This is so, when it comes down to like these last itty bitty, like nitty gritty plays against Ezreal, when you just have to find that lethal because they're gonna kill you with 1 more spell.
He survives on 1 HP, and that is lethal now because you'll have a burst speed kill next turn with Ezreal. So maybe it was correct not to risk it if you were Lobster last turn. He does end up surviving this turn, so just barely at 1 HP, and now Ezreal, there's nothing you can do. You can just surrender if you're Elix, because you know there has to be at least 1 burst speed spell in hand for Elix before you can do anything, before you have any chance to opt to really do anything in response. So There's Elix surrendering, Fresh Lobster surviving by the skin of his teeth, barely making it through that last huge attack there, able to just find the right cards to do it. Of course, playing, I think, very smartly by waiting for the second flash feeds, etc. But a very,
Mm,
very clutch win there, and Shroom showing that it can continue to be a competitive deck. Owi won with it last tournament, and now
mm-hmm,
Lobster,
mm-hmm.
another very, very veteran and very accomplished player, also standing behind this deck, bringing it to an important tournament like this one, and finding a win with it in the best of three against Elix, a very strong player as well.
And not to mention, taking a win from Fior Shen just really shows that it can be a meta contender. Some of these decks that show up in the metagame are meant to counter very specific things, but I think that we've seen, especially from Always Run last week, that it has a strong, just general matchup spread where you're able to shift your game plan to fight a lot of different decks. And so many things right now get locked out by leveled up Sejuani. But let's take a quick look now that that match was concluded at our bracket.
Looks like Owi did take that win, so our champion is still in the semifinals, playing against Extasio, a Spanish player, in that semifinals coming up very soon. Sergio Tuvamos, a very strong player, got the double qualification, the top stakes on both EU and NA for this Shurima qualifier, so has proven results in the past month. Takes a loss there in the very first game of this tournament. Foul, our runner-up last week, also takes a loss there against Colby. And we just saw Lobster, of course, getting that very close win over Elix in the last quarterfinal.
So again, the lobby is huge, and the players in the lobby are super skilled, and so it's no surprise that players that had really strong performances in the past or even last week might still take one loss early. Fight Night EU, of course, this is the tournament of losers bracket runs. Like you get that you get that huge buff of being from the losers bracket, and then you run it back. So I'm really excited to see if the players are going to be able to run it back after this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just concluded the first round of matches that actually went a little bit long, but we have finally come back through for the next set of matches. We've got the next selected match from the bracket locked in. Is going to be Fresh Lobster versus Colby. We caught the end of Fresh Lobster's previous match, and basically what you can tell from Fresh Lobster is that he is very methodical and very patient play style. Even with a match going super long, Tom Kench versus Spooky Karma, Fresh Lobster was still in the middle of their third game as well. So, I mean, what else can you say about Fresh Lobster? He's extremely well known, very seasoned tournament veteran. Did well in the seasonal last time, and is just looking to prepare for the upcoming seasonal, and is just a mainstay, I think, in Fight Night EU at this point.
Yeah, I was going to mention that I think he's the one player that we really don't have to introduce much. He's gotten a big reputation in the EU competitive scene just through tournament results. He's also streamed, created content, etc. So people definitely know who Lobster is if they've been watching any kind of competitive Runeterra esports for the past year or so, even. So definitely a mainstay. Colby coming from South Africa, so a new country to put on the list for our Fight Night tournaments, a new country represented at least, and already made it to semifinals. So strong start for him, but he has to face a very strong opponent here in Lobster.
The newer players that are breaking into the Runeterra competitive scene, I think that in terms of card games, Runeterra has presented the most opportunities for these players to kind of have these chances to shine. But you got to go up against some heavy hitters if you want to make a name for yourself in Runeterra right now. And so Colby has their work cut out for him. Going up against Fresh Lobster is going to be a great showing here, hopefully on the stream, to maybe let people think, oh, that's Colby, and we'll see what happens.
Lobster, let's move on to his deck list to check out what he decided to bring to this tournament. And the first deck that we're going to talk about is TF Aphelios. Aphelios, we mentioned it at the start of the broadcast, making a big splash on the meta and the competitive scene Runeterra once it was included a week ago. It has so many different ways to build this with so many different champions and regions that I've seen a ton of different archetypes built around him. And just a value generation card, a card that I think is as strong or stronger even maybe than Zoe when it came into the game and is finding a lot of play. In this case, Lobster opts for a pairing with Twisted Fate, another very strong champion in the game. I think we've seen that for the past 2 months, especially now with the kind of the new archetype with Wiggly Burblefish becoming a mainstay. Zap, of course, a guaranteed pairing with Twisted Fate, and in this case, the Veil Temple as well. So a landmark that just came out as well, and I think people are still testing it and finding out if it's actually good or not. But in this archetype, I've played it a bit as well. It can do some pretty crazy things.
The Veiled Temple, I do really like. You play it and you sort of underestimate it, and suddenly, when it refunds that mana, that +1/+1 maybe keeps your Aphelios or your Twisted Fate from dying, it just becomes unstoppable. You get so much extra value, especially when you have like double Veiled Temple in play, as the Dream is enormous. One power play this deck has that it's built around, of course, is Aphelios generating Crescendum, and Crescendum pulling the Boxtopus directly out of the deck, so that its effect does not trigger, meaning that it stays as a 2 mana 3/4 challenger. And that tempo can just carry you through the early mid game and then get you into these Wiggly Burblefish and that cheeky Mind Meld style play at the end there.
Yeah, this deck I've played it a bit, and the biggest problem it sometimes has is finding a strong win condition in the late game. You have a lot of value, you can do a lot of crazy things and play 17,000 cards per turn, but sometimes you're missing that way to end the game when you need to. And both the Solari Priestess and the Mind Meld give you those options to find maybe an Invoke Celestial type unit to end the game, or just end it with Mind Meld. We also see a few interesting cards added here, like Astral Protection. Sometimes it's Sunblessed Vigor instead, or we see two of them also in this deck. But Astral Protection also just there to try and keep your very important units alive. Moonlight Affliction is kind of just a double hush with a double silence. It used to be,
Mm-hmm.
2+2 was 4, so Moonlight Affliction wasn't good. Now 3+3 is 6, so Moonlight Affliction suddenly is pretty good when you need to hush two units in the same turn. So it's finding some value, not so much in an aggro-oriented deck list, but more as a control option in this deck list instead.
You get to stop those lethal swings, right? Buy yourself another turn or two, And of course, it does have that offensive application of removing 2 blockers, so that could always come through for you towards the end. So I do like, again, that double purpose of Moonlight Affliction, and now that it's finally starting to see some serious play, I think that players are going to recognize that Moonlight Affliction is actually very, very strong.
Looks like we will be getting a chance also to look at some more deck lists here from both of these players. We just
Hmm.
saw, obviously, Lobster. We saw 2 of his deck lists, but we haven't seen much from Colby yet. And he is bringing Fiora, which is maybe not the most exciting archetype. It has been in pretty much every tournament I've casted for the past year or so, but it is here also from Colby. I think it's a strong choice to bring to the tournament. Looking at the possible flex spots or tech options, we see the Tiana Crown Guard, which with the rally effect can be very, very strong in the late game. Double bright steel formation. Also, people sometimes choose between 1 and 2. We were talking about it off air, where it's kind of, I think, leaned a bit more towards 2 in the past month
Hmm.
or so. But the rest of the archetype really is, I think, pretty set in stone. The Nobifies maybe disappeared from the deck list once Go Hard was nerfed, but now with the Felios, they're kind of back in. So you kind of switch around there as well. But other than that, it's pretty staple while you're playing in this archetype.
Even the one of Relentless Pursuit, I think, has sort of been locked in at this point. You aren't really looking to, with Bright Steel formation at the top end, you aren't looking to double down in your mid game as much. It's more of a tech card against decks like Feel the Rush and other control archetypes where you can sometimes catch them by surprise. I do like the Tiana Crown Guard inclusion as well. This was something that we did see explored in Fiora Shen a while ago when the mirror match started to become much more common, and Tiana Crown Guard allows you to get out ahead of your opponent's Bright Steel formation a turn earlier.
And this is really, I mean, again, this is not the most exciting deck list, but it gets the job done. We've seen so many tournament winners have this deck in their lineup, and I'm not surprised that
Hmm.
Colby decided to bring it as well. And then we've seen other, strong decks becoming also kind of staples in the past month or so, like TF Fizz. But usually these decks kind of come in and come out. Like Ezreal Draven was very strong for 2 months. Now,
Hmm.
maybe not so strong, not so considered. But Fiora Shen has survived every meta possible. It's seen everything. It has the wisdom of the ancients staying around for 1 year and seeing all kinds of different decks played against it, and none of them can really get that crazy win rate against it. It's still going to be always a very viable option.
The last time I think we saw a deck with this much staying power was like old Karma Ezreal, right? There's no other deck that's been so consistent for competitive play and just for ladder play in general too. There have been some very strong tournament play decks that haven't been well performing on ladder, but Fiora Shen, you can play it on ladder, you can play it in tournaments, and it's just such a clean and solid game plan. It just gets better and better as you have more experience with it, right? Now that we've had the deck around for so long, the players, we don't have these issues of, oh, so and so is a little bit more experienced on this deck. It's like we're just looking forward to some straight up clean Fiora Shen gameplay, and we don't have to worry about individual skill. It comes down to some card draws, but Fiora Shen overcomes that RNG through the mind game aspect.
Also, the fact that most of these decks that are very strong, maybe very flashy in how strong they are, they get nerfed eventually, at least 1 or 2 pieces, and then it's certainly not as strong. Whereas
Hmm.
Fiora Shen has always stayed a bit under that line, and even had great additions like Screeching Dragon and Sharpside added in the past few expansions. So it's definitely here to stay, but not in this game one, because it is going to be TF Fizz versus TF Aphelios.
So TF Fizz, we've seen some really explosive turns out of this deck. Leveling up Twisted Fate in 1 turn, crazy stuff like that. 3, 4, 5 Burble Fish in 1 turn for a lethal swing. It's gonna be really bombastic. One of these decks is gonna get out ahead of the other one, and it's just gonna go downhill from there. We've got Colby with Twisted Fate in hand, but I mean, Fresh Lobster's got the Aphelios here after the Duskbringer on the opener to play this on turn 3.
Ballistic Bot was found turn 2. You have Discard Fodder now for Get Excited as well, and there isn't really any protection for this Aphelia, so we'll see what Lobster decides to go for here. Looks like he is going to go for the Aphelios play. He now only has 1 mana and not really going to have enough to protect his Aphelios from getting excited, and there is just the perfect Discard Fodder here as well for Colby, so very clean removal here, and that's 1 less Aphelios and 1 less, obviously, the big value generator here to deal with from Lobster's side of the board.
Yeah, Colby is a little bit worried about like Pale Cascade here or Sunblessed Vigor to protect the Aphelios. Doesn't want to go for the Get Excited. And now that mana is spent on the Crescendum, we do see that put on the stack. So even though Aphelios is going to go down here, Fresh Lobster still has a pretty strong opener of the Boxtopus now being summoned by Crescendum.
And this is one of the big brain, obviously, when the Aphelios came out, a lot of the best deck builders and best, concept artists in Runeterra able to, big brain this, get the Boxtopus without obviously the weakness of it, which is the play effect, which reduces your HP down to 3-1. It's now 3-4 when it comes out from a summon effect, and it's a very strong play with Aphelios, of course. So even though Aphelios died, like you mentioned, he does get some value out of it.
And now the Boxtopus gives you such tempo that it curves perfectly into the Veiled Temple here. You don't have to worry about this landmark being too big of a tempo loss for you. Colby right now has an option of maybe Twisted Fate to wipe out a little bit of this board, maybe try to get it down to just cycle. We've seen TF blue card constantly when you just need the card draw. Zap Sprayfin or Zonai Urchin could happen here too. It's tough. It's very tough when you're staring down this 3/3 challenger.
And the Veiled Temple has such great synergy with Boxtopus as well, because getting more stats on a challenger unit that already has a pretty high stat line and the chance to be healed up as well with things like Guiding Touch or even Star Shaping in certain situations is pretty fantastic as well. So yeah, Colby is going to have be in a bit of trouble here playing Zap Frayfin, not really the most tempo valuable pressure inducing play, and this gives Lobster the chance to now play Veiled Temple and not have to worry too much, and now have the chance to play it slow and get a lot of value from this landmark.
And right now, despite the board control and the pressure that this Boxtopus is presenting, Fresh Lobster doesn't have a lot of follow-up threats in hand. So as long as Colby doesn't get too spooked and can just keep drawing cards, keep searching for the rest of their combo pieces, the game is still not over. Like the Colby is actually in a pretty good spot, despite what you might see from just the board state.
The pass here looks favorable for Lobster. He gets the 2 mana advantage here that would be wasted if Colby accepts it, and he has a chance to continue in a more slow game plan with a second temple in hand potentially, and the chance to pick a card of the Boxtopus back into the deck so he can then eventually draw it with Crescendum and not have to play it from hand as well.
When you can take turns like that, when your hand is really clunky, you're just so happy about it, right? As the later this game goes, potentially Fresh Lobster will be favored just because of like Star Shaping, getting some big win conditions, just the amount of healing. Because there is no Twisted Fate yet, Colby isn't putting on that really high octane accelerated plan that we've seen Twisted Fate Fizz pull off against other slower decks, where they play down the Twisted Fate, they can't answer it, he levels up in 1 round or a round and a half, and then we're off to the races. But now it looks like Colby is going to pull the trigger here, goes for the blue card. You've got the Rummage to follow up, you've got the Zonai Urchins, all the draw is there. The attack token from the Boxtopus can't stop this, and Hush might be the only answer if Lobster picks up on this all in and pre-hushes the Twisted Fate to stop the level up.
Yeah, this could be, a major issue. Stress testing, like you mentioned, is going to be, you have so much cycling now, and TF level up is obviously one of the scariest leveled up champs in the game, alongside maybe Karma, which is maybe harder to end up, getting this early in the game. So TF leveling up will be a big issue. Like you mentioned, you have some silences, but that's a lot of mana that you have to use up every single turn just to answer that TF.
So now, looking at Twisted Fate, blue card on the stack, you're going to draw a card, you're getting 1 more spell mana back. So do you just go for pick a card here? Or do you want to get a little bit more things in play with the Zonai Urchins instead?
I don't think you want to fill your hand up too much, because you might just overdraw by quite a lot if you're drawing 6 fleeting next turn. And you can level up TF burst speed next turn with the Rummage, probably. If you play Zonites first onto Stress Testing, you get more units on the board as well. You want to have enough burst speed spells next turn as well to be able to maybe stun whatever Boxtopus is threatening to kill on TF.
It's close, yeah. Colby has a lot of lines to consider. When you have these decks, even though you have so much card draw, you think that it makes the deck simpler to operate because you're just going to be drawing and, you know, oh, the lines will be so obvious when you can just draw tons and tons of cards to get your best pieces. But in situations like this where you're a little bit behind, your hand isn't quite apparent, you know, what you should do, there's a lot of different lines to go for.
So you have you already have the TF leveled up with this current play. 4 out of 8 means that 3 will be drawn from pick a card and 1 from the natural turn draw. So that's 8 out of 8. So level up. And then you want to have quite a few burst speed spells in hand as well to try and maybe get full value before it is killed by the Boxtopus. And I believe the pick a card in hand might be a TF, which would be nice to have in hand after the attack from Lobster next turn as well. Colby's like me. Between rounds, he's always just clicking on the board. I do the same exact thing. I think we have this. We just have to be doing something at all times.
It must really satisfying when you have the KDA board because you get that little purple bubble. And I think when you and it has like a little like bass thump effect added to it if I'm not mistaken.
Like
so yeah, cashes in the Poro Cannon. Has now 2 1/1s to attack. You can get some. Oh, just floats the mana. That's not bad. Doesn't attack. Trying to just get Twisted Fate leveled up, not trying to get the Zap Spray Fin into any trouble, looks like.
And if the pick a card in hand wasn't TF, he does have the TF now. So even if his TF ends up dying, he can play the second TF from hand. He has a lot of cheap spells as well to play. The second Poro Cannon can discard potential, another pick a card. Yeah, there's a lot of options here to try and get a lot of value from TF this turn. And we'll see if having double Temple on the board is going to be able to get enough value for Lobster to stay in this game and you know, continue fighting against leveled up TF, which is just so strong.
This is a showdown I have yet to see. The double Veiled Temple refilling 4 spell mana every round, opening up with the Hush, gives up on the Daybreak on the Solari Priestess. You love it. Just kill this Twisted Fate. You already mentioned they have another one in hand, but you have to you've got to finish this off. You've got to stop these cards from coming through. The Pale Cascade to trigger the Veiled Temple and buff up this Boxtopus is enormous. This is what you talked about. The stat buff from Veiled Temple keeping this Boxtopus on board. And now you have this huge challenge unit that's just controlling the board. Twisted Fate comes down. This is going to force another Hush, I think, right? Do you care about the gold card, red card at this point? You finally gotten your attack through.
You do, because these Boxtopus might be dying this turn otherwise. And you don't really have the mana to do much of anything else. I guess you could play the Zap first, but that's just, yeah, it's asking for trouble. I think you do want to, again, this is a stalling play though. Sure, you stop the TF from going off this turn, but what are you going to do next turn? Play Moonlight Affliction on just the TF to again continue stalling? Could be the play, of course, but there's going to be more threats from Colby. He's going to be able to play his elusive units as well now, and there's not really any elusive blockers on the board here yet for Lobster, so things are going to start getting tricky for both players. I think the value generation on board right now presented from TF and from the Temples is huge, and this is a matchup and a game plan we don't normally get to see, I think, in these very competitive deck lists.
The Boxtopus being protected is just kind of keeping the floodgates from opening here. With Twisted Fate in play, not only are you getting that board control from red card and gold card, but the extra card draw, you know, off of the blue card. So now Burblefish is down. We've got iterative improvements in the hand to get more Burblefishes, and the combo might come down this turn, right? All of Lobster's mana is held hostage by Moonlight Affliction. There's Burblefish and Zap to maybe get a couple blockers in on top of this, but this is going to be a lot of damage pushed through theoretically.
Yeah, the blue card there is guaranteed because you have first action if you're Colby with the attack token now. We could see a Moonlight Affliction if you want to silence an elusive and TF at this point.
Yeah, Guiding Touch on the Nexus into Moonlight Affliction. You get you don't need the Nightfall on Moonlight Affliction. It's a habit of mine.
In this case, just a double silence, which is also very effective in most matchups for 5 mana. Especially with a deck that has so many ways to stall and just get value out of the cards, silencing 2 things that you can't really control is a big deal in these matchups. But there's a Guiding Touch, a little bit of cycle. Burblefish now discounted to 0 on both sides of the board, so I mentioned Burblefish a month ago being, starting to become a card in TF Go Hard and some of their deck lists, and I said it would become a very, very, very strong card, and I think it's obvious now how strong it is and how many things it does right, maybe too right, and it could be a card that might be nerfed in a little while, but both players taking advantage of it while they can in both of these deck lists.
And now we've got the Burblefish just waiting in the hand. You get in the cards you generate off of Burblefish are so strong in this region combination. With Bilgewater and Piltover Zon, like the 1-drops all feed into your win condition or just give you some really useful effect. The Shakedown, the Parleys, we've all seen what's the worst thing you can get? Jettison, and even then you can just mulligan it away with Rummage or shuffle it back in with Pick a Card. And so Fizz is leveled up now, 8 spells cast, and red card to wipe this board.
Well, wipe the Lunari Dustbringer and damage this board, but the Boxtopus number 1, that's currently at 7-2, will continue getting heals and attacks, and it will maybe turn into a monstrosity as this game goes on. Second Boxtopus will be killed potentially soon because it's not going to be hitting by Vil Temple. It's one of the bad things about Vil Temple. If you have one very strong unit, it gets all the buffs and hogs them up, and then it becomes obviously vulnerable to removal and things like Hush, etc. But it is still obviously a very strong card with the mana regeneration as well.
Ooh, so Fresh Lobster goes for the Star Shaping onto the Boxtopus. Even though it's going to be tanking the gold card on the next spell cast, the mana refresh still gives Lobster the chance to cast the Moonlight Affliction on top of this play. So just reinforcing the board, getting another win condition, getting some other resources and outs. With 20 HP, despite what Colby is cooking here in this hand and trying to set up on the board, you're still feeling pretty safe.
An Astral Protection, showing why it's included in the deck list. If there's any type of removal threatened onto this 3/3 Boxtopus, there's going to be a very swift response from that one-of copy of Astral Protection in the deck list. So again, with Boxtopus and having that kind of high health total that you can heal, it makes Astral Protection that much of a better choice as well.
So Boxtopus right now, safe from gold card. His big brother is going to tank it for him. So no need to cash in the Astral Protection this round. We do have Zap now and Burblefish coming down as elusive blockers to stop this. Spell Thief could also help with this region combination. There's a lot of interesting 1-drops to get in Targon now. Spell Thief being one of them. And Colby, so many cards in hand, and they're all so cheap. So you have options for days.
Yeah, Get Excited is going to be able to try and at least threaten this Boxtopus if he wants to, but with 4 mana up, I'm not sure he wants to take that risk. We'll see in just a second. He has, of course, double stress testing as well to continue cycling through his deck and get value out of the Get Excited as well, but maybe just trying to optimize the elusive units here he's going to hit with. He has the Playful Trickster as well, possibly, in hand, but Lobster's still at 19 HP, still very, very healthy, so I think no chance of some kind of a surprise lethal combination happening here from Colby.
Again, the threat of like Sunblessed Vigor, Astral Protection, it's going to keep the Twisted Fate from trying to swing in on this Pablo for free, of course. And again, you've got a lot of elusive units. You can get some damage through. What's great about this deck, because you have iterative improvement and so much card draw, if your opponent is playing a game plan where they have elusive chump blockers, you can just mow through them. You just get your trades, and then you just set up more elusives before they have a chance to reset up theirs. And
you can even shake down and vulnerable both of these elusives and just go for a bigger swing even, and you have the units to do it. You can shake down one of the 1/1 elusives and then play the second one from hand as well. You have so much mana and so many cards to do it. So interesting choice here. Obviously a very complex turn here for Colby, but ends up just attacking with these 4 units, not wanting to risk Twisted Fate and Fizz because there are things like Sunblessed Vigor that could play around Quick Attack from Twisted Fate.
And so
very safe attack here in the end.
Yeah, again, when you're presented with so many options, you can sometimes get analysis paralysis, right? There's just so many things to do, you aren't sure what choice to make, and you end up freezing up, roping, then you're panicking, and Colby is just putting all of that aside, and it's just going to take a straight up good attack here.
I have to look at exactly what cards Lobster has in the deck to play around certain plays, but I think maybe going for a shakedown, playful trickster play and getting a lot of damage in this turn might have been interesting. And you could kind of rearrange the blockers that were available and go for some pretty big kills here. Now this Boxtopus at 3-1, it becomes even more valuable for Astral Protection. So really that doesn't really do much, that attack there onto the Boxtopus.
Getting the damage, it just means that without Astral Protection, it will die to potentially red or gold card next round. Colby trying to balance out the amount of pressure that's on the board, so you still have some blockers with the amount of burst spells, so you're able to quickly and efficiently proc Twisted Fate. So we've, again, still so many options in hand. There's another pick a card there in order to just keep refueling. And despite everything, Fresh Lobster's holding down the fort pretty well, but there's no threats in the hand. Fresh Lobster's all value, but nothing to end the game with.
And the Moonlight can be played instantly right now to silence TF this turn as well, with the attack token now on Lobster's side of the board. So we'll see what he goes for here. He's now threatening this TF with the Boxtopus. I don't think you want to let TF get off his entire proc of abilities this turn as well, because there is going to be, of course, spell mana and fast and burst speed spells to do it.
You just force your opponent to cash in 3 cheap cards to get the gold card and save Twisted Fate. Arguments to be made for maybe just pre-healing the smaller Boxtopus and pulling Twisted Fate with that, because you know that the big one is going to tank the gold card for you. But just, again, as you mentioned, just goes for the pre-silence.
And now you just can't get value from TF at all. I don't believe the TF all the way on the left, or the pick a card, is a TF either. So that you can't just find the value there at this point. And looks like the stall game has worked out for Lobster. He had enough silences to really stop TF from getting too much value in the last few turns. And the Boxtopus continues to remain on the board, and you have protection for it, Astral Protection of all things, so even better than normal protection. And it's not going to die anytime soon, I think.
Yeah, you go for the Astral Protection, or if you want this Boxtopus to live, this is what's keeping you alive. They're sniping these elusive units for you, and there is a world, coming up soon where Fresh Lobster is able to just Living Legends, which refills your spell mana. Then you play a Celestial, and then you get more mana back from the Veiled Temple, and then that Celestial is buffed, and then you can have this really explosive turn. Your elusives now, because both of these decks are running the Burble Fishes and the Zaps, you have even bigger elusives potentially coming down the pipeline thanks to the Great Beyond or the Immortal Fire.
Astral Protection onto the Zap Spray Fin instead, valuing the elusive blocker more than that second Boxtopus. Of course, that second Boxtopus is going to continue playing catch up the entire game, because he will never get the temple buffs, because there is the first Boxtopus in the pecking order, the number 1. Valuing just the blocker on the Zap instead. And that pick a card was a TF actually. So this TF, the silences are gone now. There are no more silences. You can Spell Thief into potentially some kind of a removal here. I'm not sure entirely what options are available for Colby. We'll see what options.
If they get offered, they get excited. Yes, they can cash in this third Veiled Temple that's just kind of languishing in the hand to answer the Twisted Fate. This is the Spell Thief Get Excited that Colby had cast earlier in the game to answer Fresh Lobster's Aphelios, and so now this is coming back around to answer this Twisted Fate, and this is the third one, isn't it?
I believe you can kill this Boxtopus now, though, or at least attempt to. Only 2 cards in hand for Colby. If you're able to really think through the cards that were played, these cards, that the Burblefish. Well, actually, you maybe don't know exactly, but you can get through an entirety of TF's abilities here. Get excited on the Boxtopus and then kill it with a gold card. But it looks like it's just going to be the 1 blue card here, and trying to develop a more natural game plan now with the rest of this 5 mana.
Against these value-oriented decks, you need the Twisted Fates to kind of carry you through. Colby, again, has the Burble Fishes, but iterative improvements have already been spent. That big swing turn with the elusives that this Twisted Fate Fizz deck is normally, known for, has been finally walled out. It looks from Colby's perspective, that just through raw card advantage, they could clinch a win here, but Fresh Lobster has the living legends.
And that will save him one turn of having, being able to get just a ton of cards to play. That's one turn. But other than that, he's pretty much out of cards. He doesn't really have a chance to come back into the game. Temple, great at getting mana.
The Mind Meld!
And there's not really an answer for it.
The Mind Meld technology. We've seen this card come up huge before, getting it fleeting off of the stress testing, if I'm not mistaken.
And there are a ton of options for a full board, of course, with the second Burblefish in hand there. A lot of options in hand now for Lobster as well. And Meteor Shower is able to take down maybe 2 units before that Mind Meld. Well, actually, it's a slow speed spell, so not even. You have to have a fast speed reaction to the Mind Meld that is also slow speed. And usually invoke the spells that are able to deal with this kind of stuff are all slow speed, so you have to play them proactively.
You whiff on the Cosmic Rays here, which would wipe out a lot of these shrimpy units, and the next best option is the Meteor Shower. Use that proactively. You can't target Fizz, but you can take out the Burblefish and something else. Fresh Lobster opting for the Golden Sister here. And Colby thinking, can I get away with putting another Burblefish on the pile to get Mind Melded, or do I want to just go for it now? We've seen all the Hushes, we've seen the Moonlight Affliction. There isn't really a way to stop this. And again, you mentioned in Targon, there's no fast answers to start clearing things. I think that the Mind Meld is pretty strong here. Because the Boxtopus and the Zap Spray Fin are still vulnerable from the shakedown previously.
He's going to have 3 of these units vulnerable for Lobster on his side of the board, with third spell being played here now. And I think if you didn't see an immediate answer, an immediate Cosmic Rays played first, I'm not sure how worried you are about it being a thing, which is why I think you can slow play it a bit. You have a lot of cards to pass priority, of course, with Burblefish, Ignition, etc., and decide what the best line of action here is once your opponent maybe commits a lot of mana to try and play around this kind of stuff.
Lobster hesitating on the Meteor Shower. Maybe wants to get a little bit more value caught up in this. Is there going to be a better target? Maybe Lobster thinking, I can get this 4-2 Burblefish. If there's another Burblefish in hand, maybe I can scoop that up too.
Yeah, ends up hitting the 1-1 instead. So now this second Burblefish will be a better unit to have on the board here for Colby. And can maybe get a Jailbreak to have another unit on the board as well, to have the full 5 units at least. We'll see what the card is here generated from the Burblefish. It is going to be a Rummage instead. Pretty good option here to try and find some stuff. You have both the Ignition and the Stress Testing to discard and get 2 extra draws, or an extra draw out of it, so 3 draws total.
I wonder if Colby is going to go for the Rummage here, because right now, Colby is at 11 mana. You can do Mind Meld and Playful Trickster in order to rally. Right now, Fresh Lobster's elusive units are vulnerable, so it can get pulled to the side. A lot of damage is going to get snuck through, and then they can get just traded into thanks to the Mind Meld. Fresh Lobster going for Moonsilver, and just a priority pass. I thought something big was cooking there. Here comes the Mind Meld.
Confirming the 9/9 on all of these units with 3 mana and no kind of silence effect, no hush obviously, and no fast speed removal that can interact, or really nothing to be played really now in hand for Lobster. He has to just sit and wait and see what the option to be here for Colby. But like you mentioned, Mind Meld into the Playful Trickster, a very, very strong play, and in this case potentially even a game-winning play.
And Fresh Lobster thinking right now, what can I do on top of this? I can play Messenger, but there's no mana. The mana refund from the Veiled Temple's already been cashed in, and even if you use Written Stars to get Twisted Fate or Aphelios, which is what Lobster would like to do if the lethal wasn't being presented here, but again, even with just the 2 elusive units being pulled apart with the vulnerable, that's going to be 18 swinging through on the Nexus here. You can't block with the Golden Sister anymore.
And trying to refresh one of your units to take off vulnerable isn't really a thing either, because every unit is 9/9, so there's no better or worse blocker playing around here. Everything is just Mind Melded. Even being elusive or not is not really an issue anymore either. at this point. So yeah, not much that Lobster can do here. A very, very strong turn from Colby. TF is showing why it's so strong and why it's become a mainstay in the tournament meta and of course a ladder meta as well. It came into play. Well, I guess that's one thing you can do. You can of course overwrite a temple at least.
But yeah, the damage coming through off of Fizz and this Burblefish is enormous. The Mind Meld. This card, when it first came out, was just a for fun card. And they did buff it just a little bit. I think they did buff the mana by 1 a while ago, if I'm not mistaken. And now a deck has emerged that can really use it to its maximum potential. And it gives this deck the perfect outs it needs in situations like that, where the window is just about to close for you to end the game and you're about to get outvalued and outpaced, and you can just get that win.
And that's the magic behind Burblefish. It's a card that obviously very strong card, seeing a lot of play in many different decks, but it was able to revive from the dead so many cards and find and kind of create a new archetype where Fizz suddenly becomes a champion you can play seriously on ladder and in tournaments. Mind Meld, the card that was considered a meme, is suddenly has a home as well. So I mean, it is a strong card, and maybe it will, deserves a nerf potentially or some kind of rework in some ways. But at least it's able to bring a bit more diversity into the game as well, which is always, I think, a good thing in card games. And it is not super strong. It is strong, of course, but not oppressively strong like we've seen things like Go Hard be maybe at some points in the game's lifespan. But that's game 1 down. Seemed like a game 3 or a game 5 even, but that is still the first game of this best of 3. And now moving into game 2, Colby is 1 game up.
And now we've got Fresh Lobster jumping over to this Hexcore Foundry list, right?
And we just saw him beating Elix in the last quarterfinals with this same matchup. So we'll see if he can do it again. In that last game we just caught the end of against Elix, he won off of just stalling. He didn't really win too much off of mushrooms. It was more Ezreal. And looking at the deck list from Lobster, we haven't really touched on it too much, but it is different to what we saw Owi bring last tournament. There is more of an emphasis on Ezreal than on Sejuani. There's only 1 copy of Sejuani and 3 of Ezreal, so those ratios are flipped. And you can see the deck caters a bit more towards the Ezreal level up and not so much towards the Teemo, Shrooms, and Sejuani level up game plan.
The Sejuani, while so strong, we saw even in decks like with Owi, even when it's like built around, Sejuani can sometimes just not be leveled up by the time you need her to be, or just be 1 tick off of leveling up, and that can be a heartbreak. It's a lot easier to level up Ezreal, so Lobster might be on to something with focusing more on the Ezreal. And again, it's just a preference, of course. So Hexcore Foundry coming down on round 3. This is going to be a close one. Typically, Fiora Shen gives Hexcore Foundry a lot of room in the early game to set up like this, but at the same time, you also give Fiora Shen a lot of time to kind of kick back and then set up against you. Notably, Lobster does have a 1 of Avalanche in this deck.
I was going to mention, Scar, that, this is maybe the first time in our time casting together that we don't see Ballistic Bot on turn 2, but that is because Lobster is actually not playing Ballistic Bot in his deck list. So I made sure just before not to sell myself as an idiot on stream, but he is not playing it, so there is no Ballistic Bot, no chance to play it turn 2. It's actually impossible. So I'm going to believe that I think every game we've casted, if the deck had a Ballistic Bot, it was played turn 2. In this case, the stat has been saved. There is none in the deck.
But look at this patience, like just running the rope down. Lobster, I think, is considering this Thermo, right? Do I try to Thermo this River Shaper and get beaten out by Sharp Sight? But no, it's just going to let it go through. This is going to be a lot of card draw, right? You're letting the River Shaper go off because it's drawing cards, and the Hexcore Foundry is drawing more cards. Colby maybe ends up having some hand space issues here. This is going to force maybe a more proactive and a bit more audacious playstyle from Fiora. Typically, they want to just wait for the perfect combination of cards in the hand before they start making some bigger plays. But here, with so much extra cards being generated, double River Shaper now in hand, we could see some more reckless attacks from Colby just to keep from burning key pieces like Tiana Crown Guard or Brightsteel formation.
The biggest problem here, of course, is, with the card drawing things like Sharp Sight, like Stolen Combat, and like Concerted Strike are the 3 biggest banes in this matchup, because Ezreal at bird speed wants to survive, when he gets on the board, and those are 3 cards that threaten that a little bit. But Avalanche comes down here, able to deal with kind of this board advantage that Colby was trying to develop. Fiora does survive, but only at 1 HP, and the 2 of the units do end up dying here.
The Avalanche pulls some really strong double duty here because it sets the Fiora down to 1 HP, where it can get cleaned up by some other stuff down the road, which is nice. This also sets Fiora up to be vulnerable to Brittle Steel, which is really fantastic. Lobster just going to not commit all the mana, goes for the Mystic Shot here. If you've got the Sharp Sight, it's going to be Mystic Shot and Thermo anyway, so it's better to force it on this cheaper spell, allowing Lobster to save the Thermogenic Beams for something bigger like Cythria or Screeching Dragon. So I really like this answer here, where Lobster is asking a very, very pertinent and strong question to his opponent, but not risking a whole lot.
And you're trying to get a sharp sight from your opponent. You would love to see it played here because that's one less sharp sight you have to deal with when you're trying to attack with Ezreal later in the game and trying to get chip damage if you need to do it. So very heads up play. Also playing 2 cards for just that 3 mana and not just playing Thermal Beam is great as well because you have Hexcore Foundry on the board and you're drawing so many cards anyway. You're not worried about losing card advantage in that sense. So yeah, heads up play by Lobster. Lobster showing and these very small nuanced plays why he's such a strong player. And I think he's pretty happy with the current situation.
That was one of the heaviest Mystic Shots I've ever seen. And with Greenglade Caretaker coming down, Colby is once again just trying to get reestablished on board. Bright Steel Protector onto Greenglade Caretaker is going to potentially threaten a lot of damage here. It's risky though. I've seen some Fiora Shen players note that using the Bright Steel Protector on the Greenglade Caretaker is not as strong a play as it appears to be, because that's a very important barrier for setting up your Fiora or maybe your Shen down the road. So you know that Colby is really shifting gears here for a more aggressive game plan.
Could see a Chump One played here into maybe a Thermal Beam, continues to level up Ezreal, and again, if we see a Sharp Sight played in response, I think that is always going to be a net positive for Lobster, especially because it's not really a unit that's so important to keep alive anyway.
Chump One being hovered. You can cast the mushrooms if you want. Because Lobster is building this more as an Ezreal style deck, we'll probably see these mushrooms just held for burst damage down the road. It's very difficult to make that call. But this does save 3 damage, so to speak, because Colby wants to keep the 3-2 in play and not just have it trade up into the 4-3, especially with the threat of Brittle Steel, etc.
And doesn't want to, I think, draw too many cards. I think if you would have kept both mushrooms, you would have burned a card potentially. So, yeah, pretty heads up to just use one of those mushrooms there. With Hexcore Foundry, of course, it becomes problematic to stall and just pass too much because you end up drawing 2 per turn, and then you're going to start burning some cards that could be very important, like the one of Sejuani, for example.
And Lobster with the attack token. The Sharp Sight was not cashed in to save the Fiora previously, so it's still very risky to set up the Ezreal. This is going to be your combo piece that's just going to sit in hand all game until it's leveled up and ready to go. Colby now drawing into the Screeching Dragon. This is still protected thanks to the 4 mana. Your opponent has to worry about barriers like Riposte and Spirit's Refuge. Sharp Sight still very, very likely. It's going to be difficult. I think Colby has shown that he's going to be very stubborn about using these Sharp Sights. So Lobster now is going to have a very difficult time getting set up because it's going to be, you can't force the Sharp Sights out without a much bigger commitment. Lobster wants to get away with the smallest commitment possible, right, to force such an important card, but the biggest you've got is Thermogenic Beam. You've got to go all in just to force that 2 mana card out of your opponent.
Okay, will be just a Mystic Shot here, slowly trying to level up this Ezreal as well, slowly trying to chip down on the units that Colby has developed and the units that he can threaten an open attack with next turn. If there isn't an open attack, then all of a sudden the Icefield Archer becomes very, very valuable in providing a 3-1 body that can block and also a Frostbite effect on potentially the Screeching Dragon or even the Cythria if it does come down.
By controlling the board like this, you force the Fiora Shen player to continuously develop into you, which is fantastic, right, for Ezreal. You're playing units, that's the less mana you have for attacks. Even if you have the attack token, if it's one of those reload turns where you have to get your board set up and you don't have enough mana to realistically back up your plays, then you're pretty happy to see that. Iceveil Archer being cashed in here in order to set up this attack.
Interesting play here. Could be obviously with the troll chain you can get, and yeah, just a troll chain you have very favorable trades potentially. If you don't attack here, I'm not sure if playing Iceveil Archer was the right option. So I think that you have to attack here. I think Lobster must have had this idea in mind, or else it just, I don't think it made that much sense because it's so strong, punishing something like a Sithra development next turn.
That's what I was thinking. The Iceveil Archer would probably be saved for Sithria, but Lobster right now just kind of doubling down on the potential of this Troll Chant, maybe to get a strong trade and force this Sharp Sight, or you just force Colby to trade away this Bright Steel Protector, and then you buy yourself like another 4 rounds where Colby has to develop and then has to keep floating mana. And so Lobster may be trying to see a few rounds ahead and just set up to have an easier time developing and living through this mid game. The issue becomes also the Bright Steel formation. If you can keep the board clear, you don't have to worry about something like that really screwing you over, because the one of Relentless Pursuit is still lurking, Tiana Crown Guard still lurking. So I do like that Lobster is perhaps being a bit more interactive here and trying to keep Colby from establishing.
I think Lobster wants Colby to use his spell mana on this turn, on this defense turn, and not on his attack turn, where he's that much more dangerous with Screeching Dragon, etc. And he just limits the possibilities of, you know, how much counterplay he has next turn, which is the turn he really cares about. So very heads up play by Lobster. He's fine with his trade here. He's basically just playing a 2 mana 3/1, which is a fine unit to have on the board anyway, and forcing this spell mana and this card to be played this turn on defense instead of on attack. And now you can play Sithra, but then you only have 3 mana to back up those plays. So, and you have freezes if you're Lobster. So yeah, super advanced play here from Lobster, I think. Or maybe we're just noticing it now. But yeah, usually maybe not the line of play I would have thought of with Iceveil Archer on that turn. But I think it was in the end a good line of play for Lobster.
You force the trade. You still have a 3/1 blocker, which is decent. Really good value out of the Elixir of Iron there as well. You start to lose value on spells like that. Against Fiora Shen, the attack power is starting to scale up really high. Usually the units that are dying are pretty much dead. You know, the extra 2 HP is going to stop mattering, and getting the value out to trade into something like that and before the mid game is kind of over is really sweet. So now with the ball sort of in Lobster's court,
and Colby,
he can't really develop into this Screeching Dragon.
Colby being an all-star player, just every so often hovering over the deck, giving us all the counters for 3 champions that all have counters, actually. So thank you, Colby, for being a helping hand here for our cast, because it is hard without, you know, proper spectator mode to see that in action. But we saw it there. Sejuani's still 2 out of 5, so not quite there yet. And Teemo even 10 out of 5, so 10 out of 15 rather. So none of these champions have leveled up yet. And I think Ezreal is, of course, the most important.
The thermos have been held for most of the game. The mana has really not been right for it. The HP hasn't really been right to cash these in. But we're getting to that point where Lobster is going to have to start casting these. This is one of the issues with Thermogenic Beam sometimes. You don't want to cast it for tempo in the early game, or it's a bit too risky. And then eventually it becomes this dead card that you've been hoping that you'll get some miracle of the perfect opportunity to cast it against the opponent, but it just doesn't happen. So Troll Chant here, gonna protect the Puffcat Peddler and start getting these mushrooms racked up.
Troll Chant showing why it's one of the most, the best protection spell in the game, really, for 2 mana. It's such a huge swing in attack and defense values for a single combat trade, or even 2 different combat trades as well. In this case, you can sharp set, of course, but not quite enough. And yeah, there's really no, unless you play single combat here as well somehow, that could be maybe an option, but then you still have the flash freeze ban available, so it would be maybe devastating for Colby. So heads up play by Lobster here, able to stay alive, and the name of the game here for him is really just stalling out, especially now with the Puffcat Peddler on the board. He's able to get even more value out of his spells.
Yeah, so cashing in the riposte here, wants to keep threatening this Puffcat Peddler. Lobster does have the response with Flash Freeze, And so now the players are really just getting to that point in the game where they have to continuously start putting things on the stack, right? We've been kicking back, drawing tons of cards thanks to Hexcore Foundry, and now we're gonna throw our cards on the table. Do you have the answer to this? Do you have the answer to this? Do you have the answer to this? And with those
And
combat tricks,
0 mana is a 6 target spell here for Ezreal, so that flips the Ezreal. We saw 3 this turn with both Troll Chant and Flash Freeze doing it, and the Thermal Beam there as well, targeting a unit.
with all of those spells expended to level up Ezreal, Lobster doesn't really have the defensive potential that he once had, and this is going to be the key turn then for Lobster to shift gears. When you don't have any defensive cards, it's best to get on the board and start being more proactive in your game plan. And against Fiora Shen, with a setup like this, your opponent only has 2 units in play with Shen and the Screeching Dragon. So they have to forego developing in order to use their spells to protect this board, or if they develop, they can't protect the board at all. So it's you're locking your opponent into only having 2 units essentially. They have to protect this or develop a different one and give up another in a trade.
And I think you're happy here if you're Lobster with the current, the board, the Hexcore Foundry, the Puffcat Peddler still on the board. You're happy playing it very slow. You have 3 different, avenues of attack right now. The Ezreal that's leveled up, the Sejuani that's about to be leveled up next turn potentially. She's 4 out of 3 out of 5 now, 4 out of 5. It's pretty close with the Shrooms as well. And just the Mushrooms as well, being a nuisance every single turn. So like you're mentioning, the moment Colby goes kind of invests really into a turn where he has to start preparing his own game plan, that's when Lobster can take advantage of that mana deficiency, the lack of spells to be able to counteract Ezreal, for example, and he can start developing his other threats like Ezreal or Sejuani from hand.
With double Screeching Dragon in play, the Puffcat Peddler's days are almost numbered. Sejuani not close to being leveled up just yet, but a lot more mushrooms are now going into the deck here. Lobster needs to tenderize this Nexus just a little bit more, and hopefully start drawing the Get Exciteds and the Mystic Shots and whatnot out of the deck in order to go for the burn plan here to finish things off.
That's 2 more Nexus damage there. Maybe the Nexus total won't be an issue because of Spirit's Refuge, but with Sejuani leveled up and with Ezreal leveled up, it's going to be, could be definitely a problem very soon. Sejuani, I think right now is 4 out of 5, so almost leveled up at this point, and Ezreal, of course, has been leveled up for quite a while. And you have a lot of spells still in hand to keep the Puffcat Peddler alive and continue putting even more mushrooms into the deck.
The board for Colby looks so strong, and yet there's really no way to convert this. You can go for a big swing turn to try to clear the board, and you're setting yourself up for your next attack token a couple rounds later. But the big issue becomes, that one of harsh wins. The Lobster, being such a seasoned tournament player, knows that when you're building your tournament lineups in an open decklist tournament, you have these cheeky one-ofs just to force your opponent to respect them. And maybe that's putting in some mileage here against Colby. Just develops Fiora, still has the single combat, the riposte, available to start killing some of these units. It's going to be difficult for Lobster to find a window to play this Ezreal safely.
We'll see what the exact attacking order is here for Colby. Of course, it's not a turn that he's going to be able to threaten any sort of a lethal. So I think this is why Lobster is fine passing and seeing what ends up being committed here, and then deciding if he has the potential to play out something like a Sejuani or an Ezreal. Sejuani can get the Shroom hit next turn, and because Hexcore Foundry draws twice, you can get the Shroom hit to level up, and then the second Shroom hit can get the Frostbite effect. So we'll see if he tries to commit to that, if he thinks he can keep the Sejuani alive. But with 9 mana still up for Colby, might not be a possibility. And the silver lining is that there isn't any freezes in hand right now for Lobster. There's no harsh winds, there's no flash freeze, which are cards that really swing these combat trades in favor of Lobster when it comes to maybe even buffing a unit with, riposte or even Spirit's Refuge, just trying to heal up, for example. So that's the only thing that I think is right now, in favor of Colby, at least.
You can't, it's so difficult to develop Sejuani, especially into like double Screeching Dragon. You have to start worrying about Concerted Strike. You need the Frostbites to back this up. We could see Lobster go for something like Iterative Improvement to maybe get another copy of Puffcat Peddler and just try to set that back up. You have to develop something at this point because you're worried about the rally after your board is being eaten up like this. But Lobster is really taking their time to calculate and see what the best line of play is. What are the exact percentage odds of Relentless Pursuit here? And goes for iterative improvement on the Chump Wump into Troll Chant.
So he's thinking that Puffcat Peddler has done its job. His time has come. Not going to try and save it anymore. He's found enough value from it, especially considering the fact that there's enough mushrooms in the deck now to pretty consistently level up Sejuani next turn as well. So he's maybe looking more for burst speed spells for Ezreal, because there are 2 spells that are going to deal 1 damage each, and there is no answer from Colby. So 11 HP now if you're Colby. If you get hit by a few more mushrooms with Ezreal coming down, flipped, and burst speed possibilities with 1 mushroom in hand already, that could be what Lobster's looking for. Just a straight burst speed kill from Ezreal.
The Sejuani coming down to Frostbite something, even if it gets answered by Concerted Strike or there's a Relentless Pursuit, could stop a little bit of that damage as well. So that could be a nice stay play, but instead, Veteran Investigator comes down. Goes for something cheap. Drawing a card like this is just going to give you potentially get another body, and a Puffcat Peddler is there.
Still, of course, I mean, whatever you play here is still going to have, obviously, the 6 mana to play with for Colby, so you still have a chance to Concerted Strike, and there's still no freezes in hand for Lobster right now, so...
I think that if Colby had committed something to that trade to try to kill the Chump Wump rather than just taking the Troll Chant and letting the barrier just absorb the hit, might have given away that there was a Relentless Pursuit or something, and Lobster might have switched their line of play. But right now, I think Colby is perfectly fine keeping this wide established board now. This is what you want to see as Fiora Shen. Once you get this wide board set up, you can just keep your opponent under threat for the rest of the game and maybe try to finish things off in a couple rounds. But Lobster now likes the board state, sees the Ezreal's leveled up, has the spell generation, has the mana coming through, can maybe set up Sejuani if Colby does commit to something to stop these plays from coming through. And
so 2 mushrooms guarantees the Sejuani level up at this point. The Ezreal is flipped. 8 HP right now. The biggest thing you want to have is a burst speed kill, because if it's not burst speed, you give the chance for things like single combat, there's refuge to interact and heal up the Nexus.
The Spirit's Refuge was a card that used to see a ton of play in Fiora Shen, took a back seat, and has now recently found its way back in, and it's the perfect card to stabilize you in situations like this, against like these burn decks or some more aggressive lists. It's still a fantastic barrier card, but the lifesteal is just so strong for a deck like this that misses the healing sometimes. So now Fresh Lobster is going to summon this Sejuani.
And at this point, any Nexus hit is going to Frostbite every single unit. So the biggest thing here, I think, is trying to... He knows that Sejuani might be dying. He doesn't have any freezes, and he knows that, with 13 mana and full hand, there's going to be Concerted Strikes, single combats, etc. But he can maybe bait some of this stuff out this turn. And if he can just damage Nexus, and there isn't a deny, there's a Noble Vine hand, actually, though. Yeah, I think there's no way you can damage Nexus right now, so there's no way to Frostbite these units before the Concerted Strike effect resolves.
Yeah, really big risk from Colby, but no punish here. So they can't trigger the Sejuani to Frostbite the full board, and there is, of course, no flash freeze or something to stop this full clear from coming. So Sejuani does go down. That is the only copy of Sejuani in Fresh Lobster's deck, but she's just coming down, as you mentioned, as a sacrifice to burn some of the opponent's mana and maybe clear the way for Ezreal.
Ezreal is still vulnerable to single combat. I mean, there's still 8 mana up for Colby, so it still hasn't resolved that problem. There is a vulnerable on one of the Screeching Dragons and the chance to maybe kill it, but again, with 8 mana, there's ways to play around this.
Do you think Fresh Lobster will take that? Use the Chump Wump to try to clear the Screeching Dragon just to get attacker out of the way? If the mana is used to protect the Screeching Dragon or develop a unit afterwards, maybe Ezreal does live. But looks like this one's going to come down. And we've got Mystic Shot in hand now from the second Ezreal in hand, and a Puff Cap.
He can Spirit and he can single combat, so it's... Without a freeze here, it's looking grim for Lobster. That being said, the only unit that can kill this Ezreal is the 5/3 Ancient Dragon right now, and that's a unit that would be maybe vulnerable to Brittle Steel. So we'll see what Colby. Again, we know what the hands look like, but Lobster can be playing a bluffing game and saying, I still have 4 mana up. If I play this Ezreal this turn, it's because I can protect it, or else I wouldn't play it. What do I have in hand? Do I have a Flash Freeze? Do I have a Brittle Steel? Do I have both even? So a lot of mind games being played here by Lobster as well, I think.
Sharpsight going onto the Fiora to clear the Ezreal doesn't put the Spirit's Refuge in on top of this play. Colby feeling comfortable at 8 HP.
And there's, of course, a second Ezreal in hand. So you can commit this one mushroom here for 1 damage to Nexus. More mushrooms as well. Double draw still happening with the Hexcore Foundry.
You've got Ezreal plus the Chump Wump. This is going to be difficult, right? Because even though you've got this plan now lined up, yeah, even cashes in the Ezreal's Mystic Shot to get this extra bonus damage on the Nexus. Recognizes that despite everything going through here, the open attack from Colby is still monstrous.
But the Notify is there to stop the Mystic Shot, stop the damage from coming through. If you don't accept this Mystic Shot and you don't play Spirit's Refuge, you're at the danger of potentially just drawing 4 mushrooms next turn. That it has happened before with 2 draws as well. So I don't think you can take this risk if you're cold, but you have to do something here. You have to stop this Mystic Shot. 7 mushroom damage next turn, probably not going to happen. That's, I think, a bit more on the impossible side of things.
Now that Lobster has reacted, you do have the option to put the Spirit's Refuge on the stack to beef up the single combat, but Notify stops the Mystic Shot, and Colby feels comfortable at 7 HP against this Ezreal, especially since that was an Ezreal Mystic Shot that was cashed in. That's going to be not any burst damage you have to worry about, and maybe this open attack does go through.
And you still have 2 mana left if you wanted to get the single combat onto this Chump Pump as well, and just be even safer. And you're going to have a huge open attack next turn where even if you have Harsh Winds, if you're Lobster, I mean, what can you really do against so many units attacking? With Shen about to level up as well.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Shen Fiora is a deck that when it has spell mana, when it has 13 spell mana, you can do whatever you want as the opponent. That there's so many ways to answer anything you'll try and do. Both, Sejuani, Ezreal were both developed and just both died in the end. Not much you could do about it here. So Colby looks to be in a pretty good position. We'll see how many mushrooms he draws this next turn. I don't think it'll be 7. Well,
whoa,
it was
man. If that Mystic Shot had gone through.
I mean, you had like 9 cards and 4 mana, so pretty unlikely that would happen. There was going to be some counterplay available, of course. But 4 mushrooms coming in does not surprise me, and it's going to be a big attack here from Colby. Does not know what Lobster has in hand. The Brittle Steel was drawn, so he has at least 1 Frostbite here. The game could potentially not be over just yet, but you do have Repose, you do have Sharpsight to get even more attack on these units as well.
And Colby, of course, not attacking with the River Shaper so that they don't draw an extra card and an extra mushroom. Just trying to play it really, really safe. Again, with Tiana, even if a Brittle Steel comes through, you still have plenty of firepower here on this turn.
This is the kind of thing that on ladder, I would put River Shaper first in line to attack. He would connect, and I would draw 3 mushrooms, and I would lose the game. But Colby, of course, is a professional Runeterra player and not going to make any misplays. He's going to try and guarantee the win here and not throw the game out the window live on air. So there is the Frostbite onto the Screeching Dragon. 4 HP, surviving for Lobster. So we'll see if Colby decides to commit more. Of course, with 9 mana still up for Lobster, it means that you can still play Harsh Winds and another Flash Freeze. So we'll see how slow Colby wants to take it. Of course, he can't really take it too slow because he has mushrooms in his deck and he's at 3 HP.
The win needs to come through here, as it's only a matter of time before the mushrooms finish the job. So even Sharpsight coming through here with the berry to just get the guaranteed hit. Going all in against, there's no Flash Freeze, there's no Harsh Winds. If they had it, they would have used it last turn, and there's the swing.
You said guaranteed, but he did not know that was guaranteed with 9 mana still up. There was a chance for many, many things that could answer a single unit with 10 attack, but not the case there in the end for Lobster. I mentioned it a few turns ago that he didn't have any fleeces in hand or had very few, and that could be, silver lining for Colby. It ended up doing just that, and he was able to close out that win there, and that is game 2 in the series. So Colby takes the best of 3 against a very strong player, continued to cement his kind of his maybe not legacy, but his showing in this tournament. I think it's too early for legacy, but he moved on to the winners final and takes down 2 very strong opponents along the way.
And we'll get a look at the bracket now to get an update after that match. So Colby now advancing past Fresh Lobster. And it looks like Estacio actually took down Oe to advance and send them to the losers bracket. So getting the update at the through the losers coin flip, unfortunately, did get 2-0'd by Sergey Vamos. And Oe now going to be matched up against Faul.
And Extasio, a Spanish player in the winners final for second tournament in a row with a Spanish player there. Not going to say anything, but Spain is pretty strong, pretty good at Runeterra. We beat France in a show match yesterday as well, so take that, Owe and Elix. There were 3 Spanish players though, so the odds were in my favor to see a Spanish player once again in the finals. But showing that they have what it takes, Extasio, maybe not the most known Spanish player I think in the community, but proving that he also is up there and has what it takes to do well in these tournaments.
And when you have a strong region, it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because you're constantly playing against the people of your region on the ladder. You can scrim with them, and that's what a lot of players in Fight Night also do. They practice and scrim with each other constantly. Runeterra is not the sort of game where players are being very secretive about their tech. They're constantly sharing their decks, optimizing them, and they just let the arguments and debate go through about, oh, you want 1 copy of this, you only want 2 copies of that. But we'll see who has the right mixture of cards in their deck when we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We've been working through the bracket, and we are just about to head into the winners' finals to determine the first entry of the grand finals. Now, this match is going to be between Colby, who's been running up through the bracket, taking down two really strong players in Fresh Lobster and CDS Faul, the runner-up from last week, and his opponent that's been locked in, Extasio.
And he's taken down one Spanish player already. He might take out the second as well. Extasio trying to keep us alive in this tournament, but it's going to be difficult because Colby has proven that he has very strong decks. Two very meta considerations with Fiora Shen and TF Fizz also as of late becoming one of the biggest tournament decks and ladder decks, of course, as well. And Extasio has one meta deck and one maybe not so meta deck. Maybe the special kind of meta that doesn't really exist on tournaments usually. The Targon's Peak meta, maybe. But it is a very interesting Noxus list with
Hmm.
some new card additions as well. When you look at the new cards that were added this last expansion, the card that Extasio is running, maybe the last one you thought would be showcased in the tournament, is going to be Flurry of Fists, making a showing here with Darius and Riven.
So maybe taking a page out of Rickorex's book, right? Going for this overwhelm damage. Maybe your opponent's just not prepared for the damage output. And for those of you unfamiliar, Flurry of Fists is the new Ionian spell that gives a unit +1 attack and quick attack. But if the unit already has quick attack, it gives that unit double attack instead. So you can kind of see with the combination of shards from Riven and just the overwhelm keyword in general, how this can result in a lot of explosive damage.
And Extasio maybe being more of a believer than even Rico Rex himself because he is running Basilisk Rider, which is a card that even in a almost fully Noxus list, Rico Rex opted not to run. But in this case, it is being run here. It's a card that maybe for the Allegiance units, it's one of the most underwhelming, ironically, because it was nerfed with the after the Darrowing meta. That it
Hmm.
became very strong, and then it was nerfed, and then kind of nerfed to a state that I think is under the value curve for the Allegiance units, but still finds a home here as just a decent body with a nice overwhelm effect.
I would really like to see Wild Claws, the other new spell that was added, where an overwhelm unit will strike something, but
You can't
that's,
you
you're
can't
running
fit too
Flurry
many
of
memes.
Fists.
You
Yeah, I know,
have to
you're
try and
running
win the
Flurry of
tournament,
Fists,
Scar.
you hit the meme quota, but I mean, this is winners finals, right? So the deck is doing something right, and Extasio is piloting this correctly, and maybe like Rico Rex's success in Fight Night is just hitting this perfect pocket in the metagame.
And of course, these tournaments, they're not show matches. There's money in the line. There's pride of finally having a chance to play in a fight night tournament, which is not everyone has a chance to do so. You have to kind of prove yourself before you get invited and everything. And when you have that chance,
Hmm.
you're not going to throw it away playing meme decks. These are decks that might be out of left field and might be not the usual, but they're definitely strong decks. And I'm sure Extasio and everyone that's come before him, the meme
Hmm.
game plan has tested it beforehand and knows these are actual competitive decks. So I'm very excited to see what exactly Flurry of Fist can do in this meta and what kind of win conditions it can find and what kind of burst speed, just surprising lethals it can find as well. And hopefully Extasio will be able to showcase that in this best of three.
The meta right now, I think, is just really overtaken with a lot of players who are very excited to experiment with Aphelios, the new champion, right? That's going to draw the most attention and the most experimentation, especially as you already talked about Aphelios being such a versatile card for almost any archetype and any region combination. So when we have these other spells that maybe make some of these combo decks come together and give the extra tools to these overwhelm lists, it's just only a matter of time before they catch on. There's always a few decks that are constantly existing on the outskirts of the metagame for sure that can see viability as long as players are brave enough to try them.
And Riven also, I mean, not just Flurry of Fist as a card, but Riven as a champion is a champion that came out as predicted to be the strongest champion out of the set with Victor and Zoe when that expansion came out.
Hmm.
Ended up not being the case. In the last survey I did on Reddit, it dropped like the bottom 10, I think it was, of champion ratings right now in the game. So people just felt very underwhelmed by Riven. Kind of does things that Draven does worse. Kind of wasn't, the best three
Hmm.
drop. It found
Hmm.
some play in some Ash Sejuani lists, but it wasn't really the star of that show either. And there wasn't really the entire Reforge package, and the keyword wasn't definitely finding much of a play rate. But for Extasio to make it to the winners final with a deck that has Riven, has We saw, pretty much all of the Reforged package there as well, and has a card like Flurry of Fist, makes it extra exciting. It's kind of maybe not handicapping yourself, but at least, thinking outside the box, finding a new way to be competitive in the current meta and make it this far in the tournament already is definitely great to see.
The double attack on Fury of Fists is just so huge, right? It's been a keyword that's been used very sparingly over the lifespan of Runeterra so far, and the cards that it's been attached to have been, Lucian and Senna, where it's very difficult to gain access to, or Horns of the Dragon, where it's been very expensive on just a body that can only punch through. So giving the ability for players to assign that keyword to the unit of their choosing could be massive, and Extasio picking up on some of that power early, and when all is said and done, made it to winners finals of Fight Night EU.
And we're going to check out also TF's decklist that Extasio is bringing, because it can have a lot of different variations as well. 36, 37 cards are going to be pretty identical, but then there are some spots that you can fit in different things. We see trust testing, only 2 of them added instead of 3. I think 2 or 3 is fine, of course. 2 might be a bit more consistent, maybe less clunky. In some starting hands, it could be a bit weird to have some awkward draws. But yeah, that's a spot that I think is open to testing. No pun intended. And get excited. 2 copies here as well. No gotchas, which is a card that sometimes we see, I think, in less optimized versions of TFA. I think now most people have opted not to include gotchas, and triple suit up there as well.
The Pool Sharks also at the bottom there, taking the place we saw earlier of Zonite Urchin in a different variation of this list. So the Pool Sharks just kind of give you that extra little bit of value to get those draws with Twisted Fate, right? This, with the Pool Shark version, you can level up Twisted Fate as you get that big burst of cards from like a pick a card or something on the next turn. And of course, it's got the classic one of Mind Meld at the top end. It's impossible to argue against the inclusion of this card at this point. If you draw it with Fleeting and you can't play it, it's discarded, whatever. Maybe you're forced to mulligan it with Rummage or something to throw it away. But when it comes through at the perfect time, it just makes miracles happen. And overall, the list has been very explosive, and because it's such a technical list with so much card draw, so many different lines of play, it's actually pretty exciting to watch.
And we might even see a mirror, because, of course, Colby also has brought this list. We saw him playing in the last semifinal. Has some differences. Has 2 copies of Mind Meld action instead of just 1. Has, like you mentioned, the Zonite Urchins over the Pool Shark. So, like I mentioned, there's a 4 or 5 card pool in these decks that have a chance to be flexed out and changed around depending on the preference of specific players. And that's the only real differences there. Everything else, of course, the champions will be the same, and most of the core of the deck will be the same, because it works so well and it's so consistent with rummages and pick a card and cycling through your deck, and Burblefish, of course, times 6 with the iterative improvements. So most of that won't be changing.
The mirror match could be very interesting. I think that now the list, it's been slowly creeping up on tournament play for a while, and even when it's been strong, it's only been brought by a couple players. I think this is probably the first tournament for Fight Night that has had so many different players bringing TF Fizz. Now that they've had some time to practice the list a little bit, they're actually convinced that it is a good deck and it wasn't just a flash in the pan. So navigating the mirror match is going to add another dynamic to the deck. Normally a list can be very powerful, and then once it has to start compensating for its own mirror matches, maybe you're compromising your powerful matchups in other areas, so then the list becomes just like this crazy dagger fight where it loses to itself, and if you try to tech against it, you lose to everything else. So we'll see if this deck will hit critical mass or not, but for now, it's Fiora Shen versus Fizz Twisted Fate. A deck that gets set up on board, has more challenger units than the average deck, can maybe keep Extasio from getting set up here.
Extasio, making sure we know he's Spanish, representing the Spanish national team, the football team's shirt. I like it. I like the, sending the message, making sure we know there's a Spanish player in the final once again. But Ballistic Bot in hand, and it's turn 2. Scar. The legend continues. The stat, this have Ballistic Bot in this deck. It is there. We'll see if it continues the rest of this series. But for now, I'm going to believe that every single game we've casted together, it's been there if it was in the deck.
And Colby now in a very awkward spot, right? Has the 3-drop, but doesn't have the tempo. Takes 3 damage right off of the bat. Extasio's feeling pretty good about this. Colby, however, running the Spirit's Refuge for healing. We saw Elix earlier. swapped out the Spirit's Refuge for Prismatic Barrier, wanted a cheaper barrier unit in order to be a bit more proactive, but instead Colby looking to sustain through the power of this deck using Spirit's Refuge. We'll see if it pays off.
And the hand a little bit clunky for Extasio right now. He had a great early game, sure, but looking at the mid game now, he's missing some things. He has things that maybe he would want to have later on, like Mind Meld and Iterative Improvement, and even the Playful Strixture, the second Fizz also. So Rummage should be key here with Ignition, going to be pretty helpful here at trying to find some better answers for this mid game.
You get set up like this early, you want to curve into Twisted Fate, and then keep your opponent under that reactive pressure, right? They're spending all their time and mana trying to keep Twisted Fate from leveling up while you slowly build up card draw and get your Burblefishes out of the deck. But now, Extasio really missing out on that mid-game spike that the deck relies on against Colby with Fiora and Shen in play. These two champions complement each other perfectly, and because Extasio's list doesn't have massive stat lines the way some other mid-range decks would, Shen can attack in pretty freely here.
And what an ordering of draws and cards there with finding, playing the Rummage and the Poro Cannon onto stretch testing before finding the Twisted Fate. Less than ideal. Twisted Fate now is fleeting, so you have to, basically want to play it this turn if you want to get the value from it. And you can gold card here to stop Shen at the very least and not give Fiora a free barrier, or you can blue card here, but Twisted Fate will be dying this turn to Fiora anyway, so it is a bit tough here.
The Twisted Fate, this is one of those decks where if the Twisted Fate gets answered, at the very least, your opponent needs to use they have to use a resource to clear them, and just because you're drawing so many cards, usually that's not a big deal. Twisted Fate going down, hopefully you can just draw a second one here pretty shortly. And Fiora at 1 HP is going to put Colby in an awkward spot as well, because it's so many more resources need to be assigned to Fiora to keep her alive. With the small units that are generated by this list, it is one of the few matchups where Fiora becomes a viable win condition for her alternate win condition.
There's of course 8 mana up for Colby. Colby passing. With 8 mana, you have pretty much all the answers to any kind of threats. Of course, we look at his hand and we know he does not have any sharp sight, so elusives can connect to the Nexus this turn. Already the Nexus at 13 HP, so pretty low. And there's really nothing that Colby can do this turn to stop these hits. I mean, there's no single combat, there's no concerted strike, there's no sharp sight either. You do have Spirit's Refuge next turn to try and get some healing back if you feel you're being very pressured on your Nexus health. But of course, Extasio does not know this information. He is in the blind, and there's still 5 spell mana up from Colby.
With lists like this, you want to try to save your Spirit's Refuge till you get a little bit lower. But we saw with the Mind Meld, it can hit you for 18 damage, even more. Like, you could actually just die from 20 if you let that resolve. So once we get later and later and later into the game, these big Burblefish swings are showing up. Colby is going to need to keep mana open at all times for the deny against Mind Meld. It's one of those like really small outside chances you normally wouldn't account for, like, I'm saving it for Get Excited or something else to protect a unit, but that might be the key for Extasio to pull this one through, is this Mind Meld somehow resolving.
And the River Shaper, of course, will help try and find any of these cards that will be very effective, like Sharp Sight, like Mind Meld, or like Deny rather, like Concerted Strike, even because currently they're not in hand. You have Triple Repose, which is great if you want to push 9 damage to Nexus, but in this matchup against elusives, you're only going to find combat trades with challenger units on your attack token turn. That's basically it.
Ballistic Bot trading in here. It's fine to get the 1-for-1 here. You might force another resource out of your opponent if they're really concerned about protecting this 3-2. But fortunately for Extasio, this deck isn't super reliant on ignitions the way other lists that we've seen in the past are, like Hexcore Foundry or Ezreal Draven. You just care about the fodder being generated to cycle. And now that we've got the Rummage in hand to cycle through this ignition, the Ballistic Bot's kind of done its job.
And you have a chance here to pretty much fill your board, or not quite, but almost fill your board with the Poros, with Fizz as well for 1. So you're going to be able to have a lot of very, very cheap units to play on the board and try and get the maximum value from the Mind Meld in this case. But it's a game of bluffing, and Colby doesn't have anything in hand. Well, he has still in combat now, but he might just have everything. He might have Deny, he might have Sharp Sight. So we saw Extasio not attacking last turn, even though he had elusives because he just didn't know there were sharp sights or not, and getting a block there from Colby would be maybe too big of a downside.
We're getting to the point now with Fiora leveled up as well that with Relentless Pursuit or Concerted Strike and single combat, that Fiora could just end the game here.
With the current hand, though, I don't think there. I mean, you have to River Shaper into something for single combat to stop this, because you don't have anything to stop this. You don't have Deny. First of all, you can't get the Deny here.
How many ticks is this up to? Has to go all in against Deny.
He just doesn't have anything. I mean, this is something where you obviously, this is the game plan for TF is. You can't play around everything forever, or else you end up, well, losing the game, obviously. And you just have to go in and commit all your cards, commit all your mana, put in the Mind Meld on the stack, and if he doesn't have a Deny, and you just win the game. So that's how it works sometimes.
No Deny, no Sharp Sight. Extasio is looking to end the game here, but here it comes. We've got the Spirit's Refuge, the Riposte now, to give extra attack power to Fiora with a single combat in order to snipe one of these elusives and heal back up to full. That's still going to be lethal. Threading the needle with Mind Meld. The odds of that resolving against the Denies and the Sharp Sights, the River Shaper didn't draw the right cards.
As a caster, I've seen, this is one of the few times where someone has the Deny in the deck and doesn't have it to answer the big spell that their opponent tries to play. So it is maybe lucky. It is elusives being elusives and doing elusive things. And Fiora does have a lot of answers in the deck to stop exactly this. But that's how card games work sometimes. You have to get lucky. You have to commit to your strategy. And even if your opponent has 17,000 answers and 8 spell mana to work with and a full hand, you have to, have a hope and have the dream in your mind to think, all right, I'm going to play the Mind Meld. He's not going to have anything. I'm going to win the game. And that was the case for Extasio. So good job on him for at least committing to it and not playing around everything and respecting his opponent too much. And he's 1-0 up now in this best of 3 series.
That's one of those situations where that is one of the only ways that Extasio could win from that position. Fiora was getting ready to level up, and it was going to be all downhill from there. The Mind Meld was kept in like the early 2 or 3 turns. Extasio, even foregoing rummaging it away, right? Getting an expensive spell like that, maybe you're like, oh, Mind Meld, they have Deny, it's not worth it, it's not going to resolve. But sticking to that out and, just taking that huge gamble paid off. And so now we're on to game 2.
When he rummaged in the early game, the very first rummage he played, I was thinking he's gonna discard Mind Meld because your opponent has Deny and there's no point in keeping it in your deck, right? But he didn't, and he won the game because of it, maybe. So those are choices you make. Even turns 2 and 3 already, you're already thinking and possibly going for a riskier play that ends up paying off, and that's how it does work out sometimes in card games. But we're moving on to game 2. Extasio is very much happy with his 1 game lead, and he is now playing the mythical Noxus Rivendarius Flurry of Fists deck.
This list is, in my opinion, kind of favored, simply because there's a lot of the units that are being generated by Colby's deck are going to be very low HP and just get feasted on by these Overwhelm units. It's going to be Twisted Fate coming down and leveling up to carry through, I think, for Colby to stand a chance here.
And although TF FaZe is fast in developing its own game plan and finding lethal quickly, I think an Overwhelm-oriented list with Noxus and, Allegiance, even Noxus, might be faster and might be, hard to deal with for the reasons you mentioned exactly. The health isn't there for these units, these elusive units. They're not really meant to be blockers. They're meant to be elusive attackers, and it might show in this matchup.
There is no Hush as well, so we've got potential for Weapon Hilt to generate the quick attack, the Glinting Fragment for quick attack, and then Flurry of Fists to double that into double attack, and then some crazy, if a unit goes unblocked, the explosive damage could just end the game. So now Colby is also in a position where the Overwhelm is a huge threat, but any unblocked unit could potentially be a threat here too.
And TF is in hand. TF usually you want to develop it very early on and play for your own win condition, but in this matchup, it might be worth it to keep it for the stun at some point in the mid game, because the moment Darius is played, for example, turn 6, if you're already low enough on HP, it could be a game-winning play by Extasio, and having a TF gold card could be game-winning preventing for Colby. So we'll see if that's the line he ends up going for and how patient he is with a TF.
Yeah, if you want to play the TF, you're probably going to just wait for your hand to get a little bit more full of rummages. You want to hit that critical mass of card draw, maybe get like a pick a card.
And the Spider getting some love there, turning into a 3-1, becoming a bit more of a threat on the board, and already Colby on 11 HP. So when I said that this thing went, it went quick, I meant really quick. This is going to be a lot of pressure very soon for Colby. And if you try and develop your own game plan with TF blue card, you're going to find out that your Nexus HP is going to be at 0 the turn after this one.
And Extasio is perfectly content with holding this 3 spell mana, allowing them to sneak in this flurry of fists very, very easily in the follow-up turns. We see the glinting fragment in hand, or is that keen fragment to grant the quick attack. The combo's all coming together.
TF, you could, blue card might be an option here because you have Rummage, you have a stress testing, you have Zap Sprayfin and Zonai Urchin next turn, and you have a chance to draw into more Rummages and more very effective card draws. So
now that Colby has developed a Twisted Fate, Extasio recognizes that I have to do a little bit more work here before the lethal can come through, and develops the Saboteur instead. Now it's going to be safe from red card.
Well then, Cooling Strike is a top deck that you would like to see at some point in this round, and he does see it, so that is one way to deal with TF. We'll see if TF can level up burst speed though, because we see a second Rummage in hand and a stress testing as well. So, I mean, it will matter having Cooling Strike because you're still going to kill this TF, but the next few ones will become an issue as well. So we'll see how much Colby commits to this TF level up, thinking that all is good in the world, where it might be answered by this Cooling Strike immediately. And there is potentially a second TF, could be a pick a card.
Extasio can't go for the Cooling Strike because of suit up, right? Has to wait for Colby to tap down a little bit. I think that's what he's waiting for. Doesn't want to commit this mana. Just needs Colby to continuously spend mana on just drawing cards and not establishing here. As long as the board stays the way it is, Extasio might be able to push through.
And he doesn't know if there's a 4-mana suit up or a 2-mana suit up, so he has to play around both, or at least be wary of the discount possibility, having drawn so much this turn already for Colby. So TF currently 6 out of 8. A Rummage would level him up, and he still has mana to continue getting value from TF this turn.
Yeah, I think Extasio, unfortunately, it's a pronged attack. Extasio took a huge gamble last time with the Mind Meld. Maybe just goes for the Culling Strike here and forces the suit up. That way, if Twisted Fate levels up, that will be less mana in play to get the Destiny cards.
TF levels up. There's a 4-mana suit up in hand that can still be used at this point without any other plays being made. We'll see what this last 2 draws were. It looks like it's not any kind of discounted suit up, but with 17 Rummages being played this turn, there's a chance that he could have a 2-mana suit up as well, right? A pretty high chance of that.
Yeah, so just plays the Fizz to get blue card on the stack. Colby not really considering the threat of Culling Strike because, again, you're drawing so many cards. If Twisted Fate goes down, you've already completed the quest of leveling up.
Before the tune comes in from the blue card, where he cannot play the 4-mana suit up either because he was at 3-mana, in that window of time, the TF goes down. So heads up play by Extasio, being pretty patient there, having an answer for TF. TF, of course, being a big part of the meta. So even though this deck is very aggressive, he found the slots to tech in a Cooling Strike or 3, actually. So 3 Cooling Strikes. Pretty good decision with Aphelios and TF being a thing.
And with the Twisted Fate now gone, Fizz is leveled up, and there is going to be some poke coming through here from these elusives. Extasio's list doesn't have really a way to stop them, but can the combo come through here? We've got, like Legion Grenadier being able to attack, and that'll be 1 damage going on to the Nexus when it dies to flip this Darius perhaps mid-combat.
Still 4 spell mana here for Extasio. He's going to want to play Darius next turn.
But hang on. I believe that there is a little bit of a technical hang up that we're going to get resolved here. All right, yeah, we're gonna get some technical difficulties sorted out with that game. I guess that there is like some kind of wonky interaction sometimes when Fizz levels up. So the players and the administrators for the tournament will get that all sorted out. But looking at the board state from that position, there was going to be 6 damage coming through from Fizz and the Purple Fish, and the next round you have to commit all your mana to Darius, right? And you have to hope that Flurry of Fists and a Fragment. I don't even know if there was enough mana there for it.
He had 4 spell mana to be. He could save 3, of course, for the next turn. He had Darius coming down at exactly 6 mana, so he had 3 mana left, basically.
Yeah.
So it would just give him a +1/+0 and quick attack, which isn't really doing it for Darius. He wants to have the double attack to hit with double overwhelm on, obviously, on the very low health units that Fizz, Ballistic Bot, etc. are, to try and get lethal that turn. So, and there's really not much interaction in that sense from TF Fizz other than like Get Excited, Mystic Shot, etc. that can deal with smaller units but can't deal with the enormous body that Darius has.
Everything on the board at that point too would have traded into the Grenadier, which would have leveled the Darius. Yeah, you see like the Zonite Urchin, the Burblefish would all just trade into the Legion Grenadier.
Looks like we are back into the game. It is the next turn already. And Darius has been developed, so 6 mana has been spent on Darius. There is enough to play some of the fragments. You can play Flurry of Fists, of course, as well, burst speed. Looks like that fragment's being picked there for the Darius, and you have the guaranteed 10 HP because of the Saboteur. So it's going to hit the Nexus, and you have, even if you don't have any other overall units, I guess also with the Grenadier, because you have to block it, or it deals 3. If you block it, it deals 1. So, I mean, there's no answer there, and there's going to be a lot of damage coming through, and I think, yeah, it's going to be enough for lethal. Is there anything that, I guess, Suit Up? Yeah, Suit Up can do it on Ballistic Bot.
Yeah, there's 2 Suit Ups. So you can save a unit if you want. Surviving at 1 HP here.
And there's not really anything that...
Yeah, there's no mana for Flurry of Fists, so you can't get that +1 attack. But you are...
Like you mentioned, 1 mana off. You do have... Yeah, he's at 1 HP. There is burn in the Grenadier. There is burn in... That might just be it. Yeah, that's basically it. There's no Decimates in this deck. There's only really the Grenadier that can do anything, and that just seen it die there, so only 2 left in the deck, potentially. And Elusives are still here, and they're ready to fight, and there's an iterative improvement. There's a Zap Spray for next turn. There's a Mind Meld potentially coming in as well. And there's not really much interaction from Extasio's deck either. These are 2 decks that have their own game plan. One is Elusives, one is Overwhelm. They try and take down your Nexus very quickly, but if they can't, then they're in trouble the turn after that.
The Elusives just keep coming, and I think that the Mind Meld is pretty apparent here. They're the only like card you can play from this position is something like Apprehend, where Darius can rally, but you've already gone full in with the Flurry of Fists, and you want Darius to end the game when he comes down. You don't need to rally with him. So unfortunately, Colby was just barely able to survive. This is another game where it's come down to just 1 HP, just barely surviving in order to swing things back. And again, the Mind Meld, Extasio used it last game, and now it's coming to save Colby in game 2.
So Mind Meld, also a card that I mentioned, it was considered, an unusual card that you would never really see other than in meme decks that some content creators, YouTubers were playing sometimes, occasionally, not really on Masters Ladder, not really in tournaments, but now it's found a very effective home and a very powerful home in TF Fizz. Or really any deck that has Brittle Fishes, you're fine to throw in a Mind Meld in there as well. And we're seeing it why. Both these games decided by Mind Meld, and that's something I would never think I would say 3, 4, 5 months ago. But here we are. Winners final, game 3 coming up, and both players can now play TF Fizz now.
So Twisted Fate Fizz getting the wins, and so now it's going to be Fiora Shen versus the Riven Darius. Now we got a nice preview of how aggressive and how much damage that deck can actually output, and it's going to be difficult, right? Once the Darius comes down, the only outs that Fiora Shen really has against a unit that big is Concerted Strike, and who knows if Colby's going to get unlucky again. Fiora Shen. We said it over and over again. It's such a strong deck. It's good in terms of matchup spread, but in terms of consistency, I think out of a lot of decks has the most ways the deck can go wrong.
Unless you find River Shaper, which usually fixes a lot of problems with drawing you cards and having more options in terms of your spells and all that. But it can, like you mentioned, it can also have just really weird opening hands after your mulligans where you have no real plays until turn 3 or even sometimes turn 4 in some case where you miss Fiora, for example.
I wonder if Relentless Pursuit might be a keep here. It's an odd question because it's typically preserved for just clearing out, getting your advantage against slower decks. But there could be a situation where you just try to force your opponent to block a couple rotations of damage, keep their board clear so that this overwhelm combo doesn't happen to you.
Right away, the Blade Squire comes down, which was actually changed recently in the most recent patch. So did it get a buff or at least a rework? It was a 1-2 before. It's a 2-1 now. If you don't know this, then I don't blame you because not many people played Blade Squire in its original version. But it is here now to deal a bit of extra damage on turn 1 for Extasio.
And it's already gotten in 4 damage. This is a fantastic opening against Fiora Shen. Whiffing on the Green Blade Caretaker and the Bright Steel allows Extasio to set up Riven on round 3 and then get this attack token here in a couple rounds to start generating these shards. The Broken Blade Fragments, of course, you just want the Overwhelm one, or sometimes the +2 attack one is really what this deck is after.
So if Extasio wins by 2 HP or less, the Blade Squire rework is the reason. Could be pivotal here. The 2 extra damage he was able to push through in those first 2 rounds of this game.
And with this development, Fiora Shen, this is what we saw last time. Colby curving out, even though they had a pretty mediocre early start. Fiora into Shen with Spirit's Refuge and the Relentless Pursuit making a reappearance in the hand. This could be what Colby needs to get the advantage they want on the board and keep pushing through. Basilisk, however, hitting that Allegiance, a pretty strong 5-4 overwhelm here with the quick attack fragment, if I'm not mistaken.
And the biggest thing to mention here is that Barrier is fine. Yeah, it is a quick attack. So this is going to be suddenly a very explosive turn here for Extasio. Big thing to mention is that Barrier does not stop the overwhelm damage from going through. It's still going to push through. So that's something that you might think Barrier stops everything, gives you alive. It does, but the damage does push through into the Nexus.
Oh my goodness. This is actually pretty risky, however, for Extasio. You can see he's really sweating because you can commit everything to try to get some damage here, but there's still so much more work to do, even if this were to connect. And you get blown out by Concerted Strike or like a buff into single combat. But the longer you wait, the more likely it becomes.
And the lower that rope goes, there's a limited time here. And there he commits the quick attack shard. I'm going to assume he can also commits the Flurry of Fist. He was able to Hail Mary win the first game with Mind Meld. We'll see if it's the case here as well, but he decides to go for that as well. But goes for the pass after committing the quick shard here.
Nice burst pass. Colby did, in the previous game with the suit up, did tap under that mana and allowed the Culling Strike to go through. Extasio just maybe opening up that window once more for Colby to perhaps tap down, not thinking about the Concerted Strike threat at this time. But now, maybe Extasio just lets this connect. You get a little bit of damage here, your Basilisk still stays alive, and you aren't committing one of your main combo finisher pieces to an early exchange where the Basilisk, you basically, you won't get any damage if something comes through here.
And going down to 1 HP against Fiora Shen is okay. Well, all in once again, the Hail Mary play. Gonna probably be punished here with 6 mana available for Colby to work with the Concerted Strike here, and it's not always going to be the perfect option happening. He was able to get the game 1 win with a very unfortunate hand for Colby, but in this case there was an answer here. Concerted Strike goes through and is able to eliminate this threat and this Flurry of Fists from Extasio.
The committing, I can definitely see the logic between committing there. It's the difference between 2 and 6 damage is pretty huge in a matchup like this where you need to get your opponent down to 10 Nexus health to flip your Darius and try to push through. really unfortunate there. The issue now becomes Spirit's Refuge, maybe just keeping Darius from leveling up at all. Kato the Arm seems to be a pretty strong development here. You have to worry about riposte and stuff on the Fiora. You need Kobe to swing through before you can safely develop. And Fiora Shen's the type of deck that sometimes they'll just burn your mana, right? They're like, I have a really good attack here, but burning your mana is better, and you're just going to be in the same situation the next time I get the attack token.
The only real out here, I think, for Extasio is the fact that Decisive Maneuver is a very strong card when Deny is not in hand, and that is the current situation right now for Colby. Of course, there could be removal spells that are found, and there could be answers, but that is a card that can suddenly get you a lethal out of nowhere because it does so much in just removing the blocker from Darius, for example. They can push through for a ton of damage, but in this case, it looks like Colby has a pretty good game plan, a pretty good board, has a Relentless Pursuit as well, and has a chance, like you said, Spirit's Refuge to heal up if he really needs to stay healthier.
Ooh, and Colby does go for that option. I have some good attacks here. I'm only getting through a little bit of damage. I don't want to give you a shard by killing the Blade Squire. I'm just going to sit on my mana, on my current board state, and just keep you under pressure. Colby recognizes if I can just constantly react with single combats and concerted strikes, eventually you're going to run out of threats and you'll die to Brightsteel formation. We're already at 7 mana, so in 2 more rounds, Extasio has to fear that card.
Extasio might be thinking about trying to get some kind of very big board with Decisive Maneuver, giving just a single unit Overwhelm with the Shard and going for that. Of course, having a Deny would stop this entirely, and still having so many sharp sights and barriers is going to stop most of the damage from coming through. But you're able to push some Nexus damage to maybe level up Darius when you do play him, and clear out some of the board with a +2 attack on the rest of these units. They're all going to be pretty big hitters onto this Shen, this Fiora, etc.
Yeah, Extasio is really vexed about this current board state. It's so risky to just develop. Hopefully he can channel a bit of Rico Rex's energy and just play out the Overwhelm. Just start attacking the opponent, getting some of this damage through, because they aren't always going to have the answer. Extasio proved that with the Mind Meld in their first game, and unfortunately is maybe just waiting on another Flurry of Fists. Like, what cards would it make Extasio comfortable attacking? From this position, you're just kicking back, and Fiora Shen is perfectly satisfied with just drawing cards and having tons of spell mana at all times.
Especially with the Brightsteel formation draw, that's pretty massive as well. For next turn, to provide barriers, you even have, you have so many options here. You have now Cythria with Pursuit and Sharp Sight backup can clear out a lot of this board here, regardless of what Extasio does. He has 5 spell mana available, quite a few options here with Decisive Maneuver and the Shards here, but with the barriers, with 5 spell mana up, Darius can die here. You can't really burn the Nexus to level up Darius before he dies to get the +1/+1.
Extasio missed out on a couple really key attacking turns to potentially even out the board to make Cythria and Brightsteel formation not as devastating. Especially the Blade Squires, right? They're in the deck because even though they were buffed to have higher attack power, you still do kind of need to use their last breath ability to get those shards. And from this position, you force Decisive Maneuver or what to save this Darius? Is that your only answer?
This was kind of the option that he needed to have for the attack turn, though. So now, sure, the Darius survives. You have a full board. You have Kato the Arm. This is obviously a scary-looking board now on the attack for Extasio. On the open attack, even because your board's already full, you have the full value on it. You can just use your shards and then go in. But is it going to be enough? That's the real answer. The top deck is Riven, so you have a lot of options here. Burst speed to get some big buffs and Overwhelm on the bigger units now as well. But you still have Spirit's Refuge. You still have a lot of spells to answer that for Colby as well.
And you're you're still committing into another concerted strike. Committing the Flurry of Fists on the Basilisk earlier was really unfortunate to have such a key piece not resolve the way you wanted it to. But Who knows, right? You swing in here, get some damage through. The Blade Squires, you have to attack with them as well because they can't block Cythria's Fearsome, so you might as well cash them in. Or at least one of them, and try to just reestablish after this attack with Grenadier or something.
Of course, the Spirit's Refuge, yeah, there's no way to stop this now without just this maneuver. You know, you can develop that of your Colby. Of course, Colby does not know what's in hand for Extasio. He still has 6 spell mana up, so he has to be thinking about certain things, and maybe he plays in a less than optimal way because of this.
When it comes to blocking Overwhelm, you have to be very specific. And Riven, her buff coming through there, her level up, where the first time she gets an attack buff, it doubles, so now she's at the 10 attack and Overwhelm. Kato the Arm, 7 attack and Overwhelm. Darius down at the bottom of this conga line, leveling up thanks to this Overwhelm damage. And does the math check out? We've got Spirit's Refuge coming through.
So if there were a decisive maneuver here, this Cythria gets, YOLO back to her bench, and there's no deny. Would there have been a response? I mean, I think he's definitely playing more than one maneuver. Yeah, he's playing all 3. So at this point, he does survive on 3 HP. But this is a big attack still, regardless. I mean,
on 3 HP. So then you go for then you just buff this unblocked Kato with your remaining mana, and then you're worried about single combat on the Cythria to double heal. But if you're Extasio, the window is shrinking. You have to go for it here, yeah.
And it's, I mean, you're still putting your opponent down to very, very little HP. You're removing some of his units, not too many though. But Bright Steel Formation will still be an answer. You still have the +2 here onto the Darius.
Yeah, because Cythria is blocking further down the line, the Kato does connect here to flip Darius.
Yeah, giving more damage is fine, because she's still not healing enough to go back up to 20 with 7 damage connecting.
Yeah, this is the final +2 buff that Extasio has access to. The +2 attack fragment that's being generated, of course, can't be cast in combat, so Extasio's all in.
And Darius will level up, so he will not be dying to this 5-4 as well. 1 HP left on Colby's Nexus, so not enough to win the game here, but Darius does survive. Kato the Arm is still a menacing unit.
And again, thinning out this board to make Bright Steel Formation a less threatening play is actually enormous.
And now he's on 7 HP, so not quite 1 HP, but still Darius does survive at least. And you have to do something. You couldn't just continue passing and stalling the game, because Fiora Shen's going to have so many answers in hand. So with spell mana, it's almost unbeatable when you get to turns 9 or 10. Now Bright Steel Formation comes down, and it's going to be less. It's not going to be a full board at least as well.
Yeah, you still have blockers. Fiora will pull 1, and you have to block the Bright Steel, I think.
And you can't play House Spider, I think, because of the fact that single combat could be a thing potentially with Cythria and the lifesteal still there. But he can play it now to have some more chump blockers. And
yeah, and if you play Grenadier, I think maybe you could survive with a little bit of HP, but then again, you're just throwing your whole board away, and then you don't have any units to make use of that Overwhelm, and you can't develop House Spider because of Cythria's Fearsome. They can't block anyway, so the window was very, very close. It was another very tight game. The Spirit's Refuge came through huge there to kind of make up for Colby missing out on having Deny for the for the Mind Meld in game 1. The decisive maneuver, I think, was the key. The fact that it was forced out of Extasio's hand in a previous turn when it would have just paid dividends. It would have won the game there, potentially, with no Deny against that lifesteal Cythria.
And we saw, no Deny and Extasio just going for it in game 1, winning him the game. And if maybe the same would have happened in this game, he could have done it as well. So sometimes, I mean, you have to play around certain cards, of course. Deny is a thing, and your opponent had a very full hand. So it's when we have full information, it's very easy to see, this is a misplay, this is the correct play. But without full information, it's much more difficult. And it was a tough matchup. Like you said, I think any kind of Overwhelm deck, similarly to burn and aggro. If you're not able to get the kind of your homework done in the first few turns, where you're able to get him down to 8 10
Hmm.
HP, you have a very hard time just finding a 20 HP or 16 HP burst on turn 6 or 7, and that was the case here for Extasio. But I think he was able to showcase, this deck and showcase why he's reached the winners final and why he might find his way back into the grand finals later on, because he
Hmm.
will be dropping into the losers bracket, and Colby will be waiting patiently for the next 2 hours or so in the grand finals, waiting for the losers bracket opponent to come back up to challenge him later on.
The matchup was very intriguing, right? And by going down to losers bracket, Extasio is going to have more games to play the deck out. Get a little bit more practice. Against other meta decks and other really skilled players, as well as the big thing. You can play a deck and it can perform very well if your opponents are unprepared for the list. But when you're playing against opponents that know what your game plan is and are adapting a little bit better, then you have to adapt in turn. The Darius deck can pop off, and we saw maybe like the difference between getting that 2 damage versus not on that exchange with the Flurry of Fists, for example, earlier. Or did the 6 damage absolutely need to go through there? That would have also spelled lethal, when you actually crunch the numbers, I think, at the end there. But it's Darius is considered just to be this big gorilla champion that hits your Nexus really hard and wins, but there's a lot of intricate math leading up to that, turns out.
Yeah, if your opponent's nexus is above 10 or under it, that's the intricate math that I tend to calculate when I'm playing Darius. But yeah, sometimes I think we saw all the different blockers and who to buff, all this. It allowed for a lot of complexity, I think, in what seems like a simple archetype or a simple game plan with overwhelm.
Hmm.
I think you are right in that regard.
They
But we're
you
gonna
can yeah you get some different outcomes, but we are jumping into Fresh Lobster versus Sergey Vamos. Fresh Lobster's already up 2-1. Excuse me, 1-0. Goodness.
1-0, so trying to win this game to move on and stay alive in the tournament. Both players are currently in the losers bracket. This is losers bracket round 2, I believe. Yeah, that is the case. Faul has moved on in his side of the loser bracket, but this one is still ongoing. Lobster, of course, known to be a very good player, but also a very patient roper, if I may say so myself. Tends to take his time on his turns, which he should. As a strategy game that this is, the more time you have to think about your plays and make the right ones, the better. And Lobster takes advantage of that time as much as possible.
The board state here is pretty scary. You've got this 12 attack unit bearing down on you. I love the brittle steel here to cancel that. I'm wondering if you can stop this 12 attack, maybe you can save your Teemo.
When you said the board state is pretty scary, and I mean, lethal was being presented, so I think that's a time where it definitely qualifies to say that it's a scary board state. You have to do something, or you end up losing the game and losing the tournament actually as well. This is kind of the do or die moment for Lobster in this case. Well, actually, no, yeah, he's one game up, so do or die for this game at least. But we'd have to see what the mushrooms are looking like in the deck for Sergey Vamos, because there's 2 Hexcore Foundries on the deck, and Teemo is leveled up, so that gives us at least a small hint that there are quite a few mushrooms in the deck potentially.
And Fresh Lobster in a situation now where you want to just flash freeze, but oh no! Sergey actually commits both riposts ahead of time.
It could be the case that he's at 5 HP now and he has so many mushrooms that he had to risk it, of course, because, I mean, there's, you might just draw this next turn. Maybe not next turn you die, but in 2 turns you might draw enough mushrooms to die. So you have to, sometimes in these games, when you're very, very far behind, you have to take that risky play. In this case, Lobster, unlike that last game we spectated from him, did have a freeze, did have a flash freeze to survive. Now has a Puffcat Peddler, can play a Thermal Beam to get the extra +3 mushrooms in the deck. And with 3 draws coming in, or 6 rather, over 2 turns and no burn available for Sergey Vamos, I'm going to assume that this will be game 2 in favor of Lobster. That's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 3.
A 2.
And that's a lot.
There it is. The mushroom lethal. We caught it right at the very end, navigating that really terrifying combat, right? Fortunately, Cythria only grants Fearsome to other units, and so Teemo was able to block the Cythria, and then the Brittle Steel and Flash Freeze coming up heavy against those Green Glade Caretakers to survive there.
And you have to risk it there. I mean, if he doesn't have a flash freeze, you win the game. If he does, then well, it was a case that you lost.
Uh-huh.
But with so many mushrooms and not just that, but the double hex core foundry already on the board, and the fact that you cannot possibly win on your defense turn as Furashen because you don't really have burn unless you play pursuit. That's
Mhm.
6 draws that you have to eat, and that's yeah, it's very low odds of surviving that. So uh, that is Lobster getting the win. It was best of 3. That's 2-0 up for Lobster. So Turkish Vamos is eliminated from the tournament, and Lobster remains fighting for a spot potentially in the grand finals as we move along. But that will be a break for us, and we'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We are now moving through the later half of the losers bracket to see which of our competitors will be able to take on Colby in the grand finals.
And Lobster, we just saw him beat 32 Vamos, Spanish player. Now he has to face another Spanish player. And if he wins, Extasio is waiting with a flurry of fists in the next game, also a Spanish player. So Lobster has, like I saw in Twitch chat mentioned, a Spanish gauntlet to run here. We'll see if he makes it. The odds are in favor of Spain, but Germany, is a strong country in many ways, and Runeterra as well. And Lobster's a strong competitor. So if someone can do it, it can't be him. And he has a pretty good lineup as well. Very, very strong. Timo list that we saw. We mentioned at the start of the stream as well, but we saw last week Owie running a version of it, and this is a different version, but both versions have proven to be very strong. And Mushrooms is definitely a fierce, I'd say even high tier 2, low tier 1 deck now. I mean, it has really good matchups against certain decks, like Lee Sin, for example, with the Frostbite, and so many decks that are trying to draw like crazy now, and Mushrooms kind of punishes that as well. So it's an interesting deck to have in the meta right now, I think.
The list has just that extra potential to win when you wouldn't think it'd be able to. And sometimes that's just what you need. Just that little bit of an X factor to bring you through in losing situations or poor matchups as well. Lobster right now, the games that we've seen so far with this deck have been very close. And you know what they say about card games, you don't lose unless your HP is 0, so it doesn't matter if you're at 1 or 2 HP, and Lobster, of course, doesn't mind the games being close because he's calculated out of, all of these lines. Very patient player. But we've got the one of Avalanche and the one of Harsh Winds in the deck. So this is just to keep the opponent honest, right? They have, this is an open deck list format, so the players know about the Avalanche, they know about that Harsh Winds, and they have to respect it. And it just allows a veteran tournament player like Lobster to just bluff very splendidly in certain situations.
I'm surprised not to see two harsh wins, especially because this is a version of the deck that is going more into Ezreal than Sejuani and Timo with the
Mm.
champion split. So it would make me think that you could maybe consider, I mean, at least two of, but maybe not three of, but at least two of harsh wins. But in this case, only one being run. So now I'm not so surprised that he didn't find it in certain spots in the matchup that he did end up losing against Colby in the semifinals because he was only running one. I didn't know that. Interesting decision,
Mm-hmm.
I think, especially with Ezreal, just the fact that you get double targets as well for the level up could be pretty clutch. But it is true that after the level up, it feels pretty bad because it's very expensive and you only get the one, proc of damage from one spell being played.
The deck is pretty tight. We've got even like Thermogenic Beam, right, as a 3 of. Some decks only run 2 copies to maybe open up another slot for something like a Static Shock to help with the card draw, to help with leveling up Ezreal. But Lobster, again, has been piloting the deck very fabulously, has the double Hex Core Foundry set up very consistently to make up for the other lack of card draw alongside the Veteran Investigator helping out too. So even if you only have one copy of something, it is very likely you'll have it when it comes through. And CDS Faul is not a pushover. CDS Faul is, of course, the runner-up from last week, who ended up losing to Aoi and is still pushing through the losers bracket here. Brought a Lee Sin deck to the tournament here and is opening up with Lee Sin Aphelios.
And Lee Sin, a deck that I just mentioned, is very weak or should be very weak in that matchup against a deck that has so many frostbite effects and can stall so efficiently and so effectively with the mushrooms as well. But in this case, finds a favored matchup potentially. If Lee Sin gets a win here for Fao, I think he'll be very, very happy. Able to obviously get the win already on his Lee Sin deck, not have to face the Shrooms deck with it, and be 1-0 up in the series as well. But Lobster is playing a second deck that we saw early on in the tournament as well, Aphelios TF. So both players playing Aphelios here. Both players playing Temple as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they are. So showcasing a new champion and the new landmark of this last release of cards.
The Veiled Temple, I think, was a card that initially players thought it was just kind of cute. Interesting value. The 4 mana is a really good slot for it, where it's still a pretty strong commitment, but not a huge tempo loss. But once you get 2 Veiled Temples in play, the mana value just skyrockets. It's really absurd, the plays that you can pull off with it. And Mountain Goat here coming down in the early game to generate that gem and start working towards Lee Sin.
And the difference with the Crescendum for both of these lists, TF Aphelios obviously has the Boxipus, the really, really smart big brain tutor for it with Crescendum, able to get it as a 3-4 challenger. Very, very good tempo-wise and to control the board against, a meta that has so many 3 and under HP champions that are very, value-oriented, like Aphelios, like TF. Boxtopus can challenge them and can challenge elusives as well on the attack token turn. Whereas the decklist for Foul obviously has things like Mountain Goat and Eye of the Dragon.
Tutoring at Eye of the Dragon can be very strong too. The Crescendum I think does count for one of its ticks if it resolves the way I think it does. So it's very helpful to just get that out of the deck potentially and get those Dragonlings out. We've seen these Lee Sin decks sometimes struggle because they can't get their early game set up. And here, CDS Foul is actually in a bit of a better spot simply because they have the Aphelios to be played. Lobster's maybe locked into this temple right now just to get it set up and out of the way. But Foul, threatening a lot of damage here once the gem comes down into Aphelios. Into Crescendum to maybe get another Mountain Goat. A lot of potential damage being threatened here.
And the gem, of course, very good as a kind of a Nightfall trigger for the Aphelios. One of the reasons that this Aphelios does fit in with Lee Sin. But again, Aphelios as a champion, his design is so versatile that he really fits in with so many different regions and champions that I'm not surprised to see him, mixed in with Lee Sin as well. And Lee Sin has had a lot of different partners over the past few months. First Zed, then Zoe, and now he's moved on to Aphelios, at least in Foul's case. So we'll see which one ends up being the best. I think Zoe was definitely an upgrade over Zed, offering a very unique but very difficult to stop game plan. And we'll see if Aphelios can overtake Zoe in providing just enough value and generation that makes maybe it takes away a lot of removal that then Lee Sin doesn't have to deal with later on.
And here's picks the Crescendum off of Aphelios. And now Fresh Lobster, who again, it was a priority pass with just the gem, and Fresh Lobster passed back, still considering using the Falling Comet here or just taking the damage, taking the hit, setting up Veiled Temple instead. You've got 2 Veiled Temples. Theoretically, if you can get them both set up, even if you're at really low HP, once you start the Star Shaping train going and the rest of the healing this deck is capable of, you can come back from this.
There's the first Moon Weapon being played. Eye of the Dragon comes out, gets the Attune effect as well. And we'll see this Dragon next turn. If there is, then that means there should be... Yeah, it does count with the Crescendum because a gem was played earlier, so 2 spells haven't played this round. And I believe you wouldn't really maybe even play Aphelios if it doesn't count, I think, because it's such a big thing, right, to have that synergy viable. Same with Boxtopus.
You do have some blocking with the Priestess, but Lobster just going to keep this alive. Because you get at the very least you keep a unit in play. It gets buffed by the temple.
Confirmed big brain. The Eye of the Dragon does indeed count, like you mentioned, Scars. So another great synergy there with Aphelios. It really just makes it easy to build a very strong deck with Aphelios because you have so many great synergies with just Crescendum even. But there's a temple, 2 for Lobster, 1 for Foul.
And now, double Veiled Temple. We'll see what this deck is capable of to run this back. The value is there. Spell Thief to pull the Crescendum, allowing Fresh Lobster to pull a Boxtopus out of the deck.
And you can play 1 from hand. You usually don't want to. You want to keep, you want to just maybe pick a card, the Boxtopus, and draw it later with the Crescendum when you have Aphelios on the board. But in this case, there isn't really, some units against some regions and some matchups, a unit with 1 health is a liability, and it can, get pinged down against PNZ with Mystic Shot, etc., compared to 3-4. But in this matchup, I'm not sure how much of a liability it really will be.
It's difficult for Foul. Like you don't have the means to proc your Veiled Temple to somehow phase into a Calibrum, for example, to answer this play. So now Fresh Lobster is able to commit fully here.
And he gets the buff as well with the temple, which is very important at potentially dealing with some kind of a buff on Aphelios to stop the damage from coming through with 2 mana still up for Foul. But in this case, only 1 mana now with the gem being played. The gem being played proactively so that if the Eye of Dragon is pulled here, at least it's doing a little bit more damage to the challenger unit.
And Aphelios, yeah, Foul recognizes that Aphelios can't be saved here. Goes for the phase ahead of time in order to get the Calibrum and to threaten with the Eye of the Dragon. There's another Aphelios in hand, so this isn't too terrible. This is one of the great things about the card, is even if Aphelios goes down, as long as you've gotten a couple Moon Weapons into the mix, you've gotten some pretty decent value, and your opponent has already had to put resources into clearing your Aphelios. So here we go. The Boxtopuses now with double failed Temple, these are going to get huge. And CDS Foal is going to struggle to stick anything to the board from this turn onward.
It's the reason why I think he wasn't challenging the Eye of the Dragon this turn, even though he could have gone in for the kill. He's not too worried about the Dragon Link next turn, and he wants to keep the Boxtopuses alive. He doesn't want to give them away just yet because Temple can give them that much more survivability over the next few rounds.
And Mind Meld being drawn, we've got a Burblefish in hand. What's so interesting about this Twisted Fate Aphelios is that it has the ability to dip into this Bilgewater package.
There's a Star Shaping coming in, usually used on your Nexus to try and out-heal aggro deck, but in this case, because the health pool of the Boxtopuses is so high, you can get the good value out of it just from healing up these units as well, and preventing, of course, a kill there onto one of these Boxtopuses.
And Fresh Lobster really taking time to figure out the implications of these invokes. These are all very strong, right? Supernova to just obliterate the Temple, and maybe an Aphelios or a Lee Sin. Cosmic Rays wiping a lot of these low to the ground units, but vulnerable to deny. Goes for the Destroyer instead.
Yeah, when you're playing against Ionia and you're looking at the invoked spells from Targon, you have to be careful because all of these huge blowout spells that cost 9-8 mana, they're not going to be as great when Deny is a possibility.
And Fresh Lobster has the option here to just whiff the Dusk Petal Dust as the second card in order to proc the Veiled Temple, getting 4 mana back and then allowing a play of Zap Spray Fin. Foul thinking very heavily about what they want to play here. I mean, Calibrum seems like a good pick. Again, just to try to overcome the level of healing that this deck has been putting out in order to keep these Boxtopuses alive, because you have to clear the way for Lee Sin before you can even think about trying to attack in.
You can Dusk Petal, and yeah, one of the Boxtopuses is going to be dying with 3-1 because he's going to be forgotten by the Temples, and yeah, the Calibrum will be able to kill it in this case, this turn.
There is a Dusk Petal Comet, yeah. Again, the 4 mana on the Deny is so heavy. Lobster would love to make this play, but it's just you can't commit until the Calibrum or whatever Moon Weapon was brought by Aphelios is spent. So it might just pass back.
I think you're happy to pass here. With both Boxtopuses still alive and Calibrum being a slow speed spell, you can challenge next turn and still have you can play Burst from hand. Potentially, depending on your draw, and still get the buffs and the mana back as well. So there's the Calibrum now, so no Deny is no longer possible. Of course, Boxtopus continues to die. That doesn't change, but at least now you have the option to get the mana back from the Temples.
And Fresh Lobster, even though, again, the Falling Comet seems like a play that you'd want to make here to get the Aphelios off the board, Lobster may be thinking, I still have a Boxtopus up. I've got the Destroyer in hand. I've got Mind Meld. Maybe I'd rather spend my mana on developing a wider board to make use of this card then.
But with Hush, I mean, Destroyer is great, but going all in on Destroyer with the Temples buffs as well makes Hush that much better, right? To stop the overall damage from coming through.
Right now, Full does have 2 Guiding Touch in hand, so a little bit more card cycle going to be coming through before the game is done. 1 Hush already in hand. Full does run 2 copies. Needs to pull out that second one in order to overcome Spell Shield if it comes right down to it. Dragon Rage is slowly becoming a thing. The Zenith Blade we haven't seen yet. That's the other piece of the puzzle that Lee Sin needs to become the OTK monster.
And there's Aphelios finally making it in hand for Lobster. A bit late. Could have gotten a lot of phases with all the Moon Weapons he has played already, but not able to find the Aphelios until this point, and has not found any kind of Twisted Fate yet either, which is a card that could be very impactful if Lee Sin is developed on an attack token turn. For Foul, he can use a gold card to stun it as well. But there's Zap Strafen played first. Of course, the temples will get him a lot of mana back. He can play a Felios and still be able to play the weapons as well this turn.
Lee Sin just being developed here now that the Falling Comet has been spent. It's pretty safe, and you just want to give him barrier, of course, at burst speed in order to protect from the Boxtopus. Fresh Lobster is, there is the threat of Hush or something to get rid of that and make it go through. Is this Sonic Wave another copy of Lee Sin? Maybe that's why Fall is committing to this line if the Lee Sin happens to go down. There is a one of Sonic Wave in the list, but I don't think that's Lee Sin.
It would have been drawn, this last turn, because this is the first Lee Sin that was drawn a few turns ago, and this one was obviously on the right side of the hand, so it was just top deck. Gravitum is, of course, an option here for Lee Sin, but it has to be played slow speed next turn. Stuns followers twice, but only stuns champions for that single turn, which would be the attack token turn next turn. And Lee Sin should be fairly close to leveling up, so there could just be an open attack, burst speed attack from Lee Sin. And Lobster's already at 13 HP. There isn't an Overwhelm yet. There's no Zenith Blade on the Lee Sin at least, so that is a silver lining for Lobster.
Without the Overwhelm, Lee Sin is still capable of some pretty high damage. And we might see, right, with a wide board, because 2 temples, it's still taking up 2 slots on the board. We could see Faul maybe try to go a bit wider here to just push through some extra damage on top of that Dragon Kick.
And this 10-7 Overwhelm Challenger, the Boxtopus, doing a lot of boxing now, but Hush will be there to like I said, when you're going all in on these units, Hush in this matchup is going to be a big card to have if you're Faul, and there is going to be a Hush in hand. So it's going to be very easily answered the same way that Destroy would have been answered as well if it was played.
And Fresh Lobster knows, like, I can get this Overwhelm damage through, but is it worth it? Your opponent's at 18 HP, and they're in the same boat as you, where they're playing Targon, they have access to tons of healing, you're still under threat because of this Lee Sin, and with a Felios in play, maybe you just do it. You force your opponent to have the answer, try to threaten their win condition while you keep yours alive. If Boxtopus does die, then it's just going to make all the buffs start to flood onto a Felios, and it'll be harder and harder to answer as well.
Now, do you commit a Hush here if you are Faul? Will you save a lot of Nexus health? You don't save the Eye of the Dragon, of course. It will still be a 3-attack Boxtopus, and it will be healed.
It's a tough choice. I think you could take the hit here. It depends, because Faul has double guiding touch in hand. Can still heal the Nexus up for a few points, has an Eye of the Dragon in hand to just get another Dragonling for next round to swing in and heal for 2 more.
Gets the Noblify as well, which can stop one of the moon weapons from Aphelios next turn. Potentially the Gravitum if it does come down.
So I think that Faul is actually fine taking this damage and just trying to out-heal it. The Overwhelm on the Boxtopus can be re-granted with Infernum off of another moon weapon, but again, you still have Hush for the emergency. I think it might be better to save that card for when when the card is when it's actually presenting lethal. So a lot of damage again still coming through here, but if Lee Sin does anything, it's come from behind victories.
Calibrum here answering this Eye of the Dragon immediately, so it survives on the board for less than 5 seconds, immediately answered by the moon weapon here. And both players now down to very little mana. But Noblify is there, like I mentioned. Gonna hit Gravitum, but instead hits Calibrum this turn, and you're able to get an extra attacker next turn, a level up on Lee Sin as well, and a little bit more lifesteal next turn as well, where you just took a big hit, you're 8 HP, it could be beneficial to find some extra health next turn.
So with this Eye of the Dragon coming down, that is, I don't believe that's enough spells to proc it, right? They just played the no, my mistake. It does proc. So you do have the Dragonling coming through. being able to heal for a couple more points of damage. Lee Sin at 5 attack gets buffed up potentially by Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. So that's still going to be a lot of damage coming through here on top of this Lee Sin. You have to, again, you have to open attack because of Gravitum. Going to kick the Boxtopus back to hand, cleanse these buffs off of this big unit. If it does survive, if it does survive, the Dragon Kick will also recall it. So then you can't, fish it out of the deck with Crescendum.
And because Hush has not been played, it means that you can't Spell Thief either into it. So the patient play from Fault may be paying off. In this case, I think the win condition here is going to be for Lobster, going to be the Mind Meld. There's no Deny in hand just yet, and not really a way to draw it either.
And Fresh Lobster, yeah, when forced into a corner, you're going to take that big risk.
And losing the Burble Fish is going to be a problem, obviously, to have elusive units, because that's the one thing that Lee Sin can't really stop in this case. Without a Felios, at least.
You want to go wide. That way, if your opponent has a Hush or 2 Hush, they're only stopping a little bit of your damage. The other elusives are just going to come through. Notably, this Lee Sin deck isn't running like Sparklefly or Zoe, right? You're swapping out Zoe for a Felios, so you lose out on that ability to block elusive units or get those Crescent Strikes that would provide some defense for lists like this. With Fold, again, no Aphelios potentially means that if Fresh Lobster is able to survive and drag this out for a few more turns, his Aphelios with Double Veiled Temple will just outvalue Fool's Hand, or with potentially just drawing more cards or invoking win conditions, find something that can overcome this Lee Sin, because the clock is now ticking.
So this spell shield is going to be pretty important for this destroyer, of course. I was thinking if there's any way you can get buffs on Aphelios to kind of split the attack. If you get an Infernum, for example, later on Aphelios, you have the chance to have 2 big overwhelm attackers so that Hush isn't as effective. But this now, it's obviously going to tank every single one of the hits. Having spell shield is pretty big, though, because if there isn't a way to take this off, then it can just potentially just hit for a whole ton of damage and not be dealt with the temple buffs.
And now, again, the Veil, as you talked about before, all the buffs are going onto the Destroyer, so this is huge overwhelm coming through. Lee Sin does have some respectable HP to stop some of this damage coming through, but it's only a matter of time. Now, we've got this, both sides with just a huge unit being able to attack. Full opting out of doing the +2 attack on Lee Sin or +2 attack on another unit in the middle of that combat to threaten through. Perhaps was waiting for Fresh Lobster to react with something to play that buff, and then maybe trying to get a sneaky lethal in there too. But
and the thing with Mind Meld is that when you have 2 temples on the board, you only have 4 units attacking, so the Mind Meld isn't as fantastic. You can't go as wide with TF Fizz, for example, which would make things a bit awkward, a bit counterproductive. In this case, they'll find a TF pretty late in the game, can blue card and try and find some extra card draw, but I don't think TF will be leveling up anytime soon. If it did, there was a chance, obviously, to try and get some kind of burst speed yellow card, gold card to stun Lee Sin on the next attack token turn, because most of what he has right now are going to be slow speed spells that obviously Fall will try and play around, like Gravitum, for example.
Gravitum would be actually pretty huge here, right? You Gravitum the Lee Sin, your opponent's unit with the most HP is out of the running for the turn, and then it lets the Destroyer swing through with massive overwhelm damage along with Zap.
Gravitum here can be used to, at the very least, take the spell shield off the Destroyer.
Very clutch emergency card from the Gifts from Beyond there to just get this Moon Weapon, eating the spell shield, and this is going to allow Hush to take away the overwhelm.
And again, because it's going to be stealing away all these temple buffs, that Hush will be very, very big value. Whereas if he maybe could have find a way to buff the Aphelios, I think it wasn't really possible to do it with the cards he had in hand this turn.
Yeah, Faul has everything they want to stay alive and win is on the board. The hand has no support here. The Mentor of the Stones is going to need to come down. to buff this Lee Sin. You need at least one spell to give him Challenger so that the Dragon Kick will activate. Fresh Lobster needs to win on this next turn, right? So that he doesn't die to the open attack. But with Hush...
I don't know if he has to, though. He has a chance. If Hush is played, he has a chance to Spell Thief Hush next turn. He has Star Shaping for some healing as well. There's no Zenith Blade still either. So, I mean, I think it's not really lethal just yet. He has a few pretty versatile options, especially once... I mean, Hush has to be played this turn because you have to deal with the Destroyer, and then at that point, you can steal it with Spell Thief. I mean, you have a chance of stealing it. You don't... it's not a guarantee. But
a line that Lobster might not be considering here is probably just going for the Mind Meld. You think it's so unlikely, they probably have Deny at this point. The Hush has been sitting there. The Mentor of the Stones, I believe, has been in the hand for a long time as well. So Fresh Lobster might be thinking, oh, it's a dead card. So you play out the Gravitum here to see if it's going to be denied, or maybe eats a Nopify. Try to get some more information from the opponent. But Foal is all in on this Hush, denying the Destroyer, and Mind Meld quadrupling your threat potential could be huge.
I'm not sure how effective it will be, though, because you have chump blockers for TF and Aphelios and Destroyer gets touched.
I think there's potential where you can Mind Meld, get just massive stats all over the place. Zap Spray Fin will connect. And then you can potentially phase into Severum or something to grant Overwhelm off of a Moon Weapon onto another target. What is a Fresh Lobster's phase right now? The last Moon Weapon was played was just Gravitum, and Gravitum phases into Crescendum and Infernum, if I'm not mistaken.
I haven't been paying that close attention, I will admit. I've been actually just focused on the Lee Sin, killing you or not killing you. I kind of missed out on the, what phase is the Moon Weapon on.
We'll see.
Because both players are playing Aphelios as well, so...
Yeah, the Gravitum goes into Crescendum and I think Infernum.
Yeah.
Which is the Overwhelm weapon.
And then
so with the Overwhelm weapon on top of these buffs, then suddenly you're turning your 1 threat in the Destroyer into 3. With the Overwhelm on a different unit and the Zap Spray Fin.
And that should be GG. I mean, there's a Hush for the Destroyer. You have to do that. And then you can't Hush. You can't, I mean, maybe not GG, but it'll be pretty... Is it GG, actually? It is.
The only way to live would be to sacrifice Lee Sin, I think. Against this Twisted Fate. He's the only thing with enough HP, I think, to prevent the lethal. Let me see, 8.
I think it's still not enough. You got 8 from Zap and 4 from TF. And there's 6 HP, so it's 4 plus... Yeah, right? You can't... I mean, there's no heal, there's no lifesteal. You have to Hush the Destroyer no matter what.
This is...
Yeah, it's, wow. I mean, 8 plus 4 is 12, right? I mean, my math is not failing me here. I don't... Oh, well, actually... With the Temple... No, it's still 5 HP. And Lee Sin doesn't get buried, does not die this turn, but his HP does not go up, obviously. He still stays at 6 HP, and even with Barrier, like I mentioned before, Overwhelm does not really care about Barrier.
Fresh Lobster checking the tapes. Going over what cards been played from the opponent. Overwrites a Temple with Boxtopus, pulling the unit to the side. So this Overwhelm is going to get maximum value. Only one Hush in hand to stop this onslaught.
You pull the Lee Sin, and that's the way to do it. I think there's no way to survive this anymore now. With the Goat at 5 HP even. You can pull the Goat as well. I guess maybe he thinks Lee Sin doesn't have a chance to get Barrier. But in that case, then he thinks there's no Hush, which means he just wins anyway. So I'm not sure what I guess he just knows he wins anyways. 8 mana, 2 cards. I'm not sure what combo could do it. Yeah, I think this is the correct play because he has Barrier no matter what. Lee Sin's never going to die here because or else he would just die to Destroyer, getting the damage through. So he has to pull Lee Sin to get maximum damage through the 5 health over 6 that Lee Sin has. And that's minus 10 right now.
And no matter which way you slice it, the damage is going through. Excellent. Fresh Lobster able to turn that one big threat into 4 huge threats.
And again, it's going to be Mind Meld not being stopped by Deny. Deny not doing its job today. Really has to try and find its way into these players' hands because they're getting away with playing Mind Meld and winning with this card that just gives everyone stats, and it's so easy to stop, but no deny ever in hand for these players that are running it.
The AoE buff on Mind Meld is so far beyond, I think, what other similar spells do in the game right now. Like the ability to boost like a 2/2 to an 8/8. It's fantastic. The only other spell that comes close is Give It All, which is even more expensive.
And back in the day, I mean, you would play, spells that would cost quite a bit to get the, a lot of bonus stats from Mind Meld. But nowadays, there's zero cost spells, one cost spells for everyone, gems. Felio's giving you more. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. So things have changed in the panorama of cards in the current meta, and it's so much easier to get that Mind Meld to not just 6/6, but even higher stats. And of course, Burblefish is something that enabled it greatly as well. But that was a very long game one, and it does end up going to
game
Lobster.
one.
So Aphelios doing it again. You think it's game 3 already, but no, we're still on game 1, Scar. Aphelios and Lobster, that combination is deadly. It guarantees 30-minute games minimum.
That was a really good game, though.
Yeah, it was a lot of back and forth. You thought Lee Sin had it for sure, but we saw there with no deny in hand that Lobster was able to find lethal, which is, of course, much easier to find when you have 15 mana to work with, thanks to Temples giving you 4+ mana on the turn you're trying to find it.
The really inventive plays that get opened up by Veiled Temple are really something where you're like, oh, because I regenerate this much mana, and you see players like whiffing these really cheap spells, right? Like the gems and the Dust Petal Dust in order to get -3. It costs -3, it costs -4, so they're just regenerating this mana. And yeah, Veiled Temple really popping off. The double Boxtopus, you don't think that it would have so much impact on the board. But when the rest of your deck is built around healing them and protecting them, and they're constantly getting stats from the Veiled Temple, it's a pseudo heal, right? When you get that +1/+1, and you just have more and more and more threat. You turn the Twisted Fate of Aphelios turns Boxtopus into Screeching Dragon.
And the biggest thing to mention here, aside from that game 1, is the fact that Lee Sin did not win, which means Lee Sin has to find potentially a win in this next game if he continues playing it against the Mushroom deck, which is not a favorite matchup because of the Frostbite effects, because of just the removal that this Mushroom deck has, and the fact that you draw so much with Lee Sin, usually with Deep Med and Guiding Touch. You're going to be drawing into mushrooms. It could be a problem, of course. Sejuani, only 1 copy, and you do have Hush for things like Ezreal, for example, but I think it's still an uphill battle for Foul if he decides to commit this Lee Sin once again.
It's going to be a dance of a lot of early game plays trying to force the Frostbites, and Fresh Lobster's the type of player that's going to be very stubborn, I imagine, holding on to at least a flash freeze. There's only 1 Harsh Winds too, so that's going to hopefully stop a wide swing. The other thing to note is we saw Lee Sin almost win without Zenith Blade. With Zenith Blade coming through, the deck has a lot more reach, and if the Frostbites are committed already, or if Fresh Lobster happens to brick and is forced to spend all their mana developing Puffcat Peddlers and blockers against a wider board or with Aphelios, then maybe it does open up a pathway for Lee Sin. Aphelios getting Calibrum answers a lot of the Hexcore Foundry deck beautifully.
And both players finding their 1-drops early on. So Teemo is found and Fizz is found. Teemo, only 2 copies being run in this deck for Lobster. And it's very, very important to try and get Teemo early on to get not only the Nexus Strike hit, to get the Mushrooms in the deck, but also start leveling up Sejuani early on. Even if you only have 1 copy, it's still pretty important. In this case, it's going to be just a trade of small champions. And we're going to reset turn 2 without a Ballistic Bot in this hand. But in Foul's hand, once again, Ballistic Bot is in hand for turn 2. Scar, the stat stays alive.
The Ballistic Bot coming through, and there's even another one in hand, and Iterative Improvement. Foul has a very interesting line being presented here that a lot of Twisted Fate Fizz players don't often make use of, is this burn plan with the Ballistic Bots. Typically, they get traded away very early, or they only bother casting 1 or 2 ignitions. It's more about the discard fodder. I do kind of like that Foul switched off of Lee Sin for now, just to get a little bit more information on this Hexcore deck, I imagine.
And that is, of course, 1 Ballistic Bot going down, a 2-mana play for a 3-mana play. Maybe not ideal for Lobster, but he does get the target effect for Ezreal for the level up, so that is something that he's working towards now with that Thermal Beam. And this is the chump up being played now, just presenting a nice 4/3 body and some extra synergy with these mushrooms.
The notable thing too is I think this is the first time we've seen Fresh Lobster play this deck without having Hexcore Foundry, at least not on curve. The other times we've seen it played, it's been deep in the late game, and those have already been set up. So who knows if Fresh Lobster, if this is a common outcome for him, and he's used to piloting the list until the Hexcore Foundry comes. But for now, the stats are lining up really well against Faul's early game.
There's the perfect defense from Faul. Trades out the Ballistic Bot. It's done its job. Got in a few, spells to maybe potentially boost that Mind Meld later on. Get some Nexus damage as well. Get the Burble Fishes discounted, of course. It does, 7 things with one single 1-mana card. And also gets the Mystic Shot there to kill off the Veteran Investigator and keep things pretty clean and pretty healthy on his side of the board. 17 HP, still pretty good. You have to be careful. There's not direct burn from the Mushroom deck, but when the Mushrooms start piling up, you're going to be in trouble at the end of the game.
The burn damage is super exponential. Faul right now, however, has not really been putting on a lot of threat.
But neither has Lobster. No Puff Cat Peddler. Teemo's dead. There's not really that many mushrooms in the deck. Ezreal can't really do much in this matchup because it has to push through elusive units, and it only has 1 attack right now, so it's not going to do much in trading even at this point, and it's not really going to level up anytime soon either.
Has the 2 mana to back up Ezreal against some removal. Faul thinking about, what am I going to rummage away? Essentially, there needs to be a really good top deck here or a Twisted Fate to rescue this hand. It has a lot of good pieces, but the hand isn't really feeding into the win condition just yet. You want to discount this Burble Fish a little bit more, try to play it for 0 mana. So whatever's top deck next is probably going to get rummaged away. And Lobster now, thinking about a Mystic Shot potentially on the Zap Sprayfin, I imagine. Decides to just save it for later.
There's the second Ezreal drawn. I believe Ezreal is still maybe 2 out of 6. So pretty far away still from leveling up. Sejuani also equally far away. Not many mushrooms in the deck means that you're not going to get that passive Sejuani level up, and there's no Ballistic Bots being run in this version, so you don't have that chance for Ignition to do damage every single turn either. Yeah, 1 out of 5 here for Sejuani.
It's difficult. I think if you want to clear the Fizz, you just do it now, simply because you can't kill Fizz with a spell later, and the Zap Sprayfin's kind of already marked with the Mystic Shot. You're worried about Suit Up, of course, but I think that this play is just a guaranteed kill on Fizz, and just go for it. You get the Sejuani in play. It's not leveled up. You only have 1 copy, but just getting this mid-game tempo swing of pushing through some damage and just having a big body in play is generally good enough, right? The only way that a Fizz Twisted Fate deck could deal with a 6 HP unit is just to stun it with Gold Card and ignore it.
And you get some damage this turn as well, which means maybe Sejuani at some point levels up later on in the game, and that could be pretty important against elusives that you can't maybe deal with on the board, but you can deal with if they're all frostbitten and at 0 mana, or if you let Mind Meld resolve and then get the frostbite effect after the fact. So there's many ways where Sejuani can be very important in this matchup, and having her hit now 2 out of 6 now, or 2 out of 5 rather, it paves the way for that level up eventually.
Because if Faul goes out of the way to answer the Sejuani, because they don't want the frostbite to go through, that's so many resources dumped into clearing this card and not establishing your own win condition or trying to hit the Nexus. Faul even opting not to play the Twisted Fate to stun the Sejuani, and doesn't mind taking this damage.
And Lobster has to be very careful to keep this Mystic Shot available until, especially when there's 7 mana up for Faul, because if not, Twisted Fate, blue card, pick a card, same turn, becomes a problem when you can draw into Rummage, etc., and level them up burst speed next turn. So you have to be very patient here and just take it slow. Yeah. Now you can, of course, insta Mystic Shot, or press OK and then do it, I guess, is fine as well.
I think you do go for the instant Mystic Shot, because you let blue card resolve, it's a higher chance of maybe Suit Up coming through.
But this is fine as well. I think Thermal Beam doesn't have much applications in this matchup other than killing off a low mana unit. There's no 6 health unit, for example. So this is a way to keep both the fast speed options in hand for if you need to, burn the Nexus, for example. And you have more versatility with Mystic Shot than with Thermal Beam. It is risky though, like you said. You can draw into suit up for 2 mana.
So Burblefish is going to come down now. It's been discounted enough. Just trying to generate more resources for Foul, make room in the hand. And the Mind Meld being drawn is fleeting. This is one of those cards that it's actually not terrible. You've got the attack token now. You've got Daring Poros. You've got the 0 mana Burblefish there.
Yeah, this is a problem for Lobster. He has to find his Hail Mary Avalanche basically, but even then,
and Foul again forced to respect it. This one of in the deck. The theme, I believe, of this Fight Night bracket has simply been Mind Meld coming through in these miraculous, extremely clutch situations. And right now,
you have the chance for double Mystic Shot Flash Freeze. Basically, this turn is going to be, I think, all that Lobster wants to do here. Wants to survive. He still sees 7 mana, so he knows he can't really commit into anything else because Mind Meld is still a possibility. And there's no response here, obviously. And he has to survive this turn.
And it is put on the stack. Mind Meld, the MVP, coming through on this wide board of elusives. I didn't get a look at how stacked up it was, but with all the pick of cards, the rummages that have been played over the last couple turns, it's probably at least 6.
Yeah, I think they'll be buffed up to 6/6, I believe. Hasn't been that many spells. The Blitzing Ball was killed pretty early on, so the Ignitions, you did play 2 Ignitions, maybe 6/6, 7/7, but you can take down both of these Burblefishes, and Mind Melt is, of course, only a single round effect, so able to stop most of this, and you can, 7/7, you can give up. You can take, you can't really take 14. That's a bit much, I think, because TF, red card is a thing, and yeah, there are of course Mystic Shots, and get excited in TF phase as well.
It's tough. You have to sacrifice the Ezreal here. You had to spend an Ezreal's Mystic Shot, so you're giving up 2 Ezreals just to survive for one more turn. The Hexcore Foundries are nowhere to be seen. No mushrooms in the deck. I think there's like, what, 5?
That's the biggest problem. He didn't find the Puffcat Peddlers. He had really no mushroom synergy going along. There wasn't one drawn now for Foul, so Sejuani doesn't get level ups any closer as well. We're already going to be turn 8, and she's still only level, I think, 3 out of 5, which is not ideal.
And with this play, you block with Ezreal, you flash freeze, you're still taking a hit. It's dangerous, and there's still a lot more work to be done on Foul's side, but it's just a matter of Fresh Lobster's hand not really being in a good spot after this. Is there a world where you... No, it's like
control chance. You keep the Sejuani alive, and you don't use Flash Freeze this turn. You save it for another time.
Leveled up Ezreal, yeah. We've got 2 spells with the mushrooms, Chump Up generating another 2 spells, Troll Chant. This next card needs to be a Hexcore Foundry, right? Oof.
There has to be no removal as well from Foul's side of the board. He has TF, can blue card into something. There are no Burblefishes for these iterative improvements to hit, at the very least. That is some silver lining. But TF blue card might change that, and there is no direct removal right now for Ezreal.
And at the very worst, you can iterative improvement the Zap Spray Fin, for example, just to draw even more out of the deck. Or iterative improvement on Daring Poro, nets you a 2/2 elusive. You're still worried about Avalanche. There's still a 1-of in the deck. Actually goes for that over the Twisted Fate here.
In this matchup, TF is too weak, I think, without Suit Up backing it up to really do much of anything. And it'll do the same thing as Zap Sprayfin plus drawing a card, basically. But maybe you want to use it to have more versatility later on for gold card on Sejuani, well, not Sejuani, she's already dead, but it has a bit more versatility, I think, in what it can do.
Very fair, very fair. And now, again, you get another elusive blocker to keep this Ezreal out. And there is a world where Fresh Lobster is able to survive for a couple turns despite the low odds. We've seen there is a myth, of Fizz, Twisted Fate, Bricking. We did see that one time where like all 3 Burble Fishes were at the bottom of the deck. And with a hand like this, you've got like a lot of fodder, a lot of draw, but just not a lot of resilient units. And if Fresh Lobster gets that avalanche and is able to wipe here and maybe restabilize, it buys enough time for that burst speed finish to happen with the right top decks.
And he must be scared of suit up here, but I think you have to commit to this Thermal Beam. 2 mana, you get the value for Ezreal as well. Ezreal cannot die here, of course, only 2 mana up for Faul. You have Troll Chant next turn to take off to attack, and you can block with Ezreal if you need to, and obviously with Troll Chant becomes even better. But I do still think you have to remove some of these attackers here, so many elusive units for Faul.
If you don't go for the Thermo here while your opponent's on defense, they could potentially suit up and kill your Ezreal on offense.
I think he wanted to play at least one of the mushrooms in this way. He can do that and still remove one of the attackers, and has a chance at drawing a mushroom this turn for Faul and maybe getting him a little bit closer to lethal. So that is the case there. At least one mushroom was drawn. And 7 HP now means that you are targeting with Troll Chant. So that's 2 damage rather. Mushroom is 4 and Flash Freeze is 6. So not quite enough to find any kind of lethal with Ezreal here, I believe. If he does survive, he can maybe find lethal off the draw next turn.
This is going to be incredibly close. Despite all the elusives in play, Mind Meld's now not in the equation. We're worried about, as you said, Mystic Shot and Get Excited. But Faul has to just keep committing over and over and over again. And once Faul sniffs out that last card there isn't an avalanche or something to worry about, then you just push through. With Vulnerable being granted to Ezreal, big shout out to the random spell from Burblefish. Allows their elusive blocker to be pulled to the side, either by Twisted Fate or by just your 1/1.
Yeah, this has to be lethal. I mean, this is so much damage. You can gold card TF, and there's just not enough card draw. Like you mentioned, there's no Hexcore Foundry, which means that Lobster is left with this pretty, disappointing or pathetic hand at the end of the game, where he can't really do much.
Let me see. If you Flash Freeze the 4/2, you Troll Chant the 3/3, then that's 6 damage.
I don't understand why he's not TF gold card. I guess with 8 mana, you're still scared of what could be in hand for Lobster, but TF gold card, you attack with TF as well. And right now we see obviously information. There's no blockers left for Lobster, but I don't know why you wouldn't do it. I mean, at this point, I'm not sure what he's playing around with 8 mana. Or at the very least, use up your 8 mana. If you're Faul, you can blue card even with TF if you wanted. Maybe try and find something else, but not doing anything.
Yeah, not pushing through the damage there. Has mushrooms, has Twisted Fate. Do you go for a Twisted Fate red card, then you try to stress testing to get a Mystic Shot here? 5 and 27, 1 and 1. And then
both
Fresh
players can draw
Lobster just needs to draw a spell.
And he finds a Mystic Shot. There's no denies. There's nothing to stop this here. No mushrooms were drawn, but he has a Mystic Shot. And another stress testing. I mentioned the clunkiness of 3 stress testing. In this case, what do you do with those? You don't have anything to discard them with. And you have to jettison the worst possible Burblefish spell, so...
And again, it comes down so close. This Hexcore Foundry deck, it's just winning by the skin of its teeth. Fresh Lobster clawing their way through this bracket right now.
And Lobster not playing it because he thinks there might be a Mystic Shot in response from Faul, and that would give Faul the win. But in this case now, he can guarantee the win with the Flash Freeze draw, burst speed onto the Burblefish, and gets the win. So Faul, I'm not sure if that was maybe a major misplay, not playing TF gold card or not playing TF blue card and attacking with TF when there weren't any blockers in hand for Ezreal. And if you were scared of dying to Ezreal through spells, that 8 mana had to be used. The 2 cards had to be spells to do so. So you would want to develop units, because that means you can attack with more units, and there's not going to be a blocker from the other side of the board. So very unusual play there from Faul to end the game. I'm not sure what he was playing around, but that gives Lobster the chance to win the game and the series.
Yeah, so that is going to be 2-0 for Fresh Lobster. Advancing in the bracket, now has to take on Extasio. That was despite everything, despite that being a 2-0, that was still a really long set, and Fresh Lobster's journey is not over. Well played by CDS Foul, especially trying to get, switching off to TF Fizz to kind of get some information before going back to the Lee Sin, which you had already talked about is pretty unfavored with all the card draw and the mushrooms, but just couldn't pull it through there at the end to take it to game 3. And Fresh Lobster going against our Overwhelm user of today's bracket. It's the Flurry of Fist Darius Riven, a deck that was doing pretty good all the way up until the winner's final. And he ended up losing, going down to loser's bracket. So the deck, hopefully we can see a repeat and see what really makes the deck super strong. But we will take a look at that next set after this break.
I'm also playing. I'm also playing tonight. Ice T. I just bought it this morning. I'm playing with a friend.
Ooh, yo, I was actually gonna buy Valheim too. Yeah, let's
Really?
go.
Are you? How
Yeah,
many people are you playing with, Ice T?
I'm still kind of putting my feelers out and seeing who's gonna pick it up and who wants to play. I got like one person who's interested. I don't know if they bought it yet.
Mm-hmm. I'm playing for sure with a friend of mine. After, I mean, maybe I'll eat something before, but
Yeah.
if anyone wants to join, or if you guys are, I mean, I think you can play up to 10 even. I'm not sure how viable that is, but I think like 4 or 5 is like the sweet spot. So let me know.
All right. Me neither.
I think we're not muted, Ice T.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're moving through the bottom bracket now, and we are at the losers bracket finals. Fresh Lobster does need to take on Extasio to get a shot at a Colby rematch. Lobster was successful in taking down CDS Faul, running the Spanish Gauntlet. All three of these players are trying to make their way out of the losers bracket to take on Colby, who was the person responsible for putting them in this situation in the first place. So Extasio looking for that rematch. Fresh Lobster trying to get revenge as well. Who do you got?
It's hard to call. I think Extasio has brought some interesting deck lists that maybe have not been are not as proven yet as something like the Mushroom deck that we've seen already win the tournament last week with Owe, for example. And I still have my doubts as to how strong it really is because things like Hush, for example, shut down the entire play pretty easily. There's a few different ways that we've seen already that even Fiora Shang with Concerted Strike, for example, shut down the Basilisk Rider that one game. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a fragile deck, I think. It has a very explosive start if you find the right tempo and the right overwhelm damage, and it has a very explosive finisher in both Decisive Maneuver and Flurry of Fist. But they're both kind of all-in finishers, where if something goes wrong and the combo is disrupted, you're kind of left with your pants down. You don't really have much interaction in terms of removal other than Cooling Strike, for example. So
Mm-hmm.
could be problematic, but we'll find. And especially, I mean, things like Sejuani, the Frostbite effect is very strong as well against it. It's going to be maybe a bit tough for Extasio, I think.
And when you think about the healing of Fiora, that's kind of doubled down to in Lobster's lineup with Targon. You have Guiding Touch, Star Shaping, of course, and we can take a closer look at Fresh Lobster's deck, the Twisted Fate of Felios. Now, this list we've seen just do wonders. You have so much value with the Veiled Temple, the Aphelios Twisted Fate. Boxtopus just seems to be an all-star, and it still has the wiggly burblefish mind meld potential to get some of these bigger plays.
Yeah, it seems like a deck that has, all these pieces from different decks that we've seen before, and it seems like it's just a splash together of all these cards like Astral Protection and Moonlight Affliction and so many different, cards that are very important in some archetypes but are never mixed together. But it makes a lot of sense. It's a game plan that works. You have a lot of value with Felios. You have the Burblefish top end if you need elusives. You have Mind Meld thrown in as well. You have Star Shaping. I mean, you have literally one card from 75 different archetypes. But in this deck, I think it works out to have so many options because you're able to cycle through most of your deck as well. So you're able to find kind of a toolbox approach where you have many different answers to different situations.
We this deck has so much value that it just completely inverts the concept of deck building. You're just pulling these 2 mana 3/4s out, the Veiled Temples healing giving you so much damage, and from the stat buffs and refilling mana. It even makes Burblefish a top end, like this 0 mana elusive is your late game win condition. It's so ridiculous to see, and it works, right? Fresh Lobsters here in the losers finals, and decks of this nature have just been popping off all over the ladder, and I'm down for just another really long and twisty and turny game one.
I'm not sure if I'm down, but I have to be. So it's going to be a 30-minute game with Lobster at the helm and Extasio doing his best to defend against this onslaught. But both decks from Lobster, I do like them a lot. I have played both actual decks in ladder recently, and there's a decks that I kind of decided to play quite a bit as well. So I like his choices. Extasio's, like I mentioned, Fizz TF, obviously very strong meta choice, and we've seen it today. Can find win conditions with Mind Meld in so many different ways. But this Riven Darius list is a bit more experimental, of course. I think that's part of the process
hmm
of pioneering a new deck or a new archetype or trying to include new cards is having people doubt it when it comes out because it's not what is strong and what people have already proven to be strong.
hmm
But this could be like Fizz TF, a deck that maybe suddenly turns into a strong contender for a kind of a dark horse tier 2 deck. Or like we saw with Rico Rect with his Overwhelm list, he won this tournament as well with Overwhelm. So it can happen for sure.
if more players like see the potential from this deck that Extasio has presented today, you adopt more people to your cause. They help you shop it up, make some changes here and there. Again, maybe you cut the Basilisk Rider to open up more Ionia cards. Maybe something like Ghost to get really cheesy with hitting the Nexus super hard. And, I think that something like this has a lot of potential. The Aphelios expansion has added a lot of very strong cards to shore up these archetypes. And it's, we're just barely scratching the surface with Shurima right around the corner.
We will be going into a challenge very soon, or a game very soon, of course. Like you mentioned, both players. This is losers final. This is do or die. If you lose here, already there's no third bracket you can fall down to. It's over basically. And even if you do win, quick reminder for those at home, there's a grand finals and there's a reset. So coming from losers bracket, you're at a disadvantage because you've already lost one game. Whereas Colby has not lost a best of three yet. He still has the advantage of being in the winners bracket the entire tournament long, which means that you have to not just win one best of three, you have to win two of them. And that's, not a very easy thing to do, even though we've seen, I think, a lot of bracket resets already in this final tournament last week as well. And they always do go to game three somehow. But it's going to be tough, I think, to make it through that if you are either, Lobster or Extasio. And Colby has a very proven and very, just there's no inconsistencies in his lineup. I think the Fiora, Shen, and TFS are both very strong decks.
The list, yeah, exactly. You've got your mid range covered. Twisted Fate Fizz has sort of been thought of, oh, it's just an aggro deck. No, it's a combo deck, and so, but it just has like this flexibility where you can shift your game plan. And a list that plays so many small units being able to exist with so much refueling and in the late game is something that the game really hasn't seen in a while, right? Usually you're like, haha, I have Avalanche. I wipe your board once or twice and then I can kind of come back from there. But with the raw amount of card draw, iterative improvement, letting you double down and triple down on these threats, and then that's not even touching on the bombastic potential of Twisted Fate. It's the list has so much going for it, and because it is pretty intricate, it doesn't make you feel terrible to see it played here. And I'm looking forward to casting this. We've got Twisted Fate Fizz versus Twisted Fate Aphelios.
And we see a Ballistic Bot in hand, ready to come down on turn 2. Extasio was trying to mulligan it away. I think he was trying to jinx my stat, but thankfully he knew the consequences. He decided to keep it in hand. I think it is normally a play to make on turn 2. You want to play it on curve and keep it in hand and get the ignition as early as possible. It is, of course, weak to removal from Aphelios, but I think you have to take that risk and keep it in hand because it is a good play to make on turn 2.
If you play the Ballistic Bot, you're gonna get like one use out of it before it gets answered. Mind Meld here in the opening hand. Extasio maybe just gonna pick a card to shuffle that back in. You want to save that, of course, until the mid game for pick a card. That way you can make better use of the cards you draw. But Ballistic Bot, turn 2, the prophecy is fulfilled. Blasphemer.
Well, he doesn't have to play it. He just has to have it in hand. Let's not get confused. The stat line is just having it in hand. I'm not gonna don't try and jinx it. You Scar as well. But I think the suit up being drawn this turn is also a problem because now, I mean, you can pick a card, of course, but not the ideal draw. The Boxtopus turn 2 from hand is maybe something that Extasio does not expect, but it is also a possibility. Obviously, he had no mana really to back up the play with like a Mystic Shot in the Boxtopus, for example. So just a very easy 2 or 1-for-1 trade. But now there's only 2 Boxtopuses in the deck. And this is something that you have to keep in mind if you're playing Aphelios, because at some point you can't really use Crescendum once you're out of 2 drops, or else it just doesn't do anything, which can happen in games. And I say that from experience.
I've also run out of 2 drops with Aphelios. The Crescendo is just, you can't resist that sweet siren call. But here comes the Duskbringer. Actually not going to play the Solari Priestess this turn. Wants to get this online to set up for Aphelios. You can Dusk Petal Dust, play Aphelios for 2 mana. Fresh Lobster might just save that for next round. When you have the attack token, that way you fish out that Boxtopus and just keep oppressing your opponent.
We'll see what play is made here. Yeah, Aphelios is going to probably come down here. This does potentially give you actually no, yeah, you can just Crescendum Boxtopus. So it's going to be rough here for Twisted Fate to come down at any point here. It would be obviously, of course, fantastic to be able to play Twisted Fate and pick a card this turn, but I don't think it'll be an option with the attack token still in favor of Lobster. If you pass here, then I think Lobster might just be happy passing right back.
Yeah, that's definitely something I could see Lobster doing. You have, 8 damage on board, but you're just gonna pass to keep your opponent from playing Twisted Fate. And just rely on Veiled Temple and stuff like that to carry you through the later stages of the game. Boxtopus, of course, would get stunned by Gold card potentially, but you have to worry about something really interesting like Pale Cascade to buff the Aphelios, so he takes the Gold card instead.
There's a Crescendum being threatened, and even if TF does survive with pick a card, you could just see a TF in response next turn with Gold card, right? And you would have to have a kind of protection for it as well from Extasio. So we'll see what he ends up committing here. I think he can't just take 8 damage. It's a bit too much here. I think he has to try and go for the Gold card here.
The Fresh Lobsters list can threaten you on this value axis, or it can threaten you on this elusive axis. Looking at Extasio's hand, it's all spells and just one Twisted Fate, so more cards need to be drawn here in order to get some defense against this board. Once Aphelios gets down and you don't answer him immediately, the Boxtopus just puts them further and further ahead, and you're constantly worried about Veiled Temple or something to make even more value happen, and they just jump out ahead of you. Like, the extra ramp of Veiled Temple pays for itself in spades.
It just seems like there's just so many different angles you have to be careful with when you're playing against Aphelios TF. I've played the deck myself, and I think it is, it's very strong, and it does some pretty wild things with TF and Aphelios being crazy champions if left unanswered in terms of value generation and things like Temple as well, fitting so well with the deck. And just like I mentioned, it seems like it's just a mishmash of cards from different archetypes and different ideas, but it kind of works really well together, and it becomes a pretty big threat. There's pick a card being played now. No response here, of course, from Lobster. That's going to be 4 cards drawn next turn. If the right cards are drawn, like a Rummage, for example, would be massive. You already have a stress testing in hand. We'll see what can be drawn here. Another stress testing, a Rummage, is not found. So it doesn't have the immediate level up. He would have an immediate level up if you found a single Rummage there on the double stress testing.
At the very least, we've got 2 mana Suit Up to protect the Twisted Fate from Gold card. And get excited maybe to answer Aphelios. We just saw in the previous round, Fresh Lobster might have held the Pale Cascade to divert the Gold card, but I think there's a really strong chance that you could go for the Get Excited here to answer the Aphelios. When you're this far behind, I think you kind of just have to go for it. Get Excited, and then you still have mana left over for the Suit Up. It's a pretty solid turn, perhaps.
I think you're fine doing this. If Lobster reacts with a, Hail Mary TF Gold card on this own TF, then Suit Up answers that, and there won't be really much that he can do fast speed he cannot stop this at all. Nothing can happen here. Now, next turn, Boxtopus will be challenging the Twisted Fate, of course, and I think there isn't anything that Lobster can do or Excelsior can do to stop that from happening, because Gold card would hit Aphelios instead.
When a fleeting card leaves your hand, it does count as a discard, so the stress testing will proc there, and Twisted Fate level up versus Aphelios, Boxtopus, Twisted Fate. It's going to be a wild ride from here. There's tons of burst spells in hand, so the Gold card, red card's going to come through.
The biggest thing would be finding the second Twisted Fate in hand after the open attack from Lobster, from the Boxtopus. And you did pick a card now, so you have a pretty high chance to do so. So there's a level up. You have a Rummage, but you don't find another Twisted Fate just yet.
Yeah, you can Rummage and then put a blue card down in the middle of the combat, and
the wrong champion has found its way to the hand. 3 Fizzes drawn in a row. Fizz trying to become part of the show as well, but he doesn't understand that he is really just a sideshow. Burblefish is more important than him at this point in the game, probably in this deck. So unfortunate for Fizz, and unfortunate that TF was not drawn, because, like you said, you have the mana to kind of back him up and still get more value out of the level up to TF.
So Solari Priestess is going to come through. Fresh Lobster recognizing, if I attack in, they'll just play a bunch of burst spells anyway. My stuff won't connect. So I'm just going to get this value here and let Extasio maybe exhaust the the cycle of Destiny cards before I commit to any major actions. So blue card going to come down first. Attune 1, draw 1. Burblefish already discounted to 3. Fresh Lobster going in for a full swing here. Again, the Boxtopus still threatening the Twisted Fate. There is a Get Excited in hand to maybe stop this. You're worried about, of course, Star Shaping or something of the like. I believe Fresh Lobster's list is running the Astral Protection. Yeah, just 1 copy of Astral Protection to really double down on these Boxtopuses, and 2 Sunblessed Figures. There's a lot of options here to maybe stop this from going through, but without getting that second Twisted Fate off the top, like you mentioned, Panda, Extasio is really forced to put everything down in order to protect this one.
I think you have to go for the kill on the Boxtopus. The chance, of course, there is Astral Protection. There is, there's many ways to save this Boxtopus, but it's kind of... and if you, red card and gold card will both hit Aphelios in the case after that, so it'll die once everything resolves. So Aphelios is taken care of as well.
And Fizz isn't close enough to leveling up, right? To trade up into this Aphelios, I don't think. Not with having to commit to this really expensive Get Excited, I think. I see. The gold card goes on to Aphelios. My apologies.
Yeah, so everything is cleared, basically. Aphelios, Boxtopus, Twisted Fate survives because there isn't a Sunblessed Vigor or a Astral Protection in hand. Maybe having 4 elusives is a bit too much for Lobster at this point in the game because they're still a bit too expensive. He doesn't have the spells to back him up. He can find something from Pale Cascade.
We do Pale Cascade into Sunblessed Vigor or something to keep this Boxtopus alive. It's 4 damage on the stack because of the red card on Boxtopus.
Mm-hmm.
And the draw is another Aphelios.
Yeah. Actually, the Boxtopus takes the gold card now as well because it's the biggest unit. So the Get Excited is just for nothing, basically. Aphelios will be surviving. Of course, the biggest thing here is that TF does survive, which is the value engine that you have to be very scared of if you are Lobster at this point. Some damage goes through. 10 HP could be important because there are so many elusives going to be attacking in the next few turns. But if TF survives with red card, then these Burble Fishes are going to be pretty irrelevant.
And the thing with these Aphelios decks is they can hold you down with unit removal, right? The red card, the gold card, the Calibrum, the Gravitum. But when you've got a champion in play, it forces a Targon Bilgewater deck to play a completely different game. They've got to go really expensive with, again, we see Meteor Shower in hand, we've got Falling Comet. And now Twisted Fate has been able to weather the storm and is just trucking right along. Getting all this value, drawing all of these cards, getting the extra card draw from the gold card is so massive here because you can keep up with the card generation of Aphelios. This is one of the angles of the card that is understated, is the fact that all of the value he generates is out of thin air. So you're answering your opponent's board while generating so much card advantage. And now Extasio is able to kind of meet value for value here. Rummage going to throw these cards away and get more elusives out of the deck.
Not sure that's exactly what you want. The Poro Cannons, of course, have their purpose in the deck. Able to proc Fizz for 0 mana. Always surprises some lower skilled individuals on the ladder, for example. In this case, not going to do so much here. And you don't really have that much discard fodder. Having already played 2 Rummages, you don't have any stress testing in hand, so it's not as ideal.
And because Extasio has been forced the last couple turns to spend so many cards and so much mana on protecting Twisted Fate and making sure you get the Destiny cards from Twisted Fate, we don't see the turn of having a ton of mana to play with to develop a wide board of elusives into a Mind Meld, right? No Burble Fishes here to make use of this. I think if they were drawn now, they would be fully discounted. And this is the sort of swing that Extasio is trying to build up towards at this point. Fresh Lobster does have Aphelios in play, has a Twisted Fate of his own, but there's no Veiled Temple. This is the last Boxtopus that's in hand right now. That can't be pulled from Crescendum any longer. So we're finally starting to see the cracks in this Twisted Fate Aphelios deck. It can do a lot of strong things, but if your opponent weathers that mid-game spike that you want to carry you through, it can get pretty dicey. From this point, Fresh Lobster is going to need to just start playing his elusive units as defensively as possible, and probably looking for Star Shaping into Great Beyond or Living Legends like we saw previously.
And I think, yeah, Mind Meld can't really be played for value this turn, especially not with Zap Strafe in there now as well as a blocker. The red card here is very important in taking down this TF because it's been there for a while now. It had to be, you know, with Zap Strafe as well. It should be like at 5 or 6 counters. And if it were to level up, that would be a big problem as well for Extasio. But like you mentioned, there just isn't, this attack on turn was very important. He's at 10 HP. As long as TF survives for the next turn, he's fine because he can deal with all these Burble Fishes, but there's a Meteor Shower in hand, and there's not really any way to keep this alive if you're Extasio. Maybe Lobster's scared about a second TF being in hand as well.
With so much card draw, it's just very likely. And the problem becomes too, when you kill Twisted Fate and they play a different one, it resets the Destiny card cycle. So then they can just cycle the gold card and everything once again. So Fresh Lobster just opting for pick a card here, puts the Boxtopus back in the deck. Going to try to keep cycling through to get to Crescendum and pull that out as a 3/4. Iterative improvement from Extasio's side to take his opponent's Burble Fish.
And just, yeah, TF doing TF things. I mean, it's a very strong card. It can take over games that seems to be lost. We saw a very strong start from Lobster in the early game with the Boxtopus and Aphelios and his own TF, but a single TF was able to survive with double pick a card for Extasio and a little bit of mind games with a suit up. And suddenly the game is completely turned around and Lobster's on the back foot.
The Aphelios value just isn't there. You can keep these elusives at bay for a time, but the answering the Twisted Fate is pretty much impossible for this list outside of Boxtopus. The Meteor Shower has been sitting here for a very long time, and if Fresh Lobster waits too long, Mind Meld's going to be on the stack, and you won't be able to react to it. So we've got a swing here. I think Extasio has enough. Like with the Daring Poro and the Poro Cannons in play, probably enough of a board to just swing through and maybe cash in a couple of these. But...
I mean, these elusives are dying 100%, right, to red card next turn, so you're not going to really use a Sunblessed Vigor or to save them. So there's no real point in decimating your own board. I think maybe for 3 damage, but you're going to win. You're going to end up winning by 7,000 once you play Mind Meld 2 turns from now.
Yeah, if Extasio just keeps the board alive, it results in the same amount of damage in the long run. You are correct. So now, Fresh Lobster, drawing some fleeting things off of the pick a card, gets a Twisted Fate. And you've got a red card here.
But then, there's a lot more Daring Poros to come in and fill up the slots that are missing, so... I think that has to be your mindset if you're Lobster, right? I mean,
you've got to try to cut some of these down. I mean, what do you do? Because the board right now, your opponent can Mind Meld on top of this. So if you red card, you force them to develop a bit further, and maybe you can stop that development, punish it a little bit more with Meteor Shower, right? So there potentially is a way to stall this a little bit. At the very least, you've got your own Burble Fishes to block some of the elusive damage. It's just a matter of trying not to have huge, like a big wide board of huge elusive units hitting your Nexus, because Mind Meld is stacked, and you only need 3 elusive units to hit you in order for it to be lethal.
Yep, there's a red card. some of these daring pearls will be going down, but of course you can just refill. There's a few more in hand, of course. And the moment Lobster plays any of these other burble fishes to provide blockers for the next turn, then red card is a big deal. So I don't know if Excelsior can be patient enough to not get the red card proc off before. Yeah, I think it's almost impossible. He's not going to want to burn all this mana basically. So there's no way to stop this, and then Lobster will only develop the burble fishes after the fact, after the red card has been played. And you have so much mana to work with still. I mean, 11 mana here to just do your thing.
The blue card attuning just gives you that little bit of extra value. Fresh Lobster can't keep up because there's no Veiled Temple, and even if you decide you don't want to play Mind Meld this turn because you're like, oh, if I go for Mind Meld, it's not enough. If I go for Elusives, I'm whiffing my red card, so then Fresh Lobster develops blockers into it. Then you just wait again and let the next rotation of Destiny cards wipe your opponent's board again.
And you might just be going face here with the Mystic Shots to stall. I mean, it's a bit awkward because obviously no matter what Lobster plays here, unless he plays Temple, which he can't get the value back from it with Burble Fishes.
Really strong, yeah. The Burble Fishes will proc, and then you can keep developing here. This is just a nice waiting play to get this red card out of the way. And with Lobster already using the one of pick a card, you don't have to worry about Lobster refueling or doing any shenanigans with Twisted Fate from this position.
Again, all these Burble Fishes, they're just going to die next turn to red card still. You can red card and then Mind Melt, so I mean, you're not really worried about them. You can just go face with Mystic Shot, really. Sunblessed Vigor is an option, of course, but
the stun coming through the gold card is going to wipe this Burble Fish. And now you've got the 3 elusive units you need to connect onto the Nexus with the Mind Meld, right? And it's even more now because you're just casting even more spells.
The second Burble, 2 mana back in the deck, and the second Burble Fish will be dying here. You can Sunblessed Vigor now. There's a second Mystic Shot anyway, so it'll be dying regardless.
There is a Shakedown as well. Fresh Lobster could maybe try to snipe one of these. But yeah, double Mystic Shot is just going to get rid of this elusive. Extasio sees the line, is just fully committed to the elusive win con here. Even without Mind Meld, the Twisted Fate is providing so much board control into Fresh Lobster's developments. Just one card for one card repeatedly in order to wipe the board. And Fresh Lobster sneaking in a little bit of damage with this Twisted Fate, but Targon not known for its burn.
Yeah, no reason to really block here, I think. Twisted Fate dies no matter what, and next turn with red card, you already saw the Sunblessed Vigor play this turn, so that you don't have that protection either. Mind Meld, there's no answer to it. Slow Speed Meteor Shower can be played, but only after the fact, so again, can't stop anything from happening. And with the current hand, there's nothing that Lobster can do to react to Mind Meld, and you even have to pick a card to have a whole ton of more options next turn as well, if you need them. And maybe even just to have burst speed options, so you get all the value from TF as possible.
And going into the next round here, Extasio, all the top decks in the world, and into the open Mind Meld. This is, again, so much mana to use. This is all buffed up, and now with Fresh Lobster, if they want to develop into this with any other elusive units, or try to wipe this board with something at fast speed, or, they have Hush, I see Moonlight Affliction there, it's just so much damage, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, double silence at the very least, that is an option. Get excited for a bit more burn is there as well for Extasio. He still has 5 mana to work with here. If something does get, just providing a blocker here, and then you can Moonlight Affliction on the stack, so that's fine as well. But 2 of these will still be hitting no matter what, and that's really all you can do. So I think that will be game for Extasio. He ends up just committing to it. Mind Meld definitely doing great things for him in this tournament. Gets his first win against Lobster, which is a very, very big win here, and has to try and now get the win with his more experimental deck with the Noxus, Riven, Darius, Overwhelm with Flurry of the Fist, and that might be a tougher challenge. Obviously, TF Fizz is a very strong deck. It's been proven by so many players, and he was able to find a win there with mostly TF. I mean, TF, the level up, turned the game
Yeah.
around completely. The start of the game was completely in favor of Lobster with the box was killing the Ballistic Ball, and then the Aphelios development, the TF development. He had so much going for him, but no direct damage on TF. That's one of the downsides of this Aphelios TF tech. You don't have Mystic Shot. You don't have very easy ways to deal with pesky and valuable units other than the box tip. Challenge can only happen on attack token turns and can still be played around a bit. So TF level up really carried the game there for Extasio.
The pick a card into the second pick a card whiffed on the rummage. That level up could
Yeah.
have been even faster and even more explosive, and actually had to take a couple turns. Lobster had a window there, and the meteor shower not being put on the stack either. I think that Lobster was maybe confident in trying to get set up and take down and outvalue that TF rather than just killing it with a meteor shower and then just having a second Twisted Fate being played. You know what I mean? And so maybe Lobster learns from that, right? Fizz Twisted Fate is, again, we talked about it earlier. It's one of those decks that you underestimate it and it just wins out of nowhere. Twisted Fate, it just goes to show your hand is like absolute hot garbage, and Twisted Fate being leveled up in play gives you the resources you need to just survive and keep your opponent from pressing an advantage against you.
And Lobster now has a chance to continue playing TF Aphelios. You can switch to his Mushroom deck, which could be pretty effective against an Overwhelm based deck with the Frostbites that he's running.
Mm-hmm.
And with the Overwhelm deck having Culling Strike for Ezreal, it's basically it to deal with Ezreal. Yeah, not really much removal outside of that. So I would expect to see the Mushroom deck being played. Again, he has to win with both against this Riven deck anyway. You don't get more or less prizes for I think having a closer best of 3. So it really isn't that. You have to win both regardless, but the Mushroom deck will have an easier time against this list. But he goes for the TF of Helios first, and of course Extasio only has one option, has to win with this new Overwhelm deck.
And Fresh Lobster going for a mulligan here keeps the Twisted Fate after some thought, just wants that gold card for a stun. It'll be fantastic on turn 4 against the Basilisk, for example. And notably, Extasio attacking on odd turns. So, like, the Darius isn't going to be coming down specifically on 6. Riven is going to be a little bit more awkward, but maybe helps Fresh Lobster a little bit. We see no Veiled Temple, no Aphelios. And if those cards miss, right, with no Aphelios, you don't get Boxtopus. You just lose out again on that mid game you need to kind of carry you through. Extasio could just curve out with all these 3 drops and just start the pain train going.
An awkward curve for both players, but Extasio was able to save it with this Ballista draw. Gets some 4 damage, a pretty decent unit with Overwhelm as well. If he ever draws into decisive maneuver, having these units with Overwhelm already on the board is pretty key. In this case, clean attack here. He has double Culling Strike to deal with both TF and Aphelios very, very efficiently. So there are some ways, of course, to play around that. There's Pill Cascade on Aphelios, for example. And Culling Strike is a card that is a bit risky because it can be shut down by counterplay. But in this case, on TF, for example, going to be very, very strong.
Ballista getting 4 damage down. I think Extasio actually mulliganed away a couple Squires, probably trying to look for like this specific Culling Strike line. Just hard mulliganing for this so you don't fall too far behind. And with Riven now maybe getting some value, we know that Fresh Lobster's game plan is a bit slower. So Riven will probably be alive for several rounds and generate a lot of those blade fragments, because you need the quick attack fragment to turn on your flurry of fists combo. But getting overwhelm fragment is fantastic so that Riven can start attacking. And if things go really slow, we could see a Blade of the Exile come down.
This is a game where maybe you can't play Temple so early on because you just lose out on tempo for playing it, and you get very punished by this very fast and aggressive pressure from the Overwhelm list.
If you wanted to play Temple, you would need to have something like what? Probably Lunari Duskbringer in play, so you have a couple cheap cards to recoup some of that mana for you. But Yeah, from this position, playing the temple is just going to get you it's going to get your world rocked. Extasio now with 2 Rivens in hand can play Riven, gets a weapon hilt, another weapon hilt to just hit through with more damage. This is going to force Fresh Lobster, like we saw in that previous match with all of the hushes and the Moonlight Afflictions being used back to back to back just to stabilize.
This is a deck that it might seem aggressive and might seem like, it's a kind of an aggro deck, and things like double star shaping in hand would be fantastic against it, but it's not a normal aggro deck where it just plays for burn. Instead, it plays for developing a board that is very threatening because they're very big bodies with overwhelm. So out healing it really is just stalling. If you're not also clearing the board, you're not really solving the problem. You're just stalling, your eventual loss. Whereas with burn, healing is in most cases enough to just win the game outright because you can make it to late mana, and the burn decks don't have anything to do at that point. So it won't be as effective here.
Fresh Lobster thinking about, can I get away with playing this temple? The other obvious play might be Zap Spray Fin, just to get a blocker. Pick a card could be another desperate play to just fish through the deck and try to get something going on. But this seems like a really sweet open attack being set up for Extasio now. I suppose Lobster realized, what's the worst outcome for me? Maybe a Basilisk. Maybe I can take that hit. Star Shaping. But here it comes. 9 damage. We've got a couple weapon hilts in the hand too. That could potentially get Glinting Fragment for +2 attack on top of that.
Yeah, a hush might come in, of course. I think I think you're fine if a hush is used to deal with a little bit of mana here, a little bit of attack here on the Bladesquire, for example. You're happy with that. As long as you still have mana available to deal with TF, I think is the biggest thing. So keep the Cooling Strike up.
Mm-hmm.
Although you could potentially just not really deal with it immediately, and if it wants to pick a card displayed, for example, then you deal with it, and then that's kind of a pick a card wasted.
Fresh Lobster, yeah, no units developed on the board here early, and again, no Aphelios to get the Boxtopus, and if you're forced to just take the hit and then Star Shaping, again, you're just healing, drawing another card, not developing onto the board, and you need things in play so you can get that buff on Veiled Temple to try to get that value. So Zap Sprayfin might be very likely here.
It's a TF red card if he thinks he has to really fight for the board now and deal with Bladesquire, but then Saboteur can come down. Also a 1 health unit that would dodge that red card, for example. And yeah, pick a card is played first. So once TF comes down, you can't... I'm not sure about this play. If he plays this now, she's inviting TF for the red card. Maybe that's the bait. You want him to red card and not blue card. But because you have the Cooling Strike anyway, I think you would have liked for TF to think it can level up next turn, play blue card, and then eliminate it. But there's a red card coming down.
And because Lobster played Twisted Fate second, it does immediately get the buff from Veiled Temple and is now a 3/3. This makes Culling Strike a little bit more dangerous, but I think Extasio, since he has 2 in hand, could probably go for it here against the Pale Cascade.
Yeah, it feels worse, but you have to do it regardless. I mean, you can't just not do it because you think there's a Pale Cascade. Like, you have to let that happen. Spell Thief comes in.
Spell Thief for the weapon hilt to buff out a range of this.
That is one way to do it.
The 1-up Spell Thief in Fresh Lobster's deck coming through there.
And I talked about Cooling Strike being a very risky removal spell. So many times it just opens up the counterplay, and once the counterplay comes in, it completely, just dissolves the spell. It fizzes away, and it does nothing at all. So it's just 3 mana wasted, basically.
And Fresh Lobster not drawing another Pale Cascade. Extasio, I think, with victory so close, you've got to just put this other Culling Strike on the stack, I think. You can't give your opponent a chance to... If Lobster wants to, maybe you go for Zap Spray Fin here to try to get the Pale Cascade to save this Twisted Fate again. And it'll be a repeat. It'll be like a reverse of their last match where the double pick a card, leveling up the Twisted Fate before your opponent can interact, and then that carrying the game. Against an Overwhelm list, the red cards and the gold cards, all those stuns are just going to be massive.
I think he has the +2 attack fragment though, so once again, he could play it preemptively, and then Killing Strike would not be viable, and you have the pick a card in hand. That's the only removal in the deck. So if you do
Oh
this,
my god.
you can guarantee the TF level up because there is no other way to to stop this. There's only Cooling Strike.
That's like one of the dirtiest spell thieves I've ever seen. You get the weapon hilt to avoid the Culling Strike, and it gives you another card to avoid the Culling Strike. You would have to do it preemptively, because you can't react to Culling Strike.
But the Temple also, once you play this first card now, the Temple also gives you the plus. So I mean, I think at this point you missed a chance to kill TF. And Temple being a heads-up play by Lobster, playing it where you thought maybe he's playing it too slow by playing Temple first, but this gives him the chance to allow TF to stick on the board and allow the chance to play pick a card this turn onto the Blade Fragment, for example, and have a leveled up TF next turn. So pick a card is a very strong card.
That was a really long rope before the Temple was played, and Fresh Lobster calculated this outcome. The Twisted Fate is now threatening to level up, and Extasio can play the Darius here, right? Before your opponent star shapings or something, you at least get the level up and maybe try to go for an open attack.
That being said, there might be enough burst speed plays next turn with a leveled up TF to gold card on the open. So this is what I talked about, where this deck has maybe some problems where if it's shut down, it's really shut down, and it's just there's no way of coming back into the game. It's very one-dimensional when what it wants to do, and that makes things problematic. And the fact that the interaction you do have with Culling Strike has so many avenues for counterplay.
Fresh Lobster keeping this Twisted Fate alive. Twisting Fate itself to spell out a win here, potentially, from such a slow opening against this Overwhelmed deck. The Veiled Temple is going to stack up here. No Aphelios to be seen, but we get the Golden Sister off of the Solari Priestess, and that's going to be Lifesteal on top of the double Star Shaping in hand. It's looking pretty rough for Extasio here to maybe make this a 2-0.
He drew the Moonlight Affliction, but it was burned, so could have possibly silenced a few of the Overwhelmed keywords on both the Ballista and the Darius. But TF is leveled up. He has 9+2 mana to work with, and has a few burst speed. I mean, he has a Hush as well, so I mean, yeah, there's really nothing that can be done here, I believe, if you are Extasio.
You can set up Ballista to try to get some more Overwhelm in play. You basically count on, because you know that Darius is like the guaranteed gold card target, you can maybe play around that with your developments. But you develop, then Fresh Lobster plays Golden Sister, and then maybe the +2 fragment to refill off of Temple.
Or just Sister and Gold and Pill Cascade on Sister to get some extra lifesteal. I mean, there's so many options here if you're Lobster. Once the doors of value have been unlocked, I mean, it's hard to go wrong with both Temple and leveled up TF on the board.
Just passes. Using the shards that you generate are pretty nice for this purpose, where you can just play one and then pass. Probably wants to get the red card out of the way before trying to develop into this. Fresh Lobster might just have like really expensive spells in hand. Twisted Fate Fizz has a lot of cheap ways to proc Twisted Fate, but a Targon list potentially has more expensive spells, and this is going to make it difficult to get the cards to go the way that you want when you need to do red card or gold card on the stack.
Now 4 mana to work with, but he has a +2 from Temple once it does come down. He can't get it so the Golden Sister will get the buffs from Temple. TF would always be ahead even after Pale is played, so not quite enough to try and get some extra lifesteal there as well. But there's the Ballista, the second Ballista played here for Extasio. He has now 5 mana to work with, but yeah, it's going to be tough here, I think. You still have Hush if you're Lobster, Star Shaping to heal as well, Burblefish even.
The ways to proc the Twisted Fate are definitely there. You're getting the mana refund, which still opens up avenues. And with all this overwhelm, this board looks so threatening, but when you know that Darius is going to get stunned, it really takes a lot of the bite out of it. And you've just got ballistas with not enough attack power to hit through in a meaningful way against the Golden Sister and the Silver Sister.
If he had decisive maneuver, potentially there's a line here that Lobster has to be thinking about, and might be why he's really going through all his plays and making sure.
Mm-hmm.
But with the current state of affairs, I'm not sure if he has any way to do it.
And with Darius getting stunned, do you just try to set up Blade of the Exile here onto Riven?
Yeah, I think that has to be the play here. But then Hush is still there, so I mean, there's just so many answers from Lobster's side of the board.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a one attack token, that the attack turn that matters for Extasio. When you're past this, then I mean it's GG, because things will get pretty crazy with TF and Temple and, you know, all the cards we see in hand there for Lobster.
Yeah, Extasio really sweating here, thinking that it's probably going to have to go to game 3 against this Temple. It looked so good, too. I think when we have a game that just looks so good on the opening, your opponent played a really slow, like, Temple. They got the Twisted Fate set up. You just weren't able to answer it because of Spell Thief. Like, that's a tilter. And hopefully Extasio can keep it together here. You want to try to still force your opponent to play this one out and take this to game 3 and try to get that clean win when you can. When you look at the eye here, Blade of the Exile and Riven will actually buff her up, and then she'll take the gold card from Darius, right? Because she gets... Does she get HP from this?
Darius is still 10-5. He'll still take it, and he costs more as well. If it was a tie on stats,
it's broken by the mana cost.
Yeah, Darius still takes it, but again, Hush is still a thing, obviously.
Yeah, we're trying to analyze things from Extasio's perspective, but the Hush just, you know, puts a sock in whatever he's trying to do. There's Pale Cascade to buff up the Golden Sisters so you get even more lifesteal. Whatever, like, massive swing turn was going to come through, even without the stun, is going to be offset by lifesteal. Then you've got double Star Shaping next round. And... there's still mana open for Hush.
10 is more than 7. That is a confirmed there by the Oracle Eye. If there were no blockers, this would be lethal. But there are 5 blockers available on Lobster's side of the board. And he has 3 mana still up after the Temple. He's able to refresh some of the mana there. So there's the Hush coming in. Overwhelm is gone. All the buffs are gone. Riven is once again a not very important unit. And that will be game 2 going to Lobster. And, well, not just yet, but next turn.
Yeah, you get the block here, but Tassio's just has no cards in hand. There's no card draw. The Culling Strike isn't slapping any targets here. You can maybe get a Burbofish out of the way. There's no elusive blockers in this list. There's another Darius. Decimate, man. If that Riven was able to connect, like the top deck Darius Decimate would have been... probably, it still would have gotten out healed by the Star Shaping. So from this position, Fresh Lobster doesn't need to develop onto the board anymore, really. You just keep hitting in, and you just have the Star Shaping open at all times as a failsafe. With Aphelios in hand, you start to just chip away at these Overwhelm units, and then you have Gravitum to go in for a bigger lethal swing.
I mean, yeah, there's just so much value that's going to be generated when you can't deal with TF, and because this deck has literally no way to deal with TF, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a surrender from Extasio here, just go to game 3, because it's a very, very uphill battle.
Yeah, this late into the tournament, this late in the bracket, you know, there is, you know, that mental game, that fatigue that starts to come through where you have to keep it together and not get tilted when you run into some of these scenarios.
We can see Zap played as well for some more elusive damage that cannot be blocked here. Mind Meld is also in hand right now, so actually that would be probably the best option for these elusives to get even bigger.
Yeah, at this point in the game, like you do Mind Meld, you still have this huge Twisted Fate swinging in, you've got some elusive damage coming through. That's really only punished by, like, what, just a defensive decisive maneuver?
Has the Temple already given the mana? The plus, has it activated already? Have 2 cards been played? Because if that's the case, you can play Zap and then Mind Meld, right? And have 3 elusive attackers, and that should probably
Oh,
be
that's
lethal.
true.
Yeah, I think that might be the case here. There's a plus. Yeah, there's a mana regen. You get the attune. That's 7, and now Mind Meld with 3 elusive attackers. I think Mind Meld has to be definitely at a pretty big amount. And well, even more than that, because you have gold card killing another blocker as well. But I guess there are a few blockers on Extasio's side of the board. But yeah, this will be Mind Meld that cannot be stopped here. No amount of no interaction from this deck, which is what I mentioned at the very start of it. You have Cooling Strike, and that's really it. You're playing your own game plan. If your game plan doesn't work, you can't really stop your opponents. And there's going to be 8/8 elusives, or 2 8/8 elusives, which won't be GG just yet, but the red card next turn will kill you.
And yeah, gold card moves the Darius out of the way. You can develop a Riven here, which doesn't really matter. It's rough. You're just moving towards red card, finishing you off. Put it on the stack at burst speed, and maybe now don't get me wrong, the Mind Meld only lasts for 1 turn. If Extasio had more HP, I'm wondering if there would be a weird out with some kind of crazy combo to like swing through with Flurry of Fists. We have not seen the Flurry of Fists come through. We had the one attempt in an earlier set, but yeah, that's going to be, again, just red card coming on the stack for lethal. So Extasio going to take this to game 3 for us, and now has another shot of getting a win against the Hexcore Foundry deck. Another list that maybe has a slower early game, relies on a mid-game landmark, so we can get a do-over potentially where Riven Darius can have a more aggressive opening. We did see in that match where the hand was like triple Riven, so even though you have your hand full of 3 drops, as soon as you play one, they just become spells. So there actually wasn't a lot of just developing overwhelm unit after overwhelm unit after overwhelm unit that you typically like to see out of decks of this nature.
If that was a bad matchup, or if that game ended up going pretty badly for Extasio, this next one I think will be even worse, because Frostbite is a thing, and this is one of the matchups that obviously I think Lobster wasn't planning to get a good matchup here by bringing this deck. It was maybe more targeting Lee Sin, etc. But you also happen to just get that, your wingspan. You also hit these overwhelm decks because you have a lot of Frostbite effects that are very effective at shutting down these 1-turn attacks that could be lethal otherwise.
And now, Extasio has this really heavy hand, right? He's got the Darius, the Kato, Decisive Maneuver. House Spider maybe helps, but this isn't too bad. Like, these 3 cards here are actually key pieces to how the deck wins, and you need to do a lot of work leading up to that point for these to be worth it. The Thermogenic Beams are going to be fantastic. You can see Lobster holding it for Darius and for Kato the Arm. But here we are off to the races. Tasio attacking on even turns this time.
And House Spider can be played, or Grenadier if you're going for a bigger hit. You don't expect there are no Ballistic Bots in this deck, so you maybe don't expect a 2-drop. You want to get that 3 damage in from Grenadier instead this turn. And looks like a slow start to Lobsters to this game. Lobster, I mean, of course he does have the harsh winds and freezes for these very late game units like Darius, like the unit that gets Flurry of Fish, for example, and etc. But in the early game, he might suffer a little bit without having too many blockers. Can't really play Hexcore Foundry turn 3 because that might be just a little bit too slow.
Grenadier. Gonna swing here. Is Fresh Lobster thinking about cashing in the Thermogenic Beam right now? Yeah, there it is. Gonna save some damage here.
And
with the hand of this quality, yeah.
Staying kind of 1 for 1 in the early mid game is kind of like I mentioned before, like doing your homework with these overwhelm decks is very important, because then you don't reach Darius level up that easily. Like, there's a few factors that go into it. So especially if you know you're going to play Hexcore this turn, you can't just play passive last turn. I think you had to play the Thermal Beam, which maybe you wanted to save for Darius, for example. But in this, I think you had to just keep the play the Thermal Beam that turn.
And yeah, Fresh Lobster is running 3 copies of Thermo Beam, so you can get away with being a bit more liberal with its use. And with Hexcore Foundry, the chance of getting another one when you need it is pretty big. And Tasio just going to swing in here.
Yeah, not a great trade here, but you get some extra damage in, so that's 5 damage going through this turn, and Lobster already down to 14 HP.
The deck is pretty explosive. 14 seems like you're at a safe number, but when Kato the Arm comes down, or when Darius levels up, or if like we get Flurry of Fists in the equation, it can get pretty rough. As you mentioned, the Harsh Winds is a great Hail Mary card. It's a good way to bail yourself out of these lethal swings, but it is very expensive. So you're only stalling for a turn. You aren't answering the board. You're simply just frostbiting it so you don't die. And with these Basilisk Riders coming out when they're supposed to, there's definitely a lot more threat coming out of this deck compared to last game.
The problem here is that if you don't want to open attack because you're going to be punished by freezes. But if you don't open attack, then Iceville Archer suddenly becomes a very good counter to Darius if it's played next turn. So it's a bit, it's a tough spot to be in if you're Extasio. This turn I think is not going to be very relevant. There's not really much mana to play with at this point. Maybe you want to think if you want to play Culling Strike onto this Puffcat Peddler.
There is no way to buff in this deck, so you aren't going to get blown out of the water by Spell Thief, but it's just a matter of, do I want to save this Culling Strike for something else down the road, right? But I think cashing it in here and just setting yourself up for an open attack, because if you open attack and you force your opponent to use Harsh Winds now, or Flash Freeze or what have you, it's still, I think Extasio comes out ahead because you're still answering the Puffcat Peddler, which is something you would naturally want to do.
But now you don't have Culling Strike for the Ezreal. And there could be the trap of playing Darius next turn. And that would be obviously very, very punished by the Iceville Archer.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
since Tasio doesn't have any like buffs or anything, it might be worth to summon the Darius. If you play Darius and the Icevale Archer, then your Basilisk Rider and Grenadier are still looking pretty good. But the open attack seems so sweet here. You set your opponent down to 8, and then that way Darius comes down with 10 attack automatically. You don't have to worry about it. Mushroom's already ticking.
Brittle Steel was also drawn. And Avalanche is in this deck, so we're going to have to see how much Extasio wants to commit. There's a 1-of copy of Avalanche here for Lobster. He has 6 mana to work with, and a lot of these units are going to be very vulnerable to Avalanche. So this Icevale Archer could just be a sacrifice. If you play a second Room Weaver, all of a sudden your entire board is clear. You're not doing any damage this turn because of the Frostbite effect on the Basilisk Rider. If you play House Spider and Room Weaver, you're playing even more into Avalanche. It isn't in hand, of course, we know this, but Extasio does not know this. So we'll see how much he wants to risk here. We've seen him make very high-risk plays before that were rewarded. There are plays that if you get away with it, you win the game almost. If you don't, well, you get very, very punished and you're very far behind. But in this case, maybe he feels he has to make the play here. Avalanche would be huge here, of course.
Developing a wide board is going to be really, really fine, though. You get the ability to get a lot of damage around the sides from a position like this, and then you get more targets for your buffs. There is potential with like Decisive Maneuver, say, right? Once you get a wide board like this, you get the AoE off of it. The setup is there. Fresh Lobster is going to have to hope for Avalanche, I think, here within the next couple of rounds before it loses relevancy.
You can iterative improvement into House Spider if you want to get 2 blockers. You can also just deal with the blockers with Brittle Steel and Thermal Beam. But yeah, that's going to be the option here for Lobster. Iterative improvement into House Spider has a 3/3. It can block a 2/2. Or just trade with the Grenadier, for example. But that's going to be a full board developed for Extasio trying to push through some damage here. And a little bit of damage will be pushed through here. No more mana left, so you cannot Brittle Steel, you cannot Thermal Beam.
Iterative improvement really showing its power and flexibility on this play. Fresh Lobster gets a 3/3 while also developing another body besides. Not trying to take as much damage as they can. Thinking about, since I'm going down to 10 HP anyway, do I just try to value trade with this blocker, or do I just give the 3/3 into the 3/1 and save 1 HP? And when you're playing against an overwhelm like this, those hit points really do matter. it's a very small margin between 9 and 10 HP in this specific scenario because of Darius and etc. But with the frostbites in hand, maybe not so much so.
Well, having this extra blocker surviving with 1 HP is kind of like saving 1 HP later down the line, right? Against Overwhelm. So maybe kind of the same.
We'll see. We'll see. I think it will work out because Tasio just did a very development heavy wide turn, and it's very unlikely that he would be able to fill up the board again to that degree. We've got Darius now and a Blade Squire perhaps being able to be developed on a defensive turn and trigger a strong open attack next. We've got 3 Darius in hand, so with 1 Darius coming down, we get the Captain Farron coming online with the 2 Decimates in hand.
If Darius is played this turn, it can be very effectively answered by Thermal Beam. But if it's not played this turn, if it's played next turn, then Icefield Archer really just stops most of what it wants to do. So gonna have to be a decision here from Extasio. We'll see if Lobster passes here. That's a very important pass coming up as well. If he does anything else, then Darius has the green light to go in. But then Harsh Winds, of course, will be very effective next turn as well. You might want to also... Oh yeah, you already played Cooling Strike on Puffcraft Peddler, so you cannot remove this Ezreal actually this turn.
There's 3 Cooling Strike in the deck. Unfortunately, 1 came out and was used on the Puffcap again to kind of clear the way for a wider swing on that previous turn. A really strong counter from Press Lobster as well. The Iterative Improvement saved a lot of damage there. But now Ezreal going to come down, get some free damage on the Nexus, the Mystic Shot to clear this 3-1. Just try to keep the board under control. There's still Harsh Winds available. Mushrooms are still in the deck as well. There's a little bit of chip damage there. No way to, if you don't, because this deck doesn't have very little ways to answer Ezreal, really high chance of him leveling up and just finishing you off from this position.
There's Darius, number 1, coming down. Cannot be killed this turn by the Thermal Beam. Out of range for now. But there would have to be an open attack next turn on the... to dodge the Icefield Archer. But then Harsh Winds is obviously a major problem that you can't really deal with.
There's a line maybe with Thermo Beam hitting the Basilisk instead, or you can just do double Mystic Shot on the Nexus, depending on how confident Lobster is of this Ezreal living and going for lethal. What is he up to now in terms of level? It's like 3 out of 6. I don't think he's like very close.
Yeah, it was Iterative Improvement, Mystic Shot, or Thermal Beam number 1. And I believe that's pretty much it. Now the third Mystic or second Mystic Shot here. So I think 3 or 4 potentially. Ooh. Maybe close. Yeah, 4. 4 now, 5 after this. And so he will level up next turn with Harsh Winds or Brittle Steel or Icefield Archer even. And the mushrooms keep on coming. A lot of mushrooms in the last 2 rounds for not that much mushroom play was included. The Puffcap Peddler survived a few turns, and there was a few actual mushroom cards to play, but that's basically it.
This is pretty rough, right? You've got 2 Overwhelm units, and you would like to just run the Decisive Maneuver to make sure this Overwhelm on Darius goes through. But again, the Harsh Winds is going to scoop up both of these. You don't have this double-pronged threat to what you would normally enjoy.
This is what I was talking about. I mean, Harsh Winds is just it completely destroys this deck on the big attack turn. That this would be it. You kind of really can't do anything because when you're trying to look for lethal, you're going to be playing more and more into Harsh Winds in a way that you wouldn't against maybe other answers that the decks might have to this exact play. Decisive Maneuver, for example, as well. It just doesn't matter because both of your overall units are going to be Harsh Winded, and you have blockers for the 1/1 Spider and the 2/1 Blade Squire.
So let's see. Harsh Winds goes through. You can Decisive Maneuver so that you still get 4 damage here.
Ezreal levels up though.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of spells in hand, and a lot of mana going to be available as well. So
and the mushrooms have come through so heavily, right? The Puffcat Peddler wasn't even alive for that long, but Extasio down to 10 HP on the Nexus here. This is just perfect for Ezreal to to take advantage of here.
Decisive doesn't do. I mean, +2, I guess, or
Yeah, you
+4
get the
rather,
plus.
because you get +2 on everyone, right? On both the. But you still have you don't have brutal steel actually. You get +4 because you get on +2 on the Basilisk without a blocker because you move Ezreal, and +2 on the Darius.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
Darius is
then
already leveled up, so it doesn't matter. It's basically just the same thing as playing a Decimate, so you might as well, I guess. But
yeah.
it's still, Ezreal remains, and you're still going to have a lot of trouble killing Ezreal before he can kill you burst speed.
If you put the Decimate on the stack, then they just chain everything and kill you. And who knows how many mushrooms Extasio will draw here at the end.
Judging by the last two rounds, maybe 7, because I don't know how he had so many mushrooms in his deck, but he drew a lot in the last 2 rounds, statistically much higher than he should have, I think. And this hand is going to be brutal, I think. I mean, Brittle Steel, you're not going to have targets, actually. Or Brittle Steel.
So no target for Brittle Steel. But we've got Ice Veil Archer to... No. We've got Iterative Improvement to maybe get a couple Puff Cap Peddlers in play, to just go for more burn with the mushrooms. This is going to be tough. I'm not entirely sure. But again, the Hexcore Foundry's in play. There's going to be more card draws.
We're looking at Lobster's perspective now. We're going to get maybe the winner's perspective, but it looks like Lobster's going to have a pretty easy time here. 7 HP left for Extasio. No healing available, obviously, in this very overwhelmed, very aggressive base deck for Extasio. And looking at the hand, I mean, Decimate is 4 damage. You're going to have to play both if you want to get lethal here. There's no real other burn available in the deck for Extasio other than the Grenadier, and he's not on the hand right now, or on the board right now. And once you threaten the attack with both elusives, then at that point, I mean, you're threatening 4 damage from elusives, as well as all the possible burst speed interactions from Ezreal as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be that's
yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're threatening the actual damage from the units as well. Was a Cooling Strike possibly? Okay, Decisive Maneuver comes in. Now you don't have a Decimate, of course, so even more time for Ezreal to kill you.
And, there's just a ton of damage available here, and then mushrooms most likely do the job. And if you put the Decimate on the stack at the start of the next round, then Ezreal will just snipe you again. But this is going to be lethal, of course, with Iterative Improvement. Does target a minion, so that does proc Ezreal's bonus damage.
And Teemo hits for 2, Mizisha hits for 2, and the Ezreal burst kill hits the last bit of damage for 5 total. And that will be game 3 going to Lobster. And Lobster finding his way back into the grand finals, clawing his way through the Spanish gauntlet, defeating all 3 Spanish players. The first 2-0, at least Extasio able to take him to a game 3, but Lobster powering through all my Spanish brothers, unfortunately, and able to find his way back to grand finals. Not a huge surprise, though, considering Lobster is a very, very strong player, and he's here to prove it seems like. And Colby has to now be a bit careful. He has that 1 game advantage, or 1 set advantage, one best of 3 set advantage in the grand finals, but Lobster has momentum on his side.
Yeah, exactly. You get put in grand finals, you're kind of just waiting around for a little bit, waiting for your opponent to be decided. And Fresh Lobster's had a time to, practice the deck and kind of really get in that mindset to prepare for the grand finals. So we'll get to that when we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. You are just in time to see us jump into the grand finals between Colby and Fresh Lobster. Fresh Lobster coming out of the losers bracket after a solid run down the Spanish gauntlet. The top three players, CDS Fall uh, and Extasio, both had to be overcome by Fresh Lobster, and notably, all of these players were sent to the losers bracket by Colby.
Yeah, Lobster trying to find his revenge. He did end up going down to Colby 2-0 in the semifinals. We could see a repeat of that. Maybe it's a matchup, related issue where Fresh Lobster just doesn't have the right decks to combat the Shenfura and the TF Fizz from Colby's side. Maybe those decks are just, very strong tournament contenders overall. But Lobster's going to have a pretty tough time now. He has to win not just one best of three, but the bracket reset best of three, and then the actual grand final best of three. Whereas Colby, if he wins, 2 games in a row or 2 games not in a row, he also makes it through.
But both players are again in the money and will be invited back next week, of course. So we're still looking to see who we the absolute champion of this week. Colby, coming from South Africa, actually representing a new region for Fight Night, and has been a pretty well-known player actually. In terms of just hanging out with some of the other top players, absorbing their information, chatting with them, hanging out in the Twitch streams, giving his opinion. And I think that this is the time for Colby to shine and really show what he's made of to some of the other players who might have doubted him.
And his avatar being Burblefish, I'm not too surprised. It has done some pretty crazy things today. Alongside Mind Meld, I think the most impactful card of this
Hmm.
tournament. Hasn't really been the case at any past tournaments. We've seen, of course, some TF Fizz here or there, but it hasn't really been as impactful. And many times you just win without Mind Meld. You just win through Burblefish and just the elusive push. But today we've seen a lot of finishers just come down to, do you have deny? Well, here's my mind meld for, I have 9 9s on my
Hmm.
board. You can't do anything about. And it does get a bit tough, but until now, we'll see that happens here as well. TF is coming in from Colby, and it's an interesting version that has Zion Urchin instead of the Pool Sharks, for example. It does make sense now with stress testing being a thing. I think this is maybe the better option. You have instant draws instead of delayed draws for the next turn, and they do very similar things as well. And you have only 2 suit ups, not 3. So the chances of consistently drawing this when you need to are a bit down, but the chances of having a clunky suit up in hand are also a bit down.
The double mind meld is really important too. This card again, if you draw it too early or in a bad spot, you can just throw it away with rummage. But we've seen it come in. We've seen it come down. You already mentioned it's been so impactful. It's made some miracles happen on the bracket today, and so having two of those really shows that Colby recognizes the power of this strong spell card now in Bilgewater. I never thought I'd say that mind meld is strong, but this is the timeline that we're in. Now, you have to remember too that Colby took this sort of newer list, right, Fizz Twisted Fate, and paired it with a classic deck, right? Fiora Shen is the other list that was brought today. This version is, I think, pretty tried and true. We have the Tiana Crown Guard teched in. Typically, that's something that you see when the mirror match is becoming very popular, and even Spirit's Refuge has been paying dividends for Colby over the course of today's bracket.
Yeah, the biggest thing was deny was not really there when he needed it. When we saw him playing Extasio in the winners
Mm-hmm.
final, and he ended up getting that first loss in the first game they played in that series because of that. And deny hasn't really been there for a lot of different decks. Foul as well missed it with his Lee Sin deck when he needed it to stop the mind meld. So only 2 copies in this list, but that's one of the cards you have to definitely look out for in the draws early on and in the mid game to see, because once that option is available, then these all in, mind meld and hope you don't have it plays don't turn out as well as the player would hope to.
It's ironic that sometimes Fiora Shen has denies just sitting in hand, not doing anything in matchups where they aren't relevant. And today has been the day where Deny has been on vacation when there's actually a really strong target for it in the tournament bracket.
And look at this game. I mean, it's hard to call exactly who is going to have the we did see Lobster, of course, lose 2-0, so that's maybe a sign that his matchup might not be as great. Could, of course, be card game things and just bad
Hmm.
variants and bad draws, etc. The Mushroom deck into Fiora Shen, we did see him actually win against, I believe it was Elix in the very first game we spectated for him in that
Yeah.
matchup. And that matchup, having access to freeze effects is pretty strong against these challenger units and Fiora, etc. So it's not I think it might even be a little bit favored for the mushroom deck. But the mushroom deck is kind of a new thing, and there's so many different variants that it's hard to peg down exactly what the matchup percentages are against
Mhm.
traditional decks like Shen Fiora. I think it would be a pretty close one. And TF Fizz and TF Aphelios are also two decks that have a lot of similarities as well.
The list is, even in the games that Fresh Lobster has won with the Hex Core Foundry to get to this point, have been very close, it feels. There's only been 2 games that have been very convincing, and when you have these games that are coming down to both players on 1 HP, both players on 2 HP, or Fresh Lobster getting the win, right before the lethal happens, it's harder to evaluate the strength of a deck or evaluate the matchup spread when the deck is just going so razor thin in some of these classic matchups. Like Fizz Twisted Fate is a deck that's going to be around for a while. Aphelios builds, I think, aren't going away anytime soon. And Fiora Shen never left. So it's not just about is it performing well this tournament, but you also need to put on a convincing show so that other players, want to bring up the archetype. Like Fresh Lobster brought it this week. Oh, we brought a somewhat changed variant last week. There's a bunch of players like MTuck, for example, that have been ranting and raving about the deck, trying to convince people that it's good. And it hasn't yet had that breakout performance that really makes a deck catch fire across the Runeterra ladder.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. I think when someone really takes it to rank one on ladder and shows, an 85% win rate, then people start thinking, this
Yeah.
could actually be a good thing. But it's hard to really tell because there's so much diversity and so many decks can be successful, maybe not oppressively
Yeah.
good, but just a good, 55, 60% win rate with a good player handling,
Wow,
of
you've
course.
got really high standards.
I mean, with a good player, top of the ladder, I just, it can get that win rate. Not obviously across the entire player base, but with very good players, it can get really high win rates. It's hard
Yeah,
to tell what decks are extremely good and what decks are just good because of how well Runeterra is balanced.
that's fair. And with Fresh Lobster now opening up with Dusk, with the Duskbringer, if they get an Aphelios here pretty soon, we'll see how well balanced Runeterra really is.
And
Boxtopus in hand.
Colby has a bit of delay on his stream, a bit of too much delay, so we're not able to sync up the hands just yet. Hopefully that may be resolved in future games, but for now, we're only going to be able to see Lobster's side of the board, and, well, we can see both sides of the board, but only Lobster's hand, which kind of maybe puts a bit in a POV Lobster perspective. Game 1, this is what you're seeing right now, and we don't have information on Colby's hand.
We get a lot more information about like what Lobster is playing around. And trying to calculate for like, oh, do I go for Boxtopus here? Because Colby, what does Colby do? Summon a ballistic bot, and you want to go for the trade there. Maybe we've seen Fresh Lobster take that trade before. 2 damage here is kind of negligible. You'd rather just burn Colby's mana, I think, and save 2 spell mana for down the road. There really isn't a lot of good follow-up plays from this hand anyway.
And the pass there without attacking is just, hey, look at me, I have a Boxtopus waiting to hit you, so don't play. Yeah, I mean, Colby knows this, I think, which is why he just passed immediately as well. And Lobster gave up 2 attack on the Nexus in hopes of, baiting Colby, but I think Colby knows better than that. I use the same trick always with Deep and Jaw Hunters on turn 3. Just pass, they play their Callista, boom, hit him with the Jaw Hunters. Maybe catches some bad players surprise, but definitely not Colby in this case.
Yeah, Colby definitely earned that spot in the grand finals and has been waiting very patiently for this matchup. Fresh Lobster, the challenger in this scenario, and now wanting to end the round here. Colby so far had a pretty tame start, but as we know from both of these decks, it's round 4, round 5s where things really start to kick in the gear. You're looking for Aphelios and Veiled Temple from Fresh Lobster's side, and Colby is hoping that Twisted Fate is going to come down and live if this Boxtopus attacks. There is a world here where Fresh Lobster just says, I get to play a card and I'm going to try to burn your mana. I have the attack token, so you can't play Twisted Fate yet.
And you get the +1 attack here on Ballistic Bot, so if there is a potential attack here from the Boxtopus, you do a little bit more damage and put it back down to the 1 HP for TF to come in now, and the TF is going to be maybe a bit more appealing now with both of these units now to 1 HP. That being said, Guiding Touch still in hand. You can play your own TF in response if you're Lobster and play Gold card and pretty much guarantee the kill unless there's a magical suit up for exactly 2 mana, which is, could happen, but probably a bit unlikely.
And we talk, and because we analyzed Colby's deck list, we know there's only 2 suit ups. Fresh Lobster's probably thinking the same thing. Like the chances of getting the perfect suit up here is very unlikely. But Colby's still hesitating a little bit here. There's 2 mana available to still have room to play the Twisted Fate. So maybe there's a Mystic Shot lurking. Maybe just being afraid of Pale Cascade or another Guiding Touch, for example. The Boxtopus, though, has gotten a lot of value. You know, you get to heal it and draw a card. You get to trade into a unit. It's still sitting here, and it's still keeping Colby from developing TF. And as we've seen, it's next to Mind Meld, the next superstar of this deck.
And this TF now in hand here for Lobster. You could just gold card here. I think it's fine. Playing blue card is a bit iffy, especially without pick a card and without any great hopes to level up TF, because Mystic Shot is just an easy answer. Most of the time when you play TF in this matchup against TF Fizz, it's just going to instantly die to Mystic Shot, and there's not really a chance for it to level up. So you might as well get some pretty good 2-for-1 value by taking down the Zaps Raven.
It's just spooky, you know?
Never mind. Blue card comes in.
Blue card. I mean, the hand is already kind of clunky. A lot of cheap spells, but not a lot of like meat to actually threaten with. And by cashing in the Twisted Fate there, you're taking a risk against your opponent being able to set up a Twisted Fate, and you don't have a strong enough answer. Twisted Fate and to pick a card is the classic.
We could still see a red card Twisted Fate here. Pick a card was maybe played preemptively because the Twisted Fate is coming in right after this play. We'll see. Yeah, Lobster I think gonna pass, gonna see what's happening here. If nothing is played after this, I think he's fine.
Mm-hmm.
If a pass occurs, he has obviously the better board right now. He has the Boxtopus insta attack next turn, and he has the Guiding Touch to even heal the Boxtopus back up to 3 HP to survive the trade.
The Boxtopus is doing so much work here. You typically see most of its power coming through when it's off of Crescendum and it's a 3/4, but sometimes if you play it and you've got the Guiding Touches to back him up, he's just holding your opponent hostage. They can't play their power champions the way they want. And with Fresh Lobster now, top deck pick a card is now in the driver's seat. There's a much larger threat now of this Twisted Fate leveling up.
And now both players with the same threat right here. And there's not really a way to kill a Twisted Fate unless you have Mystic Shot. If you play Twisted Fate yourself, if you're Colby, you have to play, I guess you can blue card and Mystic Shot and then kill. I think that's what's going to happen here. Blue card comes in, you attune, you have 2 mana now, and you can kill Twisted Fate on the Lobster side of the board. There isn't anything you can do to stop this. There's the Guiding Touch, but you can't heal an already healthy unit. It's not quite how it works.
So what's the play? Guiding Touch the Boxtopus, hope for top tech Pale Cascade. That's of course if Mystic Shot is actually the play here. If Colby, after seeing Twisted Fate pick a card, just knows I have to try to get mine online as well. Because Colby did play a pick a card last turn as well. So both players are now.
A lot of great draws there for Lobster. 9 mana to work with for Lobster, 8 for Colby. Both TFs pretty close to leveling up. Both pick a cards were played, of course, last turn. And both players have very full hands now as well, so a lot to work with.
We've got Guiding Touch for another card draw. We've got Zaps Raven to draw even more. But because you got Aphelios off of the pick a card, you're really incentivized to do like Dusk Petal Dust Aphelios, I think. You could even cycle your pick a card once more to level up Twisted Fate next round.
And we'll see if Colby has enough ways to maybe just burst speed level up Twisted Fate and still get value from his gold and red card, or from his red card as well. I don't think so. Even if he did, we still have Sunblessed Vigor to guarantee the kill on the Twisted Fate from the Boxtopus, or a Guiding Touch even.
This looks like a really powerful open attack. You're forcing Colby to have specific answers to save it, and by using a card to get rid of the Boxtopus and save Twisted Fate, it's one less answer for your Twisted Fate and for your Aphelios. And so now that Lobster has a Twisted Fate with pick a card set up, killed Colby's Twisted Fate, Fresh Lobster's looking to run away from with this game here.
And still, 9 mana to work with. There's so much to do here, and Sunblessed Vigor, and you just have so many ways to help keep these units alive, these very important units like Aphelios and TF. And you're going to level up TF next turn if he doesn't. Yeah, I think you can just play into just guaranteeing TF survives this. Going to be a gold card here or just a blue card. Interesting. So not even respecting the fact that you might have the gold card here. Maybe if you expect some less vigor, you're not going to go try and go for the kill here. But Lobster's TF is going to survive, I believe. There's really nothing that can be done here now if you're Colby. Unless you have Get Excited and Mystic Shot.
There's so much mana open for Fresh Lobster that Colby is just not going to try to take this risk with the gold card. I mean, you could go for it. Again, there is some Blessed Vigor to just survive. You've got Pale Cascade so that the Duskbringer, diverts that gold card away to the side. But Fresh Lobster, I think, as long as you can keep your opponent's Twisted Fate from flipping, you're fine with sacrificing your own Twisted Fate if it comes right down to it, right? Now we're finally going to see some healing, and then maybe Aphelios come down.
I think the level up on TF is actually going to happen here if this is the line that Lobster's taking. Yeah, that's the case. So that's what he was going for. He wanted to level up this turn. That's the only... Again, he could have died to Mystic Shot and Get Excited being played onto the Twisted Fate, even with some less vigor. So this is maybe the safer line if you want TF to level up no matter what. And now you can still get value out of, well, not Aphelios, but you can still get some of the value from the Destiny abilities on TF.
Another Lunari Duskbringer into Dusk Petal Dust. You can actually Dusk Petal Dust to play the 2-mana Aphelios.
True.
Yeah, I forgot about the Dusk Petal Dusk from the first round. Yeah, I thought that he had cashed it in or discarded it already, but there it is. And there's another one too. These cheap cards give you so much utility to proc Twisted Fate, proc your Veiled Temple, and Fresh Lobster now jumping way out ahead of Colby in terms of value now.
I think you can even just get gold card this turn, right? And kill the TF instead of playing Aphelios. Because once you play Aphelios, you can't make the third play. Well, yeah, you can with it too. Never mind. All right. Well, it's going to be... I'm not going to say GG, but this is very, very far ahead now for Lobster.
So much mana and value being squeezed into this turn. What is the mana value of blue card, red card, and gold card? You know what I mean? That's an extra 7 or 8 mana worth of abilities.
I don't see how you can really do this if you're Colby. I mean, the value just keeps coming in. You have now 2 value engines doing it. You're maybe missing Temple on the board. That's basically it, though. Everything else is working out very, very nicely here. Red card comes in, gold card on the TF.
You've even got Calibrum to answer your opponent developing against this rather than going for Crescendum. Some Blessed Vigor on the Twisted Fate. So now Colby very specifically needs to have Get Excited, Mystic Shot, just to attempt to kill this Twisted Fate. But you can't develop anymore. Twisted Fate and Aphelios working in tandem are the board control masters.
And especially the red card against this deck. Twisted Fate, obviously challenging TF phase is a big thing because immediate red card when you play is important, but red card every single turn is unstoppable against a deck that runs, Daring Poros, Burblefish, Zap Strafing with 2 HP. There's not really any big unit other than Ballistic Bots. So at the end of the day, you can never really develop a board to maybe try and sneak in a Mind Meld win, for example. This Fizz is just being thrown. All right, Fizz, go die, my son.
You have to do something to wait out your opponent's rotation of cards before you can develop safely. And I mean, and what's great too is you can just do Solari Priestess to just blue card first, draw another card. Would you burn here? Yeah, if you invoke, then you draw. I think it's just right.
Yeah, you burn with anything. It's one of maybe the bad thing right now about the current situation for Lobster, but I think that's a fine bad situation to be in. You just have so much card advantage that no matter what play you make, you burn a card. Oh no, you have Aphelios and TF on the board, and TF has leveled up. I think you're fine with that. And the Mind Meld is already in hand, so that's not something you're going to be burning, which could be a potential win condition later down the line.
And so with the blue card now cashed in, red card's next on the rotation. Colby is still in a situation where they can't really do anything. What's terrible about this now, like Twisted Fate being developed, the red card's going to wipe the Fizz and the rest of the board, and that just leaves this Twisted Fate open once again to just get killed by gold card. So I think that means Colby has one more unit in play, but now Fresh Lobster can proc both red and gold card back to back, right?
There could be Burble Fishes potentially waiting, and there could be an iterative improvement even if Fresh Lobster plays his Burble Fish, and then, but yeah, I mean, not much mana left for Colby. 15 HP now. Gonna be a pretty big attack coming in. Meteor Shower comes in to guarantee the kill here on the Twisted Fate and the Zaps Brayfin. Not, I guess, maybe playing around suit up and just wants to make sure TF can't level up. This is the safest possible way you can do it. I think maybe Lobster knows he's so far ahead. Yeah, there's a suit up actually. So
ooh, sniffs it out. I love the Meteor Shower there. Boom.
And this means that Zap still dies to the gold card coming out now after the fact.
And it's difficult, right? Because we can't see Colby's hand. We're trying to just narrate things from Lobster's perspective. What do you want to play around? But now I'm just like really curious, like how does Colby come back into this match? If there's a Mind Meld in hand, you can just continuously develop and just keep trying to work your way through. Like you could have triple Burble Fish here, maybe. But again, no mana for Mind Meld. Yeah. That's just going to be the surrender there. Once you get a setup like this, it's impossible to stick anything to the board. Again, you mentioned it before. So many 1 HP units that just die for free to red card. Fizz Twisted Fate has been a deck that seems to get preyed on by board wipes, like Anivia, right, coming out of the woodwork after the Gluttony release to kind of give the deck some trouble with Withering Wail in the box. But when you level up that Twisted Fate and you get that red card every round, it just becomes, it's the same sort of impossible thing for Fizz Twisted Fate to stick to the board. And you see, like, you duel to the death there in the mid game. Twisted Fate, pick a card, came down on both sides, but Red Lobster had the answer.
Yeah, and that's game one going to Lobster. Of course, Lobster has come up from the losers bracket, so he has to get the bracket reset. So this is definitely in his favor. Colby, not quite a do or die game. If it were the other way around, then Lobster would be fighting for his life. But in this case, Colby has a chance to lose this first best of 3 and still have a chance, a second best of 3, to try and win the tournament.
And Hexcore Foundry at the beginning is pretty nice. With Twisted Fate, it's a big issue where you're helping them level up, but at the same time, you know, you're just going to be relying on Mystic Shots and stuff to answer the TF before that even becomes an issue. And because this deck draws so much with Pick a Card and Rummage, there is a world where maybe they start to burn cards or they need to play things out of their hand they normally wouldn't. So nice, easy early game coming down.
Unfortunately, not much of a mushroom synergy currently present in hand for Lobster, which is a problem because, like you said, I mean, this deck, Colby's deck, TF naturally draws so much by itself that you can get to a point where they just kill themselves with mushrooms because they have to play, you know, their TF, or maybe their TF levels up and they blue card every turn and draw more and more mushrooms. So it is especially important to have the Teemo and the mushroom game plan at the beginning of this round, or of this game for Lobster, which he's missing the entirety of it. He has a Hexcore Foundry, of course, but doesn't have the Puffcat Peddlers, the Chump Wump, or the Teemo.
Foundry, again, does kind of fix that situation where it gives you some extra attempts to draw out. If you play Veteran Investigator here, you do draw a card before Twisted Fate is on the board, and it maybe becomes a liability, and you're forcing Colby to cash in another spell if they want to attack with an Elusive Fizz, and maybe that's the line.
We've seen Lobster pretty much almost always commit to just the Hex Deck Foundry early on. Maybe this matchup is going to be different, of course, but the plays aren't great in hand. A lot of very reactive plays, late game plays, like I said, just doesn't have. And this happens when you don't have Ballistic Bot in the deck. You're missing that maybe earlier proactive play you can make turns 2, turn 3 every time. And yeah, Hector Foundry comes down. No TF yet to benefit from these extra draws, but also no mushrooms to benefit yourself if you are Lobster.
And Fizz just open attacking like that means that Colby must have a hand full of spells. Oh, there's Ballistic Bot.
I think it didn't come from the end of the hand, so I think we can still guarantee it was in hand for turn 2, even though it wasn't played. I'm gonna take some liberties and say that the stat continues to be alive here.
Oh, of course, of course. I was just surprised that after all of Fresh Lobster's mana was committed, I guess you just play the Ballistic Bot afterwards, just in case they have like the Thermo Beam. Maybe Colby wants to actually value this Ballistic Bot a little bit. We've talked over the course of the broadcast about how Fizz Twisted Fate doesn't value Ballistic Bot as much as other archetypes, but in a matchup of this nature, where with the Frostbites making it a little bit more difficult to hit through with your game plan, the burn becomes a little bit more valuable.
Yeah, Ballistic Bot, similarly to Burblefish, is a card that has really awakened many archetypes because it does so many things so well, so cheaply as well. And it's kind of the 2 mana engines or 3 mana engines like Puffcat Peddler and Starlit Seer. There weren't too many in the game before, and you couldn't really make a very viable deck with it. But now with Ballistic Bot, it's definitely the case where you have enough engines that you can play kind of protection game with and get a ton of value out of them over the course of a longer game. And I guess TF and Aphelios to some extent are similar units that are kind of engine based, low stats, but very powerful effects if they can stick on the board.
Ezreal going to attack here, forces Colby to block with Fizz to prevent the Mystic Shot and protect Twisted Fate. Fresh Lobster does have a Mystic Shot in hand, and you can go for it here just to play around the suit up. Ooh, Cash is the get excited, wants to keep this Fizz up.
The Troll Chant isn't going to do enough here. Going to give Ezreal health to survive and going to stop the attack from the Fizz. Of course, can't be countered its burst speed, and the target does also help the Ezreal level up as well. So Troll Chant, another card that's obviously very strong. We've seen it in so many different decks, but it also has the extra synergy in the Ezreal decks because it has that targeting effect as well.
And with Colby Deep being tapped out, he can't threaten suit up. Fresh Lobster most likely goes for this anyway, but now the Mystic Shot is guaranteed. Twisted Fate now out of the equation. Ezreal surviving for another couple rounds. It's going to be difficult for Ezreal to actually Nexus Strike against all of Colby's elusive units, but he's doing his job just as a chump blocker and moving threats out of the way. Here comes the second Fizz. And Fresh Lobster does have the option to maybe develop a Teemo. You've got Iceveil Archer maybe saved for the Mind Meld turn, for example. So Veteran Investigator seems pretty interesting here.
Teemo always feels bad against decks that run elusives because it can't really do anything. I mean, it's just at that point it's a useless one drop basically. You really cannot do anything. It's locked into never being able to get into combat. You can't even really use kind of Troll Chant or Frostbite because it only has one attack, so it usually can't really even get trades on. I guess on Burblefish you can, but that's basically it.
So that was a 2 mana suit up coming off the top, and Ballistic Bot getting some value here, right? When the stats, usually once you get to the mid game, the stats and units in play aren't really favorable for it to be swinging in like this, but every little bit of damage counts. I think that Colby does recognize once more that, again, this is going to be a little bit harder than you typically realize, because this is one of the decks with answers to Twisted Fate. So Fresh Lobster thinking about, do I want to just sacrifice this Ezreal now? You might need to save 4 HP. You've got the Troll Chant to take 2 HP from Fizz and then give 2 more HP to Ezreal to survive the trade, and you're opening yourself up to another removal spell. But it might be worth it just to bleed your opponent's hand of cards.
You could just take the hit here. 6 HP isn't the biggest deal, I think. Mind Meld, once it comes down, of course, it'll be a problem, but there might just not be a Mind Meld regardless. So Iterative Improvement instead, also a card that targets, that also gets that counter on the Ezreal, and Ballistic Bot here to be able to eventually trade with the Ballistic Bot from Colby's side of the board. You get plus attack, but you don't get plus health, so one ignition will do it. We'll get the Ballistic Bot up to 3, and then it can pretty effectively trade with the opponent's ballistic bot as well.
This is pretty scary, I think, going down to 10 HP. I get when, like, Mind Meld comes down, you're dying from full HP most of the time anyway, so your Nexus health doesn't matter, per se. But heading up to that point, we've got just the Nexus at 10. There is potential for just Mystic Shots, more Get Exciteds to come out, and now the chip damage is really going to start to add up. Colby has been pretty aggressive with the ballistic bot, like swinging in, attacking the Nexus, but can very easily rein that in and just go back to playing Ignition every turn. Again, there's no mushrooms, so there's no clock on Colby's side.
We'll see. I think Ezreal's currently at 4 out of 6 potentially. You can get 2 targets with just the Iterative Improvement and the Icefield Archer, or Brittle Steels even. There's very cheap ways to level up Ezreal very quickly, and then it obviously becomes more of a menace because you have so many spells already in hand here.
The Iterative Improvement is doing a lot of work. I will give you that. You get the ballistic bots set up, and then they're feeding more spells for Ezreal to proc once he's leveled up. You're still going to get those bonus damage, but you have to level him up first. And what did you clock that at? 4 out of 6?
Maybe 5 now? Maybe just 4. I'm not entirely sure, but it is, either 4 or 5 at the moment.
It's very close. If Lobster wants to level up Ezreal this round, he definitely can. But because your spells are Frostbites, you typically, I think, want to wait to use them defensively and get that double duty. And fortunately, Troll Chant is still here to hopefully protect Ezreal against some removal. Colby hasn't played a second Twisted Fate yet, which we can see from Fresh Lobster's hand would be guaranteed to stick and maybe start leveling. So Colby, again, in a bit of an awkward spot where victory is very close, but needs that little bit of extra juice in order to punch through and find it.
Looks like everyone is playing ballistic bots now. The second one comes down for Colby, and both players still have their ignitions ready to go. Colby, of course, with ignition, he's also just using it as burn because Lobster's already down to 9 HP. And there aren't any kind of heal cards in this deck for Lobster. You can, of course, stall with Frostbite effect, but you don't have the Kindly Tavern Keeper or any other heal effects.
And with double ignition, that's going to put Fresh Lobster on like a 4-round clock, and that's on top of like other Mystic Shots or red cards that the deck happens to draw. If a couple Burble Fishes come down, then maybe you're able to get around this Ezreal because there is the only one elusive blocker, for example. And this is going to get spooky. Any unblocked elusive unit also is a big threat because of maybe that second suit up coming through. And Lobster taking that hit of damage in order to keep Ezreal alive is really committing to this guy leveling up here really soon and just immediately bursting out the game.
Four out of 6. So Ezreal is currently on 4 out of 6, one less than I thought. Still has 2 to go to get there, but of course he has the Icefield Archer, very easy target trigger. He has the Troll Chant as well, very, very effective. So there are still a lot of ways to level up this Ezreal very quickly and then start getting damage with it as well.
Teemo coming down as a sacrificial lamb to tank this Fizz.
Yeah, at this point in the game and in this matchup, just a kind of a... Yeah, like you said, a sacrificial lamb is the perfect term to put it because he does nothing else really.
So let's see here. Colby has two ignitions in hand, drew a ton of cards off of the pick a card. Soraka emote, though, maybe things didn't go the way he intended. Another Twisted Fate would really help to clear this Teemo out of the way, force Fresh Lobster to maybe clear this, to block with Ezreal, rather.
And already 6 mana, which means that there's no Mind Meld going to be played here by Colby. He has no chance to do it. Means if he had Burble Fishes and Mind Meld, could have done something. But again, there are elusive blockers here if you need them. Ballistic Bot doing their thing, though. Down to 7 HP if you're Lobster. There could be double Mystic Shot and Get Excited in hand. That could be a potential lethal without anything Lobster can do about it in this case. But unlikely.
It's close. I mean, we saw in the previous match with Extasio, even if you only have a few mushrooms in the deck, sometimes they're all just shuffled to the top, and you take way more damage than you should mathematically be counting on at the time. And with Veteran Investigator, there is a way to maybe draw into those outs.
I think maybe Lobster now thinking he doesn't want to play the Ignitions before the Ezreal level up, because that's just damage wasted. But he can't really level up Ezreal until, like you said, he has to be reactive with it. Okay, that's one Mystic Shot. Okay, if this is already being threatened, that means that maybe there is a chance. This is now Lobster thinking, okay, I can't just continue just passing here. I have to level up Ezreal, so I have to play this Brittle Steel preemptively, which is, I think, fine. If there's any kind of attack coming here, play both Ignitions, but Lobster is beginning to sweat. I think he sees this Mystic Shot going face, and he thinks that, even if they don't have Mystic Shot and get excited, these two Ballistic bots are going to be their next turnaround, and there's going to be 2 more Ignitions, so it'll be a foot race. I mean, is there any chance that maybe Ezreal can get a burst or fast speed kill before the Ignitions resolve next turn?
The other angle to consider is Puffcat Peddler potentially piling in on top of these spells, but you need to save your mana for Frostbites, because if Colby says, haha, you spent all your mana, now I'm going to play Burble Fishes,
exactly.
Then so many elusives are also hitting you. So Fresh Lobster wants to go all in with these spells, but can't until Colby passes back and gives up this attack token.
I don't think you can pass here. I think you have to play this second Ignition. You have to try and maybe get a kill next turn with Ezreal for sure. And you'll still have Brittle Steel for the Burble. I mean, if there's 2 Burble Fishes, you still have blockers, right? So I think it's fine. Unless he has triple Burble Fish and both of the Daring Poros.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming through. Again, we saw some burn already used out of the hand, but against a deck like this that just has access to so much card draw at burst speed at that, like Rummage and things, they can pull it out if they need to. Look, even there was a fleeting Rummage. Colby could have dug deeper if they wanted. So the burn might already be in hand. When you see that happen, my opponent doesn't want to Rummage, it's got to tell you your days are numbered. Fizz doesn't have elusive, but you can cast a spell to give him elusive to block this Ezreal alongside the Teemo.
Every Ignition that Lobster plays has a +1 damage compared to Colby. So plays his first Ignition. Colby might answer with an Ignition. He's down to 4. Or if he answers with a Get Excited or Mystic Shot, things are going to get pretty interesting very quickly. There are a lot of spells in hand. Okay, we're in trouble. That's a Mystic Shot, and that's to Get Excited.
There it is.
I called it. If he had exactly those cards, and he did have them, so no need for Ignition even. Nothing the Lobster can do here. And he's going to be punished for taking that hit that you were talking about blocking, and you were trying to say, how do you block this? I thought, it's 6 damage. It's fine. But there it is. The lethal that I think Ezreal cannot race here. 10 mana to work with. You can't play a second Ignition. And your first Ignition and the Ezreal hit there will not count because it will resolve after these 2 spells on the stack.
Yeah, not enough burst speed here. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8. It's rough. It's close. It's very close. It's a heartbreak. The issue though is that if you trade the Ezreal away against that other bigger swing, then you didn't draw your Ezreal, and you're in a pretty worse spot to even threaten lethal. So it's very close either way, I imagine. But Fresh Lobster still has another shot, right? It's 1-1, and now we've got a Frostbite list going into Fiora Shen.
And we've seen this exact matchup. The very first game we spectated Lobster in against Elix. We caught the very end of the game, and Lobster was able to stall out effectively, and he got the kill on 1 HP with Ezreal burst speed. This is a deck that is very much, you can tell with 3 copies of Ezreal, it's catering towards the Ezreal win condition, and much more so than mushrooms even. We saw no mushrooms played or affecting that game, the last game at all. So it's a matchup that I think could be favorable for the Mushroom deck because Frostbite effects are very strong, installing out those big lethal swings with Cythria, with Screeching Dragons even, and keeping your Ezreal alive, for example. But I think you have to find the right cards in the early game. Those are definitely not them. You need to find Puffcat Peddler and ways to protect him, I think.
Get your Mushroom condition online for sure.
Yeah.
That was the way that Fresh Lobster won with this deck going through the bracket. There was only a couple games where the mushrooms weren't a major factor and it was mostly all on Ezreal. But in this matchup, yeah, at the very least, your mushroom package is also going to give you body blockers for Colby's Onslaught. This, fortunately, is a matchup where Fiora Shen is also looking to play very slowly and just get set up on board. So as long as they don't curve, Colby's been very good at playing Fiora into Shen. So as long as that doesn't happen this time, it gives Fresh Lobster a lot of breathing room to set up this slower Hex Core Foundry into the Mushroom package, which is coming through. Here's Buff Cap, Double Chump Wump, and Brittle Steel.
Yeah, the Puffcat Peddler draw there was massive in trying to find just the engine value that you can protect with double Troll Champ, for example. In this turn, you can actually play both, so you have the chance to maybe even just play it right now and not be super worried about what would happen. I'm not sure if you can drive past because you're not really doing much of anything. I guess you can. At this point, I think you're fine taking this damage, potentially.
Taking another big hit. I mean, that's the problem. You try to develop here, and you're still just putting a unit onto Fiora's win condition, right?
But if you don't develop, there's going to be a pass here from Colby.
Mm-hmm.
Or not. Or May just goes for the 6. There's just no burn.
Yeah, Colby might pass. Yeah, you could take the 6. It depends. If you want to just delay your opponent's Puffcat Peddler by a turn, burn 4 mana, so be it. Mystic Shot to clear the 3/2. This is another matchup where Fresh Lobster can just take really heavy Mystic Shots in order to fish out these sharp sights as well, because you need to try to clear a path for your Ezreals. We haven't had Teemo really show up at all in these games either.
Yeah, Teemo's very important. I mean, especially in this matchup where there aren't really 1 and 2 drops and any way to deal with it with like Thermal Beam, etc., like in other decks. Puffcat Peddler comes down. Double Troll Chant. You never expect the second Troll Chant. So we can play the first Troll Chant. Seems safe. There might be some way that Colby can do it. Or, yeah, Brittle Steel is also an option.
Yeah, Brittle Steel it's very close, depending on which one you want to do there. The nice thing about Brittle Steel is that it can still hit through Riposte, but at the end of the day, you're just saving more mana, so you go into the next turn with more spell mana. And now, Puffcat Peddler is online, and there's Teemo.
And with Teemo, I think you're fine letting him just be the sharp sight absorber. I think you're fine, putting him on the board. If your opponent answers, well, you paid, 2 mana for 1, and that's 1 less sharp sight you have to deal with later, which is a very important card in this matchup.
And Fiora into Shen. So we've got a really strong setup from Colby with Fiora into Shen, and Fresh Lobster has his powerful setup with the Hex Core Foundry into the Puffcat Peddler. We see Teemo in hand as well. If you play Teemo here, you can protect him from like a single combat, potentially with Brittle Steel, if Colby doesn't use Shen specifically, or with Troll Chant. So I do like developing the Teemo here as well. As you mentioned, just trying to force your opponent to spend a sharp sight pays off down the road, where the units become a little bit more vulnerable to removal, and getting some mushrooms in the deck never hurt.
This is the scary... Colby's doing a very good job of developing on the board early in the mid game. I think that's what he has to do, because, of course, Fresh Lobster's deck is a deck that tries to stall, and when you're stalling and you're playing freezes, etc., you're using up mana and not really developing on the board. When you have to deal with a big board with units like the Caretaker that also get the attack buff from Shen, and you have the full like Shen Fiora combo pieces as well, things get a bit scary, and you start having trouble with your Nexus HP as well.
It's difficult. Gonna go for the Puff Cap just for another pass, trying to see what Colby does. This has been a signature of Lobster's playstyle pretty much all day, right? Just passing, seeing if I can bait my opponent into playing one more card or getting a little bit more information on top of all the calculations he's already doing. So now the attack token is back into Fiora Shen's side, and we do have some defense, of course, with this Puffcat Peddler, and this is starting to actually build up all the little spells here and there, putting a lot of mushrooms in the deck.
Yeah, this second Puffcat Peddler draw with double Troll Chant to back it up. This is going to be a big swing here from Colby, yes, but you're going to have 2 Puffcat Peddlers that should be surviving this turn. and still some mana to work with the Brittle Steel as well if you need it. But the fact that both Troll Chants are going to also help the Ezreal level up. Only 1 out of 6 right now, but that can change very quickly.
With the way the draws have gone for Fresh Lobster, this is a game where you don't need to play the Ezreal early in order to block elusives or try to get some damage or some board control off of Mystic shots. You can just play him when he's leveled up, and then you get all your mana back, especially if Colby does a play of like Bright Steel formation, right? If you can survive that turn with like a Harsh Winds, then you play Ezreal, and then you go into your next round with tons of mana, and bada boom, bada bing. But now...
the scariest thing here is the Relentless Pursuit.
Mm-hmm.
And what could happen with 7 mana still up here. A lot can still happen if you're Lobster. So I think you have to take things, you have to really think through on what the best option is and what you can just risk of just losing the game outright.
And Mystic Shot is really terrifying there. We've seen some Fiora Shen matchups come down to like riposte on Greenglade Caretaker, resulting in like a huge burst of damage that the opponent hasn't accounted for. So we're gonna go for the Troll Chant here.
I think this is the safest option.
Mm-hmm.
You block most of the damage, your Puffcat Pillars both survive, and it requires a response from Colby because you can't accept this if you're Colby. It's kind of disrespectful to have all his units survive. So yeah, I think he has to respond with 7 mana up, and it will give Lobster a much better idea of what he's in for if Pursuit is an option, just to make sure he's not just going to be insta-killed, basically. There's a Sharp Sight.
We could see another Troll Chant, and there is 1 mana left after that play for the Brittle Steel.
We could still see a second Sharp Sight and a Pursuit still from Colby, so with 5 mana still many options available.
So decides to rob some attack power from Fiora, just to give even more protection to the other Puffcat Peddler, and here's Riposte. This is main deck.
Riposte comes in. You cannot save the Puffcat Peddler, obviously, because of the 4 HP onto this Protector. So 1 goes down. You survive the Onslaught. There's no Relentless Pursuit. A lot of mushrooms went into the deck for Colby. I think you're pretty happy. And you got 3 targets this turn for Ezreal. So that's 4 out of 6 right now. So overall, you survive. You're 11 HP. You still have some blockers available. And the mushrooms keep coming in. 3 mushrooms that time. Well, never mind. 5 mushrooms total that turn. You're down to 13 if you're Colby. And you still have, a Sharp Sight was played. You still have Teemo, for example, you can play now. And it's a big threat now.
The fact that Fresh Lobster was able to get so many responses out of Colby on that swing as well means that they took away the threat of Relentless Pursuit. And with a full turn to just kind of play around and develop here, Fresh Lobster, again, still worried about Relentless Pursuit this turn, but has Flash Freeze, the other Brittle Steel as well. This is going to be Brittle Steel number 3, and each of these reactive spells from Fresh Lobster have gotten so much value so far.
I think Teemo's too big of a threat here not to go for the attack with it. You even have Flash Freeze if you want to save the Teemo, although not sure how. I think it might just be more valuable next turn, but we're getting to a point now with 11 HP in the current board for the Shamfiora player that you can't play, I think, that passively, because things like Cythria and, Relentless Pursuit always being that looming threat that if it comes down and you're not properly prepared for it, you're in trouble. You're going to get just insta-killed.
Fresh Lobster, because they are so scared of these rally options and these bigger bodies, can't really utilize their full mana. Has to just play out like this. Colby just going to pass. This is one of those turns where you have a decent board set up, and you need to make sure you just have some mana. I think this might signal that Colby has a pretty spellful hand. If you went for like Cythria or something, you're worried about Thermogenic Beam, but honestly, yeah, I think you could just probably swing in with Teemo because you're getting another Sharp Sight out of Colby, and it can't block Cythria anyway.
Colby could have Tiana next turn as well, Crown Guard, which is Rally on a stick, so that could also be a problem. That means there's 2 different ways to get Rally in this deck for Colby. Interesting play.
Iterative improvement to get a Bright Steel Protector and protect this Teemo. Wants to try to get this to go through as much as possible. That way, if Colby has Sharp Sight, then at least Teemo will live, forcing another card. But if these mushrooms double, then Colby is in big trouble.
Yeah, no, very heads up play by Lobster. You're able to use Iterative Improvement as a card that wouldn't really find great value in this current state of the game for essentially kind of making it a flash freeze or making it, the equivalent of if you wanted to save team, you would have had to spend a flash freeze, but you're paying 4 mana instead, but you get another body on the board too to provide, to have a blocker with decent stats as well for 3. So pretty good play here. Definitely outside of the box, but very heads up there from Lobster. Even a skill in combat now can't kill Teemo, so plays around more than just the sharp sight. And the doubling of the mushrooms here is pretty big. And it gets you the target for the Ezreal. So Lobster again proving why he is one of the best players in the European Runeterra scene with the outside of the box play, iterative improvement on the Protector.
Boom, there it is, ×2. 66 puff caps now, and that's going to be 2 draws off of the Hexcore Foundry. And I even forgot to mention the mushrooms from the puff cap peddler on the iterative improvement. Like the synergy is so real. Going into the next set, does Colby have Relentless Pursuit here? It's not even that good.
Looks like he does. Yeah, I don't think this could be anything else. You have the Mystic Shot here as well. It levels up Ezreal. It would be 6 out of 6. Ezreal would be a problem. Off of the level up next turn, it means that you can play Ezreal next turn, and depending on what you draw, you could maybe find a very quick lethal, depending also on the mushroom draws, of course, but it's 2 draws and you have 66 mushrooms in the deck. I'm going to expect at least 6 damage, 5-6 damage coming from just draws.
And Lobster does have Brittle Steel for this Fiora, and everything else is just going to go down, right? We got Screeching Dragon going to eat the Puffcat Peddler, and there's not a lot of damage coming through. The big issue is, again, this sets Colby up for a really strong open attack to punish here. You've got 6 damage coming through. You have Teemo with Barrier, so that's going to be very helpful to stop some free damage as well. So with the iterative improvement to get the barrier, not only do you protect Teemo from single combat, you make sharp sight not really worth because Teemo's still alive, but you also get a blocker against Relentless Pursuit. So many levels on this play, and Fresh Lobster's just reaping the benefits. You've got, if you Brittle Steel the Fiora, you get to keep your 4/3.
Well, he wants to Mystic Shot the Shen. I think.
If you Mystic Shot the Shen, you trade in once. That way you get that off the board. That's going to be -3 damage coming through now that Shen's leveled up. You can take 3 damage, go down to 8. Oh, this is close.
I'm not sure if the timer ran out there, but the damage goes through. You can now Mystic Shot the Shen. You have Flash Freeze and Brittle Steel. Brittle Steel can even just Frostbite the Screeching Dragon as well, down to 3 HP. And there's going to be a lot of mushrooms being drawn this next turn, and you still have Teemo as a blocker as well. So I think it's definitely not the end of the world here. You could have played, if you would have played the Mystic Shot before the Puff Cap Pillar died, that's 3 more Puff Caps. So I think the timer might have run out there. It looked like only 3 mushrooms drawn, so 8 HP now for both players.
So you can open up with Brittle Steel on the Screeching Dragon, and then that way you get around the Sharp Sight, and then Flash Freeze to double on top of that. Then you've got Troll Chant to protect Teemo if you want to try to go for another big swing. It's really close because they could just have Tiana, for example, if a little bit of damage gets through. There's 1 Relentless Pursuit, I believe, in Colby's build, and then 1 Tiana. Yes.
Yeah, Pursuit has been played already. So if you kill the Protector and you Frostbite the Screeching Dragon, then Tiana is not as great. You can still play Chump Wump as a blocker. Wait, never mind. You don't have Mystic Shot. That's not true. But you can at least save the Teemo here and get some attack off of the Protector.
If Colby taps down under 7 mana, so you know there's no Tiana Ground Guard and no Rally, Fresh Lobster maybe does second Hexcore Foundry here to then go into the next round with leveled up Ezreal into whatever fuel you draw for him.
You have to pass here. You can't play the Hexcore first, or else it's
Whew. This is so stressful.
And this is still a fine state to be in. Well, I guess, yeah, Tiana can be played this turn or next turn regardless. So if she's in hand, she's going to be played, and that's that. But it's two more draws that are happening if you just pass here and your opponent passes, and there's still 60 something mushrooms in the deck. So
exactly, the more rounds that Fresh Lobster can cause, the more favored he is. He got the mushroom double off of the Teemo, and Colby could just straight up die. The math might just betray Colby, and with 2 draws, and then you're worried about, we haven't seen anything crazy like River Shaper come down either, which might just be clogged in the hand. Maybe Colby's been sitting on River Shaper this whole time, and there's the Tiana Crown Guard. So thankfully, because Fresh Lobster did not play the Hexcore Foundry, you do have the Flash Freeze here to stop this.
Of course, it feels bad missing out on all this Ezreal damage because you weren't able to play it while it's been leveled up with all these spells you played last and first, and the last turn and this turn as well. But yeah, you had to stay alive. You have to make sure. Now, these are both of the ways to produce a rally effect have been played now, so you don't have to play around Relentless Pursuit and the Tiana anymore. And yeah, with mushrooms, I think you're going to get this win here. That's now 6 mushrooms coming in. You're going to have double the hex scores. You're going to have the chance to play Ezreal into, or just the Puffcap Peddler even. But I think
you're
the second
worried about
score,
Spirit's Refuge plus single combat, but then you have to try to just win at burst speed. So you play Chump Wump first, then you can play Ezreal and have 2 burst speed mushrooms to sidestep.
Yeah, this is if Colby is not, he has to play Spirit's Refuge now if he has that combo of cards that you mentioned. Mm-hmm. If he hasn't prepared for this exact line or isn't aware of what could happen, then it's just immediately GG once Ezreal's played here. So that's going to be it. Nothing that, of course, Colby can do to respond. This is the power of Ezreal burst speed kill, and Lobster is able to take this best of 3, the first best of 3 in this grand finals, and take us to a bracket reset.
Oh no, Colby had it? No single combat, maybe. Had the Spirit's Refuge.
He did have it.
Oh no! Let the Ezreal, he let the Ezreal come down to put the burst speed lethal into play rather than just immediately healing.
I mean, if he did it first, there is counterplay with Mystic Shot, for example, so it's not a misplay necessarily. We, of course, with Caster Vision are able to see the hand and know exactly what you have to do at exactly the right moment.
Yeah.
There was burn that could be played from hand that if you play the entire combo. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a
lot of ways to stop that, but that's a really heavy out. And even if you do heal up and you're still playing against the Hexcore Foundry drawing you tons of mushrooms because your rallies are gone, Fresh Lobster could very easily set up the second Hexcore Foundry, and then you're just getting more fuel and more burn, perhaps. But either way, that's another incredibly close razor-thin win for Lobster. Crazy strong play with the iterative improvement to get that Teemo to hit through, to hit the Nexus, and double those mushrooms, maybe spelling victory. So that is the bracket reset. The Fight Night Legends EU special coming through. So they're going to be playing another best of 3, Colby and Fresh Lobster, to see who is going to take the final victory.
And Lobster, not just trying to win the tournament, but trying to break some records as well. I think there's a chance we might overlap into the NA broadcast time. This has never happened before. It is currently 10:30 EU time. So if we go for 1 hour, 30 minutes more in this next best of 3, which with Lobster is a possibility, Casanova and Blevins might have something to say to us. We're overstepping our boundaries. I'll have to, talk to Lobster, tell him, Lobster, you got to go a little bit faster, where, you're messing with production here. But it is going to be a long tournament, and Lobster has a chance to win this. It's something that he has to, obviously bracket reset. Colby, a very strong player with a very great lineup. And 2 times already, Lobster barely able to get wins against Fiora Shen, against Elix at the very start of the tournament, and now against Colby. So, like you mentioned, razor-thin margins in this matchup.
This is Lobster's tournament, and we're just casting in it. We have now another chance, though. Like, when you're playing against Fiora Shen, you're playing against Fizz Twisted Fate, and you're giving them these extra opportunities to roll the dice against you and get the sequence of cards they want to really pop off. It can go one way or the other very fast, right? Because now we're going right back into it. Fresh Lobster leading off with the Aphelios Twisted Fate and Colby on Fizz Twisted Fate. We saw previously where Fresh Lobster was able to get leveled up Twisted Fate in play, and very easily that could happen on Colby's side, and then the game is swings to Colby's side. So here's the hard mulligan. Fresh Lobster really considering keeping the Veiled Temple, but I think wants, Twisted Fate. At the very least, if you don't get the tools to level him up, you have a means to gold card the enemy Twisted Fate, and by hard mulliganing, you up your chances of getting a Aphelios as well. Double Poxtopus, not looking pretty good here.
Yeah, double Boxtopus in this matchup. If you had attack token, maybe Colby finally falls for it and plays Ballistic Bot, but not the case here. And double Boxtopus is, unless you have pick a card to throw them back into the deck, it starts maybe making Crescendum a very, very awkward play if Aphelios is ever played.
Ooh, yeah, and now there is a chance, like, what if you draw all 3 Boxtopus, then your Crescendums off Aphelios aren't giving you that power play you want. Colby's being very passive here too, just wanting to float some spell mana and get a reserve set up to power up the Twisted Fate, right? When you have the full spell mana, it enables you to do Twisted Fate and pick a card in the same round to keep your opponent under pressure. Fresh Lobster going to take advantage of what they did last time. You get the Boxtopus set up, and it just keeps your opponent from establishing anything against you until they clear it. This is going to force Twisted Fate to maybe red card or gold card rather than blue card, and 1 or 2 draws can make or break this matchup.
And I wonder what Colby's hand looked like to not have any plays to be made last turn, and not even a spell to stop the attack from Boxtopus for hitting for 3. Pick a card is played there, of course, maybe trying to preemptively play it to then play Twisted Fate after the fact. Fresh Lobster not going to fall for that one. I think he's happy, even if he's burning 3 mana, to let this pick a card resolve without a TF being on the board and just move on from there. If TF is now played, then he has his own TF gold card, and there's no response, no mana available for Colby. For something like a Suda, for example.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Colby maybe is sitting on a Ballistic Bot, didn't want it to get eaten up by the Boxtopus or something. But this is very rough. Colby, we've seen several different ways that this hand can brick. There is maybe the forbidden outcome of Colby running 2 Mind Melds and that just coming through to just annihilate his hand from this position.
The 3rd Boxtopus arrives, so all of a sudden, Aphelios' Crescendum is useless, and the rhythm of the moon weapons are now a bit fractured. You're going to have to be extra careful now to not touch a single Crescendum, or you're going to be in big trouble. If a pick card is found, you can, of course, throw this Boxtopus back in the deck, but you can just draw it again after that, so it's a bit awkward.
There's Ballistic Bot. Oh my god, this is the bricketing. This triple Boxtopus, we got Veiled Temple, no Aphelios, no pick a card to make use of it. Fresh Lobster can't play the first Twisted Fate in this mirror.
And the longer this game goes with both players doing next to nothing, the better it is for Lobster, because TF Aphelios with Temple is going to generate more value in late game than TF Fizz for the most part. TF Fizz has a bit more of an aggressive slant, whereas with Aphelios it has a bit more of a value generating.
When your hand is this bad, do you have to pray to the warrior to save you? No, you take the Meteor Shower, right? You get another answer for Twisted Fate, and because you have this fallback pattern, it gives you room to play yours. Yep, gets rid of a Mind Meld. I think that definitely says, well, that was one of the fleeting ones, if I'm not mistaken. But now the Poros are coming out. Fresh Lobster only has Zap Sprayfin in hand as an elusive blocker, so it's going to be a while before he can get defense set up against these units.
There's a Mystic Shot that is not going to be in hand for TF, so I'm going to assume a second Mystic Shot is going to be in hand for Colby, if he's just so able to so freely get that up. Of course, keeping Ballistic Bot alive could be pretty crucial if he wants to get those ignitions on. Get the Burble Fishes discounted as quickly as possible as well. Could be an option for Colby.
The burn plan exactly doesn't really matter against Targon because they've got the Star Spring and everything. It's more about getting those extra free spell procs. And the Ballistic Bot scaling up, you never know. You just have something really huge to block with or to attack with. There's no Aphelios now, so you aren't worried about Calibrum just answering this, and you might as well just keep the threat alive. at this expense of a cheap Mystic shot, but I think, as you said, definitely indicates there's a second one, and maybe Twisted Fate. I wonder if we're just in a showdown right now where Colby is waiting for Fresh Lobster to play Twisted Fate and vice versa. I think that, of course, Fresh Lobster is at the advantage in that outcome because Targon has so many ways to protect their champions over Fizz TF outside of just, what is it again, 2 copies of Suit Up.
Yeah, this is a pretty clean cleanup here for the Ballistic Bot and one of the Poros. Maybe makes Colby think there isn't a TF in hand because one of the Poros was killed there and TF red card would maybe do it. But we've seen Lobster just really favor blue card no matter what in most of the situations here in these matchups. So that might be part of it as well. But open attack comes in here. I think maybe Colby's scared of developing too much more because of the TF possibility. But a very slow start to this game. Both players playing either because their hands are bricked or because they're playing very respectfully. I'm not sure which one it is, but not much happening just yet.
This is probably one of the slowest lines we've seen in this matchup. Usually it's I've got Twisted Fate, and I think that maybe Colby and Fresh Lobster recognize from just their previous set and just their experiences in the bracket that you need to wait until you have Twisted Fate and a way to develop it, way to back him up with some defense and probably enough card draw to level him up immediately. I think that's what Colby is going for. You're still doing enough plays here and there to discount your Burble Fishes and maybe set up for Mind Meld, but you're secretly also collecting combo pieces for that, like that devastating immediate level up on Twisted Fate before your opponent can respond.
And like I said, I think the longer this game goes, the better it is for Lobster because of Temple. I mean, it's just going to be something, a tool that Colby doesn't have an answer to in Nephelios as well.
Both players not doing anything. When the clock runs down, Fresh Lobster will win because he's got life advantage.
They heard about what I said at the start of the series. They're trying to go to the midnight. They're trying to, pass on the NA broadcast and make Blevin and Casanova angry. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, they're just going to take over the night to finish out the set. But here it is. Colby pulls the trigger first. Twisted Fate, blue card. Misses out on the attune value, but draws 1. And Fresh Lobster now being forced to respond with gold cards to clean this up.
There's a suit up in response. So option number 1 taken care of. We still have a Boxtopus that can challenge as well.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 mana to work with if you are Lobster. You have the... Yeah, you can't really play a Felios Crescendum because of, the current that we're looking at.
No 2-drops anymore. Some decks are running like a 2-2 spread or maybe a 3-1 spread. But this is actually the first time we've seen this happen. So far with Twisted Fate of Felios, where you get all 3 Boxtopus in the opening hand. At the very least, no pick a card to shuffle one back in so you can pull it out as a 3-4. Right now, the Boxtopus is a pretty risky play. You have to go for it here. You have to answer the Twisted Fate. And if Colby has the other Mystic shot or get excited or something against this Boxtopus, then Twisted Fate will survive.
And I'm surprised that in these kind of back and forth turns where they were both passing with, 9 mana being burnt every turn, that you didn't play a Temple, which can't really be punished. I mean, I guess obviously if that becomes a TF turn for Colby, you have less mana to answer. But if you can sneak that in without Colby really responding because he still thinks that it's too early to develop TF, then you have that, already huge advantage for every single turn after that. And obviously the earlier you play it, the better because you can get that mana back after every refresh.
Not wanting to get punished by that exact line, I think, is what locked the Veiled Temple out of Colby's hand. And now that the mid game is past and we're hitting into the later stages, Colby has so much mana where you're now being threatened by potentially just Burble Fishes and tons of elusives being developed in order to make a Mind Meld KO happen here. So Colby just going to get excited the Boxtopus to save the Twisted Fate, going to ignore the Twisted Fate over on Fresh Lobster's side. Again, I think that Colby recognizes that it's going to be a lot harder for him to answer Fresh Lobster's Twisted Fate, and he needs to focus wholeheartedly on just making sure his own levels up.
And Colby letting us know that Burblefish is now at 0 mana because that Fizz did level up. Little cheat sheet for you viewers out there. If Fizz leveled up, 6 spells have been played, and Burblefish is also at 0 mana.
So Veiled Temple going to come down here. That is a really nice way to track that. But we've got Veiled Temple coming down finally. There's Rummage. No pick a card for Twisted Fate. He still was at 4 out of 8 or 6 out of 8.
And if the TF was any, because the TF isn't really leveling up for Lobster either, that would be kind of the red flag, because red card would just decimate this entire board. But there's now the chance for a Mind Meld potentially. Was a Mind Meld discarded actually? You mentioned before.
There was one Mind Meld that was discarded. I think he drew a fleeting copy off of an early pick a card.
Colby does play 2, so that there's. I mean, this is looking like a Mind Meld kind of turn. Play the Burblefishes. You still have 7 mana up. I don't think that's a coincidence. Colby might be trying to pull the trigger, and that would mean it's going to be a plus, 6 spells having been played at least. And is there really anything that Lobster can do in response? He has, I guess, one Burblefish. I guess he has an elusive blocker and Zap.
But there's just, you have to. Yeah, with so many cards being drawn, it's hard to justify ignoring those outs, especially with how strong Mind Meld has been today. The Stars are in some kind of crazy position where Mind Meld just has that extra buff today, and you need to respect that sometimes.
It's trying to become the MVP of the tournament. Looks like it's a Rummage instead. We were baited. We fell for it. It wasn't a Mind Meld. It was a TF level up instead. So all of us were tricked by Mr. Colby, who he obviously has a delay on the stream on purpose to make this more of a show. And there is no Mind Meld. There is instead a TF level up, which is maybe even more scary, actually, than the Mind Meld, to be honest.
And now iterative improvement to start duplicating these Burblefishes. Again, there's only one elusive blocker on the side of Fresh Lobster. And with red card and gold card rotating now out of this Twisted Fate, Fresh Lobster's TF will go down. You do have Spell Thief here. You can take a what? There's another Rummage.
It could even be a parlay, right, from the Burblefishes. Two Burblefish cards potentially still in the hand that could do something in this matchup, actually, or in this current situation. So we don't entirely know what the options are. It could have just been Rummage.
Jettison. It's 1 mana, 1 damage AoE, toss 4 cards. That's exactly what Deep needs.
And there's yet another Burblefish, another chance at finding something like a parlay, for example, to take on the Zap. Not much mana for Lobster to really play with. That Zap commitment, he kind of had to make it, but it's a very big mana value trade here. You need the elusive blocker, but then all of a sudden you only have 3 mana to work with, and only really Spell Thief is the only playable card here. There's a few options in terms of spells, but
Twisted Fates pick a card. This is what you love to see. That pick a card chain. You can shuffle the fleeting cards back into your deck if you don't have the mana for them, and you're just consistently reloading and able to proc Twisted Fate so easily. There is a world where you level up Twisted Fate, but then you don't have mana or cards in order to get the Destiny value, but just cycling the pick a card over and over is so good for this list. And here's the swing.
Spell Thief, I believe, can hit Mystic Shots. Get excited, but get excited obviously not enough now with only 2 mana up. Suit Up doesn't quite work the way you would hope to, I think, if you were to pick it here.
I'm not entirely... I can't remember how Spell Thief is actually worded, if it's worded as a draw.
I don't think so. No, it would be like Invoke being a draw. I don't think that would be the case. You're kind of invoking from your opponent's deck, right? It's like kind of some magical power similar to that, I believe.
But yeah, you've got Rummage here to draw something, but you're going to take a big hit here. You can block the 4/2 Burblefish, but you're still going down 10.
Yeah, that's going to be a Mystic Shot range. So, and pick a card was played as well this turn, so the chances of finding some sort of a leaflet for Colby is fairly high. You can, of course, find Guiding Touches if you are Lobster and ways to heal up a bit. You have Star Shapings in the deck as well, but that won't do much in helping take down TF and fight against that value that it will be generating. One Get Excited was played by Colby, so only 1 left in the deck. And there's only 2 Mystic Shots actually in the main deck for Colby. And 2 Guiding Touches have been drawn, so quite a bit of heals here for Lobster.
At this point, you really just want like Twisted Fate red card to hopefully clear this, but it's not going to happen. You've got 1 Burble Fish, you've got some Guiding Touches to heal. You can Guiding Touch to discount these Burble Fishes, and you do have Veiled Temple as well. But Moonlight Affliction now being given Fleeting means that you aren't going to have it for your defensive turn next round. And can you pull something out with the Veiled Temple giving you some mana back? Somehow get enough units in play to take advantage of Mind Meld? Maybe force Colby to trade some units in against you? Wait, he went for Crescendum? Is that just out of force of habit, or did he manage to shuffle one of the Pablos back in?
I'm not entirely sure. I believe he didn't pick a card. Oh, well, yeah, he picked a card. Yeah, we see the pick a card cards here. So, yeah, he did shuffle a Boxtopus back in last turn at the very start of the turn, I think. That's why, yeah, the turn was so long that it just had exited my memory. But, yeah, at the very start of the turn, he did pick a card, which is why he was so low on mana. Later on, only had 3 mana to work with. And he can Crescendum here, try and kill the TF. That would be the choice here. Aphelios would tank the gold card because they already got the buffs from the temple. You could just still have a second TF in hand, though. Also a possibility. And then you can play your Destiny cards twice. So
yeah,
that's a problem.
Yeah, you've got Moonlight Affliction here to like silence the Twisted Fate to keep these cards from cycling, but Crescendum just going to come down here, and we're going to hope for the best.
Calibrum still probably the best option to take down the 4/2 Burble Fish as well. Once it gets phased out. Guiding Touch, it was discarded because you can heal here, sure, but you need to have more impact on the board, I think, before looking at healing. Maybe fast beat next turn if you need to do it off an open attack to survive.
So there is the Get Excited plus red card to have 4 damage exactly for the Boxtopus. Really counters Fresh Lobster's chance of kind of answering a little bit of this board and thinning it out. The damage, again, there's 11 elusive damage on the board right now, plus the red card from this round and the next round. Fresh Lobster is going to draw here, looking for Sunblessed Vigor or Pale Cascade. Another Guiding Touch. Will you search again?
Or Astral Protection, even. He has blockers now, though, with if he plays Guiding Touch here, if he gets Astral Protection, I'm not sure. I guess he would get it because you'd want to kill TF. Doesn't find it regardless. Now he can play double Burblefish and the Poros, but that just stops an open attack. You would still get the red card and everything is killed once again. So and this just provides a space on the board for maybe Colby to play another elusive unit. So at the end of the day, doesn't really do that much other than start leveling up Aphelios, or trying to at least.
The Burble Fishes are so resilient, right? When you don't have Twisted Fate, it's still really hard to answer them. And unfortunately, Fresh Lobster here, developing any blockers into this just gets wiped by red card before Colby swings in, but has to develop them here in order to prevent the open attack, right?
If Colby doesn't get red card onto the board before Lobster has a chance to play Moonlight. Actually, no, it's a fleeting Moonlight Affliction. So everything is not going Lobster's way. Everything that I try and find a string that he can hang on by, but it is not there. He can play out these blockers, but the blockers, every single one of them, will be perishing the next turn the moment the red card comes out. And I don't think Burblefishes can find any answers here either. Parley can kill, I guess, one of the Burblefishes. That's basically it.
And so Fresh Lobster can go for Even Warned on the Twisted Fate and trade him with the Burblefish just to get it off the board. But you already talked about it. If there's another Twisted Fate in hand, then they'll just play another one. There was, I believe, a Twisted Fate's Pick a Card played earlier. But the other thing about Even Warned is that if the kill does go through, Fresh Lobster will draw one more card.
And he can, I mean, this is maybe important here. I mean, 5 mana still up for Colby. Not sure what he can find here, but yeah, I don't think he can find anything.
Yeah, we've got Iterative on the Burblefish to get another one, and it looks like now that Fresh Lobster is committed to attacking to clear the Twisted Fate, this just gives Colby a pass to flood the board afterward and just go for a nice open attack here. With Burblefish now trading in, that's going to be no elusive there. Ooh, and has the Mystic Shot.
That is what I was not hoping to see, but expecting it could be a possibility with so much mana still up. And that is obviously very disheartening if you're Lobster, because you tried to make 7 different plays to try and kill this TF, but you were not capable of doing so. And I think there's no out now at this point. I thought the game was over 10 minutes ago, but apparently it's still going on. But it's a very hard hill to climb up with TF leveled up on your opponent's side of the board. It's just so much value turn after turn after turn.
And again, Bilgewater Targon, this is their weakness. They have a very difficult time directly answering champions. You have to go fairly specific about your removal, getting those meteor showers, getting those falling comets, like extremely expensive outs to these things. Twisted Fate of Felios, we've seen it, can get set up on the board with the Crescendum into the Boxtopus and use that to control the game and keep your opponent from playing Twisted Fate. But all the players just passed and passed and passed. They know the implications of Twisted Fate for this matchup, and we're trying to get the perfect setup before pulling the trigger. And Fresh Lobster now just trying to figure out what to do here. You got Zap Spray Fin. You've got 2 elusive blockers in play. You can go for a defensive Mind Meld here, but it's just about going wide to stop this from happening. You've got 3 Burblefishes, a Daring Poro. There's another Daring Poro already in Colby's hand, and you're always going to have the numbers advantage from this position.
The Hush could be relevant, but I think it's going to be too late here. Obviously, the current... Colby has the chance to play card here now, so red card will be coming out at the very least. You can Hush now, but it would only prevent the gold card, but red card is the damage dealer here. Killing the Felios, killing everything but the Zap Strafen, basically. And then no gold card if this Hush comes in, but you're still in pretty big trouble here if you are Lobster.
Fresh Lobster would have wanted to maybe Hush preemptively to prevent the red card from wiping these elusive blockers, but
he just
at the end of the day...
He couldn't do it regardless. I mean, he could only stop the gold card.
At the end of the day, it just comes down to the fact that you don't have enough blockers for all of these elusive units, even without the Mind Meld.
The Felios does survive thanks to the Temple buff that I actually just forgot about, but it will be dying. Oh, no gold card now, of course, but it can't block elusive units. There's still a lot of Burblefishes attacking here. You can Gravitum, the 4/2 at the very least, and stop some of that damage from coming through. It can just be overridden potentially by just another elusive unit.
And has to go for Gravitum into Infernum, because there are no more 2-drops existing in Fresh Lobster's deck. And we've got another Yeben Warned to maybe help out next round, but can you survive this? Colby might just say, okay, I've had enough fun. I'm going to play Mind Meld, but just overwrites the stunned elusive unit with another. These Burblefishes are just never ending. How many has he played so far?
I think there might be even maybe TF getting overridden for another TF is maybe too too much. But if Lobster plays out all his mana, which I mean, I'm thinking this might be an option to really seal it out, because all these units are 1 HP and it would be interesting at least. But no, there's gonna be an attack here coming in from Colby. 2 elusive blockers, so you're gonna survive here if you are Lobster. But red card continues to be a thing next turn. Everything gonna get wiped once again. Your Mind Meld, not really as much value. There's gonna be just chump blockers, and you'll have no elusives anymore. And your card draw is basically gone now if you're Lobster. You're counting on the... Well, never mind. That's gonna be, looks like game here for Colby, and Lobster will be losing game 1. Survived, tried his best, really fought to try and find an out in this win, But really, there was just every single time Colby had the right answers. Maybe playing it so slow, I said, and I still do think it is favored
Mm-hmm.
for Aphelios TF, but Colby just sequence after sequence had the right answer to every single threat the Lobster was trying to put on the stack to save his TF, 17 different times in that one turn. And once
Mm-hmm.
TF is leveled up, you just can't do anything against it if you don't level up your own TF. And that ended up being the reason that Colby was able to take that game.
The Veiled Temple just kind of sat in the hand, and maybe Lobster had missed that opportunity to get it down and start farming that value. Notably, of course, triple Boxtopus drawn and no Aphelios. So if those Boxtopuses were Aphelios, and then you get Aphelios down instead, and you get 3 Boxtopus out of the deck, and you're just like keeping things under control with Challenger units, then maybe you can make something happen there. The Challenger units are supposed to counter elusives, but when you only are playing a 3-1 elusive and it's vulnerable to mystic shots. And we saw that happen a few times over the course of the match as well, where Colby was throwing the mystic shots and the get exciteds on the stack, but there wasn't any Sunblessed Vigor or the Astral Protection in order to counter those plays. So Colby was in the driver's seat for most of that, despite the very laid back opening. It just immediately exploded once that Twisted Fate came down. Both players knew what they had to do in that match.
And a quick recap for those that have been following this very long 7-hour journey that is Fight Night EU today. Colby is now 1-0 up in the bracket reset best of 3 in the grand finals, which means that Lobster is now on match point. He cannot lose any game, or he will be losing the tournament, which must feel extra bad after all the time that you've been fighting to
Mm-hmm.
try and take this tournament home. You do get, of course, the runner-up prize money and the runner-up invitation next week, so not too bad. There is something there, but
Mm-hmm.
it has been a struggle, I think, for Lobster, especially to come in through the losers bracket. Colby had some rest in the winners bracket, able to take an hour or two off, maybe have dinner, for example. Oh, he's in South Africa. Actually, the time zone's pretty, yeah. But maybe have dinner. Let's leave it at that. But Lobster hasn't really had that chance. Neither have we. But it's been a long tournament, so again, Lobster has to fight to win this next game and win the third game of his best of 3 as well.
And not to mention, you just like the time that's passed, but the extra games that Lobster has had to play fighting up through the losers bracket, like that mental fatigue. He's a
Yep.
player who's constantly thinking about all these different lines of play. What are my best outs? How many cards have my opponents played? He's got the little deck tracker to keep track of, how many copies of this card. And that's all so taxing. Every single decision that you have to make. It's honestly just really impressive that Fresh Lobster is just losing to bad matchups or bad draws and hasn't made any like really ridiculous misplays. Sometimes you can see players just zone out for a second after they've been playing for so many hours, right? And they just make a really foolish mistake, or they forget about a certain card or interaction that's about to proc. And Fresh Lobster has kept it together. And when you take a really heartbreaking loss like that, you just have to keep your mental up and not tilt.
And look at the decks for Colby. He obviously just won with the TF Fizz deck, and now he has to get his second with Fiora Shen, whereas Lobster has a chance to choose between staying on this TF Aphelios or
Mm-hmm.
moving on to the Mushroom deck, which we saw, I think for now has a very good win rate against the Fiora Shen, but both of those wins we saw on stream at least were very, very close ones, so I'm not sure you can call it favored just yet. But this is the Shen Fiora list for Colby. Additions here, or things to look out for here, especially against the Mushroom deck, for example, are 1 copy of Relentless Pursuit and 1 copy of Tiana Crown, the 2 rallying effects. Other than that, pretty, I think, standard deck list with double Brightsteel Formation and double Spirit's Refuge, some cards of note.
With the grand finals reset, not only do we get a chance to give Fiora Shen a chance to just get better draws, but you also give Colby a chance to adapt the game plan to Fresh Lobster's build. We saw in their previous set where there was maybe a bigger risk to be taken with the Spirit's Refuge single combat line to heal. And if forced into a similar situation, Colby might now take that chance and might be rewarded. We've seen even over the course of today's bracket where players have had to take some pretty big gambles and gotten rewarded, where somehow Deny, I don't think, no, over the course of the entire broadcast, Deny has yet to stop a mind meld.
Maybe we're just waiting, saving it for this for this moment for Colby to get the win and be proclaimed champion coming from South Africa. His country very proud of him as well. I think we haven't had any South African players yet in the Fight Night EU tournament, so would be a first. And I think Colby would be very happy. I think he's just already very happy to just be here in the grand finals, having performed very, very well in this tournament and cementing his name among the greats here in the European Runeterra scene. But we're finally getting into game 2 of the final best of 3 of this tournament. Colby 1-0 up on Shen Fiora, has no choice, has to play this deck, doesn't have any other options, whereas Fresh Lobster has decided to once again bring TF Aphelios to the table.
The TF Aphelios, very, very strong deck when it does what it wants to do. This is like a weird, like, seawater and nightfall themed version of Fiora Shen, I want to say, where it kicks back, plays very passively, gets some value set up on the board, and then just destroys you with it. If you aren't playing a proactive game plan to stop them from getting set up, it's just a world of hurt. We've got the Lunari Duskbringer in play turn 1, and into Boxtopus to get this opener. And now, with 5 damage on Colby's side, there is a chance for Fresh Lobster just beat him down. If you don't get these opening plays, sometimes you brick, you only have Fiora and Shen and Screeching Dragon, and then by then it might be too late. Duskpetal Dust into Aphelios is very, very strong here if we get the top deck.
And this Boxtopus really not getting the memo. Once again, appearing in hand. This is not the way you're supposed to come out onto the battlefield. You normally want to play it off Crescendum and Aphelios, but once again, 2 Boxtopuses in hand. The third one, fortunately, not drawn just yet. So Aphelios, Crescendum is still a viability, but these are the only 2 mana drops in the deck. So you have to, try your best to not draw them. In this case, pretty unfortunate draws for Lobster.
With a few units in play now, you just let your opponent get to draw off the River Shaper, maybe. You have an opportunity here to play the Veiled Temple. Fresh Lobster waited on it and waited on it and waited on it last time and really missed that window of opportunity. And here now to play it while having some units on the board to start getting buffed up, especially since it is a Boxtopus, seems pretty good to me. You can, of course, you get punished by Fiora, things like that on the open attack. So Fresh Lobster is just going to take this opportunity to clear the River Shaper and force Colby to spend some mana first.
Yeah, I think you're fine with that trade happening. You're able to get some damage onto the Nexus, which he's already at 13 HP, which is something to consider as well. And you're able to see, it's a priority pass basically on the open attack, and you're able to see what Colby does in return. You can then decide if you want to play Temple or not. I think it was probably the option. You can play TF next turn onto Shen, gold card potentially, depending on what is played next to it, just to stop that barrier effect from happening.
It's rough. It's very rough. Veiled Temple now is in play, however, but Fresh Lobster's hand is mostly spells. A lot of these units aren't going to get a lot of value out of Veiled Temple. And at this point, usually you're looking for double Veiled Temple. When you refill that 4 mana, you get to put so much more value into your plays. And against Fiora Shen, you're worried about Concerted Strike. You're worried about single combat to answer your TF. And the longer you wait, the more likely it's going to become. And I think Fresh Lobster recognizes this isn't the sort of matchup where Twisted Fate is going to be leveling up. You just save them for some really clutch gold cards, I imagine. There's also a chance where, you're waiting for pick a card. You get the Boxtopus shuffled back in, and then you put your opponent on a really specific clock. If they play a really big turn and they tap out and they can't stop Twisted Fate pick a card, then maybe he levels and carries you from there. We've all seen it happen. No matter what the matchup is, leveled up Twisted Fate can still do so much work.
So gold card here stops the Screeching Dragon, cannot attack. Shen has no companion to benefit from his barrier. And depending on the hand for Colby, if there's no single combat, TF could survive. Could be a bait. Waiting for the pick a card to be played because you expect it, and now playing single combat and wasting that pick a card and the second TF that was in hand. We'll see if that was what it was, or if there's just no single combat in hand for Colby.
This is a really strong scenario for Fresh Lobster. It resolves. No single combat.
And he has Sunbless Vigor as well, actually, so it would have been fine. There's no way to
Mhm.
get both the attack up, and the Screech Dragon is only a 4 at the moment. So this is suddenly huge for TF and for Lobster if this TF can survive. We don't really see a way to level it up anytime, right now. But because there wasn't a solo combat last turn, there might not be one this turn either. Concerted Strike is the other option, though.
That's the next option on the menu for Colby to stop this Twisted Fate. We've seen Lobster go with Guiding Touch and Pale Cascade to get more draws. We've got another pick a card happening here. Dusk Petal Dust, Aphelios is also pretty strong. It would buff the Twisted Fate up. You get another Crescendum to start getting these box Octopuses out of the deck. But Fresh Lobster, maybe gonna go for pick a card first.
You can only get TF to 7 HP this turn with the Temple buff, Sunbless Vigor, Pale Cascade. So I think you can survive Concerted Strike if that's what it is. Regardless, you just play your different, you play your Aphelios game plan instead. Now you have 2 threats that the opponent has to deal with, and you have a Temple already on the board. So this is a very scary board to look at if you're Colby. You have 9 mana to work with, and you have Shen and Streaking Dragon, sure, but this is a nightmare board to deal with. You have all 3 engines, let's say, set up for Lobster.
With Fiora Shen now not being aggressive enough in the early game, you can't really punish this again without Relentless Pursuit. So here does come the Concerted Strike. This is 100% forced by Fresh Lobster. If Colby doesn't have this here, then Twisted Fate will level, and then it's just all downhill. Despite this being a pretty massive commitment, if you force Fresh Lobster to only have an Aphelios in play and a Veiled Temple, you can still maybe get on the board. A lot of your game plan is really big units like Cytherea, Screeching Dragon that can live through Calibrum, and then champions like, of course, Fiora and Shen that are immune to it, and it forces Fresh Lobster to take a really, really defensive line of just maybe phasing Gravitum over and over again, which again doesn't remove the unit from the board, it just stuns it for a couple rounds. And Colby is more than happy to wait until you get like Bright Steel Formation or something.
Crescendum can come in here. It will be a fairly big attack here if you want to take. I don't think you can take it actually in any kind of effective way. Get good trades here.
Getting a 3/4 is nice, but the stats just aren't there.
Yeah, exactly. And especially out of the Temple buff as well. Pale Cascade does get it up, but it would still be just a trade, and you still have 4 mana banked for Colby to play something in return and kind of ruin your entire play basically. So less than ideal here now for Lobster.
There's another Twisted Fate coming out of the deck thanks to all these pick-a cards, and thankfully the Moonlight Affliction was not given fleeting. This is a card that Fresh Lobster wanted to hold on to in a couple other matchups, but when it was given fleeting, just didn't come through. So now we could see another Twisted Fate coming down. You have to play it here just to keep the train rolling.
Yeah, Colby playing with the fact that these cards are all fleeting. He knows that Lobster can't take the pass there. If those cards weren't fleeting, I think if Lobster would take the pass because you get rid of the attack token turn for Fiora Shen, which is obviously very, very important. But instead, gold card comes out onto the Screeching Dragon. The second Screeching Dragon is now obviously still a threat. You can Moonlight Affliction both Shen and the Screeching Dragon to really shut down this attack token turn. I'm not sure how worth that would be.
Can Fresh Lobster commit to trying to level up this Twisted Fate again? Dodge single combat, couldn't dodge the Concerted Strike. And if you just hush the Screeching Dragon to keep Twisted Fate alive, you're just hoping to dodge it even further. And at this point, is Fresh Lobster really going to commit to this?
Both players burning 5 mana, or burning 2 mana rather. The pass can be accepted here by Lobster. Instead, going to opt for potentially a Calibrum into Gravitum. Going to kill this stunned Screeching Dragon, get rid of it now. If there is going to be some kind of a spell to help it survive right now, at the very least, you're not letting it make use of that attack buff if it's a Sharp Sight or a Repose this turn because it is stunned. So I think pretty heads up value play here by Lobster. That's yeah, that can happen though.
And there's the single combat. Fresh Lobster trying to get the Twisted Fate set up, recognize this as a very strong win condition, and by constantly placing this threat on the board, it's forcing Colby to be more reactive than he would like to be. Typically, as Fiora Shen, you don't like to start interacting with your opponent's board until you have a massive advantage and a board set up. That way, you can begin to attack once you gain these unit advantages. Colby right now, despite answering all this Twisted Fates, it's put a delay in the game plan of now just Shen and Screeching Dragon being in play, and Fresh Lobster with the Veiled Temple has been slowly pulling ahead in terms of value and is going to draw some more cards here. Thinking about it. Star shaping is something you might want to save for later. It's difficult, right? Because if you save star shaping, you might get one shot by Bright Steel Formation or Tiana anyway.
I think you have to Pale Cascade or Cycle here. You don't really have any viable options in hand at this point. You have to try and find something else. And both do kind of feel bad because, Second Temple I think is fine. I mean, you're just playing mana regen the card game. You're going to get 4 every single turn. No interaction available, of course, from Fiora Shen. And you don't really have that many units where you care that you don't have 2 slots on the board right now.
This Boxtopus is getting stacked up, and this is going to force Colby to have even more answers, right, to protect the board that they have set up here. You've got Gravitum to open up some really heavy attacks. Fresh Lobster did have a really aggressive opening with the 3-1 Boxtopus early on, and has really shifted gears into this passive playstyle while trying to get Twisted Fate set up. But now that Colby has put a stop to that game plan, Fresh Lobster is now shifting gears a third time to go into this later value-oriented style. You could maybe just keep invoking Gravitum and Calibrum back and forth in crescendums over and over to eventually lock your opponent out of any useful attacks they might have.
This is a problem with Aphelios in general, that although it provides a lot of value and you're able to get these crazy turns where you have double temple, Aphelios, etc., you need to find a way to kill your opponent. You need to find the win condition eventually, which is what potentially the Star Shaping could find off of Invoke. But that's a problem that some Aphelios decks have from what I've seen. They have a great mid-game and value generation, but they need to have a win condition that can reliably get you the win in these games and close them out before things get hairy.
Goes for Stand United to protect the Screeching Dragon. Recognizes that this is my condition in order to kill this Aphelios or to threaten a Twisted Fate. And it's just a great trade, right? You're still floating 3 spell mana like you want to, and just keeping your board alive. Shen is going to be almost leveled up, and now Fresh Lobster needs to go for the Gravitum here, just so that Screeching Dragon doesn't attack next round.
Crescendum would be dead now, I think.
Yeah, the board is there is 1 slot on the board. I think there's 1 Boxtopus in the deck still that was shuffled back in.
I don't have the Boxtopus counter ready and handy in my head. That's one of the counters I haven't adjusted to just yet. I'll have to keep in mind for the next game, but it can get a bit tricky. He did have 2 in hand. Only 2 in hand at the start of this game. It wasn't 3, so he should still have 1 because he did, like you said, he did cycle 1 back into the deck. But 3 options here off the Star Shaping, Scourge, Destroyer, and Supernova, all available. Like I said, I think you need to try and find kind of a win condition card here.
Yeah, Supernova is cute for answering your opponent's like Bright Steel Formation or something, but the threat of deny is super high, and you're thinking about the Scourge here. You've got Aphelios in play, you've got Boxtopus in play, and if you've got a unit of this size, it's going to be very difficult for your opponent to remove outside of Concerted Strike. But Destroyer, I mean, with the Overwhelm, it goes through Barrier, and you've got the Spell Shield. It's so hard for Fiora Shen to remove.
In Supernova, you need a second Celestial card in hand to Behold, right, which isn't currently a possibility, so it would be a bit risky to go into that line of play there. But yeah, it looks like it is a Scourge instead going to be what Lobster opts for here. And we've seen it before where he overwrites one of the temples going to the late game because he needs a space on the board. But Bright Steel Formation comes down. Shen, of course, insta levels up. And maybe this is one of the reasons why Colby was trying to keep all his units alive the Stand United the last turn.
And just try to get as many blockers as you can in play. You can set up Moonlight Affliction to cleanse some of this. And just try to live. The Screeching Dragon is still stunned from Gravitum. You just need to worry about blocking the Green Glade Protector, who is now to 14-2. But the Scourge is playable next round, and what's interesting about that card, you can go like Dusk Petal Dust, Scourge, and then regen some mana from the Veiled Temple, and then you use that extra mana to maybe develop into the Scourge, so you get more use out of that Overwhelm. But now with Bright Steel Formation threatening this line, Fresh Lobster's going to have to trade away his whole board in order to live.
And Colby gives Lobster the option to end the round, taking things extra slow.
If you attack here, what downside would there be? The Moonlight Affliction allows the Boxtopus to kill your Shen. You get your Green Glade Caretaker traded into. Then you just have Bright Steel Formation and Screeching Dragon in play that are just severely weak to Gravitum. The chances of the silence being there is super big, but at the same time, is it just because Colby is sticking to the Fiora Shen bylaws of you're only allowed to attack when you have massive amounts of mana to back up?
I think that might be it. The fact that Shen would be dying, for example, off of Hush, Moonlight Affliction would get 2 trades probably in favor of Lobster. And at this point in the game where there's so much value on both sides, and Colby has less card advantage to work with as well, I think you're fine playing, your big 9 mana drop, and if your opponent passes here, then you have the chance to replenish your mana and next turn defend or do whatever you have to do with your mana, and then the turn after that attack with full mana available and maybe a Stand United or Riposte or certain ways to try and sneak in a lot of damage through. And the fact that the temples are taking up slots on the board, so if you have a full board once your Screeching Dragon is not stunned and you have maybe a 6th unit developed, then Lobster has to override his temples and make things a bit more awkward for him as well.
So we've got Scourge here. There's a Burblefish in hand. There is a way to maybe get like a bigger board set up to try to trade into what Colby is doing. Keep this board clear, keep the Bright Steel Formation down. But now, every time you play a card, you have to worry about Colby dropping a Relentless Pursuit or Tiana Crown Guard to cut your time of development short. Wiggly Burblefish going to come down here first. And so you are going to be regenerating a lot of mana off of the Scourge here, off of the temples here, unless you go for Scourge.
There's the overwrite. So temple's only a temporary landmark, then being overridden in the late game where they don't give you, or you don't need as much value potentially. But the Scourge comes in. Burblefish as elusive might just get blocked by a sharp sight, I'm going to expect at this point in the game. River Shaper, an actually pretty important card here to try and replenish the hand a little bit, especially so if it can be protected with some kind of a barrier on this defense turn as well to try and get maximum usage from it.
So the Scourge, since this is a card you don't see played very often, has Challenger and then grants +2/+2 and Overwhelm to all other allies that attack alongside it. So the Boxtopus can also pull a really juicy target here, but Fresh Lobster wants to get the Burblefish in on this action as well.
It would be interesting if you get the value from the temple as it gets disintegrated from that second card being played, the last offering. But not the case there. Still only 3 mana up for Lobster, and now has a full fleet of units to attack with.
Has 1 Hush to maybe stop a single combat trick that if the like the Boxtopus is in danger of dying, or if the Scourge is in danger of dying. Just really needs this to connect against the Bright Steel Formation. Because the temples were overwritten, there's no mana regen, so no threat of anything cheeky like the Moonlight Affliction to get rid of 2 blockers, and try to go for a lethal here. But the Overwhelm is threatening a lot of damage and does force Colby to block just a little bit.
Well, he has to block a lot, I think, because the 10-11 already is dealing 8 damage onto the River Shaper unless something can be done about it. And like you mentioned, there's 9 mana to work with. There is single combat, concerted strikes. Barriers against Overwhelm don't do too much, which is why I've mentioned it all throughout the day. And at this point, could be a pretty pivotal part of this current state of the board. Spell Thief could also hit single combat from Lobster side of the board. once Colby, plays out his entire hand, for example, to try and stop this, then there is that YOLO Exodia single combat from Spell Thief possible. And with overall units, of course, it's extra important, especially with overall units that are so healthy already with a 10-11 and a 10-10.
Ooh, so Stand United here swaps the River Shaper to safety, so not enough overwhelm damage going through.
And if Lobster wants to commit the potential chance for Spell Thief single combat to try and find lethal, he's going to do so with Colby still having 3 mana. So there is some counterplay still available.
And goes for it. There's the single combat. Put on the stack here. You can clear a path for your overwhelms to go through. What do you just have like Scourge move the have Boxopus clear Shen?
It's exactly 4, but now you can single combat in return if you're Colby. The 15 can kill the... Actually, that's not the best line. Yeah. Okay, that's going to be a surrender.
Yeah, no Nopify either.
Lobster takes game 2, ties the series, and we're going, as usual, as always, to a game 3, best of 3 after the grand finals bracket reset.
That game was so close. The Scourge ends up coming through heavy there. No way to punish that single combat. I was thinking, like you mentioned, single combat could have been Nopify with that last little bit of mana. But man, the lethal was found, sneaking in that Burble Fish as well to get that +2/+2 on an elusive unit to punch through. And not enough mana there, right, to react with any Spirit's Refuge or anything like that to survive through that turn. For one of the only times I think I've ever seen a Bright Steel formation come down and not immediately end the game.
Yeah, it was, of course, a tough turn there because of the chance of silences for like Moonlight Affliction, Hush, etc. And there was still a lot of mana available for Lobster. So it was a tricky attack there. Again, maybe just trying to go for this super ultimate, late value play 2 turns from that time when you have the mana to back it up, like you mentioned. But single combat off of Spell Thief, winning the game there for Lobster. It wasn't a guarantee. I think more than 3 spells had been played at that point from Colby. So finds some luck there potentially in finding that play, but even just thinking about the plays already, you have to think about these plays that aren't the most usual plays because Spell Thief is so matchup dependent and you play it differently every time in every situation. But finding that win, and we're back to mushrooms against Fiora Shen. We're gonna finish how we started. We watched Lobster winning that game 3 against Elix in the very first quarterfinal of this tournament 8 hours ago or 7 hours ago. And now it's the same matchup all over again. We've seen it twice before. So currently, I think as far as we've seen, Spectating Lobster, he's had a 100% win rate against Fiora Shen. We'll see if he can close it out in this last best of 3 as well against Colby.
Fiora Shen, the tournament monster deck, the mainstay. And when you have this many games of the deck being played back to back to back, there's always a chance that the list just draws the nuts and kills you. Fresh Lobster does not have Hexcore Foundry in hand yet, but maybe gets to draw it here and play it on turn 3. But this is, again, a very aggressive start that Colby has been favoring in the matches that we've seen so far. Bright Steel formation with the Green Glade Caretaker to get this early damage down.
I was going to say no Troll Chan either, but he does find it. So he has the protection for the Puffcat Peddler as well. Playing out the Veteran Investigator here, not ideal. You want to play it obviously as a card that synergizes well with your opponent having mushrooms in the deck, because you're able to force those draws onto your opponent as well. But still going to be viable blockers here, and still going to be viable cards to try and trade out some of these units, keep the board pretty clear early on, and not let Fiora Shen get too much of a snowball effect going with 4 or 5 units in the mid game. It can get very scary, like we saw in the last match that we casted.
The fact that Fresh Lobster is able to force Colby to trade here and just keep the board clear is kind of good for both players, right? Colby needs to protect the Nexus health because he knows this is a deck that needs to go long, burn you down, and then finish you off with Ezreal. And Colby, while he does have Spirit's Refuge in the deck against a list with Frostbites, it's very inconsistent to try to get that to go through. So we've got Troll Chant coming through here to protect the Veteran Investigators.
Yeah, it's a trade that I think you're fine with if you're lobster. You still get the better, I mean, it's still 1-for-1. You're still trading 2 mana for 2 mana, but Sharpsight is an important card in this matchup in stopping Ezreal attacks and stopping Teemo attacks. It's still scary to just attack with an elusive unit because it can just get destroyed. But I think it's a fine trade. Although maybe with Hellcat Peddler, you want to keep that troll chant while it's on the board to try and get some synergy with it and to help keep it alive for a little bit longer as well.
So another Bright Steel Protector being used here, just going all in on this Greenglade Caretaker, trying to force through as much damage as possible early. I think that Colby recognizes, again, I'm trying to go for the throat here. I'm trying to get your board clear. That way, if I set up my Shen, my Screeching Dragons, I can just keep you from getting established, getting your Puffcat Peddler set up from that point onward, and try to maybe close things out with a Relentless Pursuit. And Fresh Lobster, of course, cannot take this much damage, has to block here.
Avalanche is a pretty good board reset here. I'm not sure if you want to wait a little bit longer. If you do, you can play Puffcat Peddler first, or it would just kind of be against your own game plan. So I think you maybe can't wait a bit longer, even though it would have been maybe you would have burned 1 mana only by waiting.
Mm-hmm. And if Colby wants to protect any of those units, they're cashing in like another Sharp Sight, and you're totally happy about that. So Fresh Lobster, the one of Avalanche coming through there, and now has the opportunity to just pass. Ooh. Yeah, again, this is a matchup where both players just kind of want to pass and passively get to the later stages of the game where they have more mana to work with. And Fresh Lobster has to be very specific about developing this Puffcat Peddler when there's more defensive and protecting cards available for it. We haven't seen any Brittle Steels yet in this matchup, and the Troll Chant's already been spent.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward hand here for Lobster. Commits to the Thermal Beam here for 5. I'm going to expect there's going to be protection here for Shen with the 4 spell mana available. Deny comes in. Maybe the first Deny we see played today. As odd as that sounds. I'm not sure we've seen a single Deny. Maybe with the Spooky Karma matchup so long ago, but it seems like that was a different day. it seems like that was yesterday. We've been on a 48-hour casting marathon. Lobster's been here for at least 17 hours, it feels like, but a Deny does finally
that
come
mustache
through.
and beard live. He's been playing so long. But yeah, now we've got Screeching Dragon and Shen in play. Even if you don't have any mana to back this up, you still have the stats you want on board. So Shen can sneak in 3 damage here, simply with Barrier on the Screeching Dragon pulling the defender out of the way.
We could see now Puffcat Peddler coming in, followed by a maybe an iterative improvement next turn to get a second Puffcat Peddler. Maybe we've seen Lobster kind of adapt to the matchups and maybe sometimes use iterative improvement on his opponent's units instead to get, first of all, that Ezreal tick as well, and the chance to maybe get a Screeching Dragon, which could be kind of strong in this current situation.
+1/+1 on the Screeching Dragon would allow it to devour most anything that Colby would develop here in the mid game.
And you have a little bit of protection as well with the Elixir of Iron.
So we could see a line of play like that here. Hextech Foundry is very tempting, and a lot of opportunities have come up where we think Fresh Lobster might go for a different line and then opts for Hexcore Foundry, but with no mushrooms really in the deck, maybe this is finally the time where Hexcore isn't the right moment.
I think as far as I think the draw of the Foundry this turn made it a closer call to maybe just use on the Puffcat Peddler instead and play out the turn that way. But I still think the Screeching Dragon play seems pretty viable here with the stat buff as well.
Just to keep the board under control, and especially with a hand like this where you don't have frost, you only have the 1 frostbite, no troll chance, no brittle steels. Just having a big unit in play that just keeps things under control for you, or B, gets another large spell out of the opponent, something like a Riposte or a Concerted Strike, I think is massive. And again, Elixir of Iron makes the Screeching Dragon that much better. Colby taking the time now that Fresh Lobster is tapped out to just fully develop here.
Lobster deciding what is more important to kill here. Looking at the hand for Colby, I'm not sure how many options he's gonna have. River Shaper hasn't really gotten any draws yet, and he's only down to 4 cards in hand. We saw Sharp Sight played earlier. Riposte, of course, or Spirit's Refuge even would save the Shen pretty easily for 4 mana. But the Elixir of Iron would be able to answer back to a Riposte and save the Screeching Dragon as well, while having the Puffcat Peddler on the board to get the +3 shrooms as well.
Colby only has 4 cards in hand. It's really important that the River Shaper does some work here to draw. But, I mean, you always bluff the 4 mana as Fiora Shen. It's just a matter of, do you have it? And the hesitation here makes me think...
He does, or it's Mind Games. That could be an option as well. We're very far into this tournament. You have to get any possible edge you can get if you're Colby.
Colby might have used the Riposte or something to save Screeching Dragon or River Shaper if it was pulled, but Shen maybe just maybe weighing the odds, the options with Shen just dying here. Oh, it's a Sharp Sight.
Second Sharp Sight played, which means that there's only now 1 Sharp Sight remaining in the deck for Colby, which is very important information here for Lobster to have. And this is a matchup where both decks have a lot of spell stack interactions. So any kind of bluffing and mind games and counting obviously the cards that your opponent has used and which ones he still has in the deck, and thinking what cards weren't used when they should have been, and which means that there aren't in hand either, is going to be crucial here for both players.
With Colby now being able to keep Shen alive, has Screeching Dragon available, can give it barrier and maybe threaten this Puffcat Peddler or threaten the Screeching Dragon that was given by Fresh Lobster. Leaves it up. So you're attacking here into potentially the one of Harsh Winds to maybe fix some of these trades. And at the very least, you're just asking the question, because you're forcing Fresh Lobster to react and spend all of their mana. We've seen this is the classic attack from Fiora Shen, where you've got a decent board set up, but you can then use all of your mana to react to your opponent trying to stop your attack. Instead, Colby backs off and sets up the Cythria.
And it's an awkward hand here for Lobster. Flash Freeze is great, but everything else really at this point in this current situation is not. And you still have 4 mana up for Colby, which means Relentless Pursuit could be an option, and a pretty maybe devastating option at that.
At the very least, everything in the board right now can block Fearsome, but as you mentioned, Fresh Lobster just doesn't have any good options here. You can play Ezreal, you get another Mystic Shot for the River Shaper to get that out of the way, or maybe you clear the Shen to keep barrier off of the Screeching Dragon so you can at least get a little bit of damage on it.
Yeah, it looks rough here. I think this is maybe the worst start the Lobster has had in this matchup until now. No mushrooms either in the deck, really only 3 of them in the deck, so...
And furthermore, with the +1/+1 on Cythria, and then the +1/+1 on Screeching Dragon with its Fury, it's going to survive for a lot more rounds. And I think Fresh Lobster is recognizing that here, and just needs to put a body down. Needs to keep some of this damage back.
And Colby was trying to put the barrier on the River Shaper in the initial attempt at an attack in this turn. Probably, maybe not. I mean, if he expects the Foundries to be played, it's not really the best option, maybe, if you're going to get double draws from then on. But the fact that Lobster hasn't played one yet is maybe making Colby think, hey, I'm running out of cards. I only have 3 cards left. I have to start thinking about card advantage as well to stay in this game. Yeah, still putting the barrier on the River Shaper here.
So Cythria gonna buff up here. Colby not wanting to sacrifice the Green Glade Caretaker, looks like. It is vulnerable to Brittle Steel, like a lot of the other units, though. Just maybe keeping it alive. I wonder if that means Colby has another Stand United in hand, if there's another Shen available or something. A lot of options still on Colby's side with 4 mana. We saw a Sharp Sight.
Could just be Pursuit, right?
Mm-hmm. Because you can let this Frostbite go through, and even if the kill doesn't go through, you still maintain your Challenger unit, and so you can still just pull something to the side. It's still pretty even. But Fresh Lobster, of course, has to protect the Puffcat Peddler in a spot like this.
And it gives a chance that if you're trying to play a Mystic Shot onto the Caretaker, you have to let the Puffcat Peddler die on this attack if there's a pursuit instead. So that's 3 less mushrooms you draw. Well, actually, no, it's first one. Never mind. The Peddler survives regardless because there's 0 attack on the Screeching Dragon.
And now, again, Fresh Lobster just sweating right now. Just, do you have Relentless Pursuit? There's only been, I think, like 1 game so far where Relentless Pursuit was like, there's been so many opportunities for it to be devastating and win the game, but it just hasn't shown up at the correct time when you get these mid-game scenarios where it would be very good. Or, to be fair, you know, you have the Relentless Pursuit, but your opponent has some mana up, and you're worried about it, you know, another Frostbite, making it, you know, punishing you for that. So, Relentless Pursuit, not the option here, just another single combat to kill the Puffcat Peddler, get another draw off the River Shaper, and now, because Colby has whittled their hand all the way down to only 3 cards, the extra draw from the Hexcore Foundry is actually very, very welcome.
The mushrooms still coming in, double draws there. A double mushroom as well. The Ezreal, I think, is still a few counters away if it wasn't the target for single combat in that last interaction there.
Second Hexcore Foundry seems to be a decent option. You've got this 9-mana Thermo Beam. Colby already denied a different Thermo Beam earlier in the game, and it's like one of the only good targets for it at this point. There's potential for Bright Steel Formation or Tiana Crown Guard to slam down here as well. And Fresh Lobster doesn't have the board advantage or the value to stop Bright Steel Formation like he did in the previous match.
And those draws with the River Shaper means that it's that much more likely for there to be a sharp sight, the third sharp sight as well in hand to maybe stop any kind of Ezreal attacking shenanigans here.
So here comes the Mystic Shot on the stack against the River Shaper. Just taking out the unit that you can, denying some card draw to the opponent. Maybe this baits out a deny and maybe opens up the Thermo Beam to kill Cytheria with a little bit more certainty. The Screeching Dragon can also snipe something here as a 5/1.
It's just so much spell mana available for Colby that, I mean, at least for me, anytime I play against Genfiora, I feel like they have every answer for anything I try and even attempt at this stage in the game.
After getting 2 draws off the River Shaper and with a Hexcore Foundry in play, even if Colby has the deny there, you probably just hold it. That way, if there is some shenanigan around Ezreal trying to put spells on the stack to burst you out or burn out a really important unit, you can simply, you know, just deny that. But right now, from this state with Cytheria and the Screeching Dragon in play, Ezreal can't block Fearsome, so you're still perfectly fine in presenting lethal from here.
Yeah, having a 4th unit there is pretty important for Colby to try and go a bit wide, and this forces the Iceville Archer to be played this turn instead of maybe responding next turn to a development from Colby instead. This is another target effect as well for Ezreal. Ezreal has to be somewhat close to leveling up. I still think maybe not exactly this one will do it, though.
With Ezreal potentially, you know, leveling up, there's still so much fuel that needs to be gotten out of the deck, and Colby is very healthy. You usually want your chip damage and your mushrooms to do a lot more work up to this point, and it unfortunately just hasn't come through for Fresh Lobster. The Puffcat Peddler was put down at a decent pace, but not a lot of really good spells to combo with it, right? And I don't think we've seen a single Brittle Steel, just 1 Troll Chant, I still think, so far, and Elixir of Iron as well.
I'm guessing there's going to be some kind of removal here onto the Ezreal, either a Concerted Strike or a single combat from the Cytheria. And at fast speed without Thermo Beam, not much you can do to try and stop this either, unless you have a freeze of some kind. Yeah, there's a Concerted Strike onto the Ezreal. If there is a freeze, I expect there to maybe be a 3rd sharp sight to buff whichever unit isn't frozen. But doesn't seem to be the case here, of course, from Lobster's hand. So Ezreal will be going down. Maybe the chance there was to come back into the game.
With, yeah, if Ezreal is left alone this round, maybe you play the second Hexcore Foundry and just, you know, you go all in against whether or not your opponent has Pursuit here to punish it. And you just draw enough fuel, right? But that just, again, is not really the case here. Ezreal is going to go down to the concerted strike, and unfortunately, this is what happens with Fiora Shen. They get set up on board, and concerted strike is such a huge tool for just using their stats proactively, especially on defensive turns.
It's not too bad just yet. Screeching Dragon dies here, guaranteed, unless there's a sharp sight. If there isn't a sharp sight, then that means there is also no way to save the Cythria if it tries to block the 3-1. There is actually 2 Notifies in the deck, so that would stop. Well, it wouldn't stop the Thermal Beam if it were to be played after the fact. And with the potential to draw into freezes like Brittle Steel, Flash Freeze, Harsh Winds next turn with a double draw from Hexcar Foundry, especially. I mean, if you have the sharp side to save the Screeching Dragon, you would use it at this point, right? And then Cythria guarantees she's dead, basically. So.
And yeah, so just trying to make a situation happen to get Colby to play one more card so Fresh Lobster can go into this play with as much information as possible. But the single combat going to come through to stop the Thermo Beam, and this gives Colby an open attack now with the Green Blade Caretaker and Fiora. But Fresh Lobster top decks a Frostbite. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can draw into Harsh Winds. You can draw into Brittle Steel, still hitting both of these units as well. So there are outs still here. And the hand is not huge for Colby. There is a chance that he has Notifies and certain spells that aren't really going to cut it here. They can stop burst speed spells. He drew a lot with River Shaper. He has 2 Notifies in the deck, so there's a chance that he has some awkward cards in hand right now that he can't really get great value out of. Could be even a Spirit's Refuge, for example.
Yeah, and if you Spirit's Refuge preemptively, it just gets frostbitten. You don't, even if you're just healing back up to 20, just to make it very difficult for Lobster to find a window.
And once double Foundries are on the board, if the hand isn't looking and it doesn't seem to be enough for Colby, all of a sudden with an Ezreal leveled up and drawing 3 cards per round, there's a chance you can turn this around if you're Lobster.
And Colby now thinking, do I just go for the open attack here into the Frostbites? I'm going to develop some units. That Screeching Dragon comes off the top now. Forces Ezreal. You can still flash freeze whichever unit is potentially threatening lethal, and you do have Elixir of Iron to protect Ezreal. So now Colby's going to be all in versus third Sharp Sight, Riposte, or Spirit's Refuge, because that would buff the Green Blade Caretaker.
We'll see if it'll be enough. Riposte here can there's so many things here that'll do it for Colby. Maybe there just isn't anything here. Lobster now surviving on 2 HP. Ezreal no need to be saved just yet on Elixir of Iron, but it will be Spirit's Refuge coming out, which gives the barrier, which gives the attack buff on the Caretaker. Exactly 5 attack, and Colby finally able to close out this game, close out this series, close out this tournament. It's been a long tournament, but Colby able to finally take the win. Lobster fought valiantly, able to really, take it to the as deep as you can go in terms of time and bracket resets and series and everything, but not quite enough. And Colby is our champion for this Fight Night tournament.
Yeah, big congratulations to Colby for taking it, proving his worth against some very strong opponents in today's bracket. And of course, a big congratulations to Fresh Lobster for fighting all the way through the loser's bracket, taking it all the way to the final game of the bracket reset. Both players will be invited back for next week's Fight Night Legends EU. But for now, we are going to skedaddle because we do need to make way for Fight Night NA to get started. And they were actually scheduled to start at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we are going to get into that broadcast right after this one. So for those of you in chat, stay tuned.